I'm alive. I'm alive, and I think I have passed, like, the most stressful 2 weeks of my life. I have hot water again. I have AC again. My breakers are fucked, but I have AC again. So, I'm gonna explain this in only the most brain-damaged way that I can. Don't offer solutions, there's nothing wrong, it's already fixed. Don't worry about it. Thumbs up, everything's fine. So, everyone knows what a breaker box is, right? Let me bring up paint. Let's bring up paint, right? Because, like, a visual might be better here. I love paint, chat. Good morning, it's time for art. Ah. Oh no, Foxy time already, but my Kirsche hasn't arrived yet, man. I'm surprised they're shipping. Like, that's crazy. The Kirsche plushies with U2s, they weren't supposed to ship until September. Like, September was the start date for shipping. So the fact that people are getting their shipping notices, like, this early, that's crazy. That's fucking nuts, bro. That's cool as fuck. From so
Spicy
over
cat
to
raid.
so
What the hell is
back.
a spicy cat raid?
Pip Vin Jin, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, slaves.
Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you. Slaves. Thank you. Slaves. Thank you. Slaves.
Holy shit.
Slaves, this is your song.
Thank you. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, for the 100 fucking slaves, buddy man. Thank you.
The Kirsche plushies have been confirmed as shipped as of 2 days ago.
Fucking
Soon
nuts, dude.
I will be able to deploy the merry little war criminals upon my enemies,
True
in my
and real.
imagination. Or I'll end up using them as footrests.
You know,
Possibly
either way.
both.
Either
Glory
way.
to Kirsche.
I have my wife. My wife is unboxed. Yay, wife! And I have a Kirsche on her lap. The wife and the Kirsche, they exist. They love each other. So, thank you, Internet Zen Master, my guy. I hope you enjoy your Kirsche. And if you have the Kirsche plush, you can have her ride around on it. Like a little war horse, you know? War Kirsche. It'll take till then to get there, because they haven't even left China yet. China! The real question is, did I get paid for the Kirsche sales? I don't get paid until they all get shipped out. Because, like, any kinds of, well, like, with YouTube's it's different, but, like, with my website, any kinds of, like, returns or mishaps or anything, that's gotta come out of, like, profit stuff. So I usually get paid after everything is shipped out. I don't know what YouTube's will pay me. I think there might be, like, some sort of delay. That usually happens. A new Kirsche plushie when? Eventually, TM? I do have the summer drop. It's a little delayed because we got some of the prototypes in and I was like, it's not up to snuff, so it's a little bit delayed because you guys know I'm anal about quality. I don't want things to be don't want things to look fucky wucky. So a little bit of a delay. Probably won't make it in time for the billboard, but that's fine. That's fine. Can I tell you why Leaf is afraid of me yet loves me like a big wait, why is she afraid of me? Why am I scary? What is the box break beyond your AC? So, hold on. Elysius Mons, thank you for the 20 months. Both your Kirsches have shipped. Soon you'll have +1 reinforcements against silly barbarians at the gate, and +1 Kirsche for— do not grip it! No gripping the Kirsche, my guy. And Girugamesh, thank you. Chat, ready yourselves. Every time she gets MS Paint out, we're gonna hear the most fucked stuff afterwards. No! No, it's fine! Everything's fine. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Glad your stuff is working, but welcome to Hell World. Everything breaks. Are my vocals lower? Maybe. I fucked with my audio settings, so, I cranked my gain on my interface. Is it, oh. Okay. Too loud, the BGM. Sorry, I moved the wrong thing. I was trying to move my microphone. Is this where it was before? I didn't mean to. Sorry. Reverse BGM Toko. Is this no beat? It's too low? Okay. I'm gonna move it here. Let me know when it's good. I'm sorry. I meant to move my microphone one. Oh god, I even reminded myself. It's good now? It's perfect? Alright, okay, thumbs up. Binary Mind, please control your streamer! Fuck me. Now BGM, Doko. More BGM, it's just right. Is this a hearing? It's a hearing test? Boo! Oh my goodness, rip all the headphone users. Binary Mind, you're trying to tell me? Yeah, no, I know. Vocals are still a bit lower than you. Yeah, no, my vocals should be lower. Okay, so I was doing recording, and so I changed a bit of my, like, audio, and I thought that I turned down my microphone volume in OBS. Turns out I turned down my BGM volume. I'm retarded. So let me... Okay, is this better? Is this better on the voice? It's better? Okay, do I need to go louder, or is this like good? Like 2 thumbs up good? BGM's gone now. Are you having a stroke? Can slightly raise BGM? Okay, all right. I'll raise it to like here. Is that good? Maybe? Question mark? Sorry, I didn't mean to fuck things up as soon as I woke up. There we go. Thank you! Now you're questioning this recording that I speak of? Don't worry, you'll hear it eventually. Alicia Smonge, thank you again for the 20 months. Thank you, my guy. Battleizer, thank you. Happy Friday to all the honorable chatters and
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Do not to all the chatters who are feeling grippy. True and real. Allgrim the Crusader, thank you for the spanking. Morning. Cheers to functional houses and plushies. It's so nice to have AC and hot water, man. Matt Larson, thank you. On Wednesday, you got an email saying your U2's Kirsche shipped. Ready for the yappening, Miss Kirsche. Hell fucking yeah, buddy. Hell fucking yeah. Thank you, China. The ever so rare thank you, China. I'm scrolling. Tell chat what volume level you set it at so 15 autists can remember it forever for you. So on my interface, it's like that way, and then on my OBS, the BGM is like that, and then my mic is like that. There you go. There's no numbers! There's no fucking numbers! PMC, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you, War Wizard. Thank you for the ear rape. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rape your delicate little ears. Appalachian Yeti, thank you. White Pill News, you got a new job, mun friggin' yeah. Also, you got a notif that Kirsche shipped. Fuck yeah, buddy. Fuck yeah, buddy. All right, congrats on the new job. Congratulations. I hope it treats you well, dude. The mic and BGM combined to make a road leading to a sick interface ramp to jump a bike off of. Got it, exactly. So he knows what's going on. Dim the lamps, thank you for the swastikas. Next drop, fluffy Kirsche slippers, please. No slippers yet. No slippers yet. But we have summer drop soon, and then I'm already having to start figuring stuff out for winter. My brain, it hurts. Adrian Robledo, thank you for the Mexicans. Obligatory El Muña in Spanish. Thank you. Internet Zen Master, thank you. If only you could get the shipping confirmation for the cursed merch drop, you'd have a great start to the weekend. You win some, you lose some. Anyone who's still waiting on a shipping notification for the cursed drop, I imagine you're one of the people who ordered the wall scroll, and so some of those notifications are like delayed while they get the correct scrolls in, since the initial batch sent out the wrong wall scroll. I also had no idea that there were like reviews on my website, and that I basically almost have 5 stars entirely. So hey, thanks! Thank you guys! I'm glad my merch is worthy of the 5 stars. Wonderful news. Wonderful news. I saw a couple of the reviews where people were like, this isn't the wall scroll I ordered, but I really like the design, so 5 stars anyway. And I'm like, I wish I could reply to them, but I can't. I wish I could tell them they're gonna get the right one, don't worry. You pulled the SSR wall scroll. No, Munya. The Kirsche Reaper looks good on your wall. Yeah, we have plans for using that design for more than just a wall scroll, but that wall scroll will release in the future, so if you did not get the accidental Reaper wall scroll, don't worry, it will be available in the future, and there will be more stuff with that design on it as well. Update the site in the future so you can respond to reviews. Well, the reviews aren't even on the actual website. I think it's like through the shop app is where the reviews are. Scared to ask, but am I taking a hit for the scrolls, or is the manufacturer taking the hit? Hopefully the manufacturer will be taking the hit. My website guys are discussing that at the moment with them, so. You're like rubbing the fuzzy K on the hoodie. Me too! I love the fuzzy K on the breast of the hoodie. No, Monya. Oh, fuck me. Some Falcon guy, thank you. Morning, Foxy. You got your shipping notice for your Kirsche. Delivery date's on 9/11. You hope it travels on land? Miss Streamer, a second Kirsche has hit the towers. They should be the ones taking the hit. It was their fucking... That's what I say, and that's what my website guys think as well, but not everything always works out like that in the real world, so fingers crossed, hopefully it does work out. Oi Lupus, thank you for the raid on Kick. Welcome, Raiders. Sorry, I am bad at pronouncing things. Thank you, Oi Lupus. Adrian Roblito, thank you for the Mexicans. Now hear me out. Crocshes. Nope, I don't like Crocs. Those things are horrible. Your Kirsche ship before your cursed merch ship. The Kirsches weren't supposed to ship till September, so they are like hella fucking early. That's nuts. Bred like rabbits, dude. Golden Fang, thank you. You didn't order a wall scroll and you still have no notification. There was a delay on some of the t-shirts as well, so that is also potentially why. If you didn't order a t-shirt or a wall scroll, I have no idea. I would say if you don't receive your shipping notification, we had been saying by August, but now that there were like a couple of delays, I would say give it like a week. If you don't have a notification by like next Friday, I would submit to support on the website and be like, hey, I have no idea where my order is. I don't have any of the items that are delayed. Please update, please. You got the shirts, shipment notif received. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. To be fair, you ordered your Kirsche about 20 minutes after the order page went public. God damn, that guy's fast. Be jammin', thank you. You're gonna get your Kirsche plush before you get your cursed merch. I'm trying my best. Hopefully we can eventually get more of the manufacturers in the US. Some stuff you just can't manufacture here at the moment, and other stuff is just like retardedly expensive. Like, I would be in the negative. Like, forget even profit, I wouldn't break even. So it's like, hopefully we can get more manufacturing back here eventually. That would be nice. China is asshole. True. Got fleeced by import handling charges, but at least you'll have the stuff next week. Bro, I have that letter from FedEx telling me to pay like a customs fee of like $200 something. My painting that I paid for, that they want me to pay that for, got returned to the company. So it's like, what fucking customs fees did you pay if it didn't even get to me, you dumb cunt? I ain't paying that shit. Eleni, thank you for the 7 months, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Well, yeah, so I don't know what the problem is, because like it was shipped. I bought two. Both of them were shipped. One arrived at my house, and the other one, I guess customs just kept it and then shipped it back to the fucking place I bought it from. I don't fucking get it. That fucking sucks. Yeah, the company was great. Like, they reached out to me and they're just like, yeah, we have no idea why this is being returned to us, but we'll keep track of it. We'll let you know when it arrives here. We'll check it, make sure there's no damage, and then we'll ship it back to you. We're sorry for the inconvenience. And can't wait for the hoodies. You can wear it to your first year of law school. Gotta flex the foxu on the commie scumfucks. True and fucking real, bro. I know when ya. Ghost, thank you. Got my pins and keychain. Didn't realize that the cursed Kirsche keychain was so big. Is it big? It's like Pokemon keychain size. Like, I like having them in my car. I don't know. I feel like that's like the normal plushie keychain size. Help. Be jammin', thank you. Where I'm not a drama channel, but the Oni Plays drama has been very, very, very funny. Everything we learned came directly from Ding Dong. If he kept his mouth shut, we'd have nothing. What? Who the fuck is Ding Dong? I know who Oni Plays is, like, just vaguely. Like, they're like a Let's Play channel that's been around for like a decade or some shit, right? Didn't they used to like do stuff with JonTron? That's like the extent of my knowledge of that guy. Your wife absolutely adores the pins. Put them on her hat when she went out with her lady friend the other day. Aw, that's so sweet. Disgraced Randolph, thank you. Money for one of your favorite Honda Civic type retards. Yay! There was so many people got angry that I am apparently too retarded to know that the PlayStation controller had a touchpad, and that I'm gamer enough to beat Metal Gear Rising Revengeance without upgrading any of my equipment. I play on hard mode on accident. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Ordered almost everything the day the drop went live, so you're cursed to wait until the issue is fixed. Damn my FOMO brain! You're content waiting. YouTubes be based on how fast they are? Yeah, insane. Insane on how fast they are. Golden Fang, thank you. Did I see that Razer bought Stream Elements? I did, and I left a comment, and I didn't see that other people had also left the comment like a million times, so I'm probably not going to get a response, but it's just like, I hope that they fix things and people can use SE Pay with like credit cards and shit again instead of having to have a PayPal account. I know there's a lot of people who don't like PayPal, don't want to have PayPal accounts, so hopefully they figure out something to fix that. Joventino Villa, thank you. White Pill News, you're in the process of buying your first house. Thank you, and thanks chat for keeping you going and helpful. The VA loan is cracked, no down payment. You sell Kirsche insurance. I would be very careful with no down payment stuff because that could end up trapping you into paying more money for longer. In my opinion, the best way to go about buying a house is to put down as much of a down payment as you feasibly can. People usually recommend around 20%, but if you can go higher than that, I would definitely do so. This is not your father's housing market. It's entirely depending on the interest rate. I don't think there's very good interest rates at the moment. I think they've gone down a little bit since I've bought, but like I don't even know how much your credit score like helps getting you a lower rate, but my APR is like 6.75, I think. Like it's not good. It's not good, and I cannot wait until I can refinance for a lower one. VA loans are fixed. Yeah. Shut up, chat. VA loans don't use PMI since they're backed by the government. I see. Ding Dong was a gay ex-co-host on Oni Plays that is butt mad for many retarded reasons, but the funniest one is him thinking Oni outed he's a furry who wanted to be vored by a tuba. What? What am I reading? 6.5 is normal. These days, your previous mortgage was 3.5, but you got chased from your home by commies. Yeah, imagine getting one of those delicious fucking APRs back from COVID, man. Okay. Adrian Robledo, thank you for Mexicans. How about a Korshvaja? A Navaja, but a Kirsche? What is a Navaja? I know what a Navajo is. That's an Indian, but what's a Navaja? It's like a female Indian? Real question is how long the Kirsche sit in a warehouse to fill a plane. True. Your mortgage guy was bragging to you that he signed somebody on a sub 1% loan during 2020 on a house. How did you resist the urge to strangle him on the spot? Your wife and you got a COVID APR on the condo. You're like 2.6. Oh, I'm so jealous, man. Psycho, thank you. Got an illegal alien's car impounded today for having no insurance at an accident. And then after that, a lock you were able to drill picked over. What? After that, a lock you were about to drill picked over. Did that mean you're like able to pick it instead of having to drill it, I guess? That's pretty cool. Also, congrats. Thank you, Patriot, for getting the illegal impounded. Patchouli, thank you. Good money. Yeah, thank you, Foxy News, for keeping you sane as you claw your way out of New England and head south for the week to pick up your Kirsche. This guy's driving across the country for the Kirsche. God damn. All right. Electrical box. Let's fucking go. This is... Actually, electrical boxes are gray. I have a gray. Let's do that. So you have the electrical box. And when you take off its clothing, you can see its guts. And you have like all the breakers. You have all the breakers. I'm gonna just draw the boxes, all right? We're gonna draw boxes. This is so many breakers. My panel is also massive. I don't know if it's this massive, but it's pretty big. And then it has like I don't know what like the center stuff is. Maybe I'm drawing its clothing on accident and I shouldn't be drawing its clothing, but like I'm a woman, please ampersand. Okay, so we got breakers. Breakers. I'm gonna be so fucking done. This isn't 9/11 chat. Don't start that. This is an electrical box. Okay, so you have all your breakers that do stuff. And there's like the 15 amp breakers, there's 30 amp breakers, there's 50 amp breakers, I think there's like 120 in here somewhere as well. I don't know, but one of the breakers, I'm gonna use yellow. One of the breakers, let's say it's like here. This breaker like exploded, and that's what was making the like noise when you turned it on. And so I was like, "Hello, electrician man. My electrician box is making a noise. Please fix." And they came over, and then they showed me the breakers. Like, they took the breaker out of its slot. And this is like what the breaker looks like when you take it out of its slot. And it's got like little metal thingies. Except this one was like, this metal thingy didn't exist anymore, and it was fucking blown the fuck out. like it was blown the fuck out. And since it was blown the fuck out over here, it did a lot of damage to the internals of the box. And because my box is so old, the only GFCI breakers I have are the new ones that were put in by the electricians I've hired to do work recently. Yeah, old box. And so they had to, since it had like a blowout and it was making that horrible noise, not only did they have to take out the breaker here that was broken, they also had to take out every breaker on this line. So they took out these breakers and they put in like a special thingy to just be like, this is so you know that you can't use any of the breaker slots on this line. These are all fucked. All shit here fucked. You can't use any of these. And so they had to like play Jenga and move all of my breakers around to make sure that the 1, 2, 3 breakers that didn't have the explosion could still be socketed on the panel. And so I have this, and then also, unfortunately, the one above here also got fucked up by the explosion. So all of these breakers behind these like special bars, they took all of those out. Only one breaker was like, I need to get a new one of these. The other 4 or 5, they just had to shuffle around and play Jenga, and they were like, all right, you have literally no free slots on your box anymore, and we don't want to scare you. Like, it's a very good box. Whoever installed it, right? They did a good job. It's a good quality box. It's just really freaking old. So if you ever want to add anything else to the box, you can't. You need to get the internals exchanged. Like, all the guts need to be replaced if you ever want to add anything else to the breaker box. And because of that one explosion, and because almost none of these are GFCI, you should probably get all of the internals replaced eventually anyway. And I was like, oh damn, that sounds fucking crazy. Sounds expensive. Yeah. Yay, new breaker box time. You need a whole new box with better stuff. Yeah. So the plane was already on fire before hitting the towers. Interesting. The box is old, but man, it was top of the line when it was fresh. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's just like all of us. We were top of the line when we were fresh, and look what happened now. We had to do that to your breaker box in your 150-year-old house. Yeah, I can imagine. New breaker box is a 5-figure job. Well, they said, I mean, I don't know how much it cost, right? But they said, like, I don't need to do the whole box. I just need to do the internals of it. So, like, I can still use the skeleton and, like, the foundation of the box. I just need to replace, like, all of the internal circuitry. You were nerfed with the TISM from an early age. So real expensive then? Maybe? I don't know. Basically, I need an electrician himbo to come in and tune up your box, rearrange its guts, and get your house in order. Well, when you put it that way. You paid about 500 for just externals redone, so yeah, about 2,000 plus. Yeah, for them to come and like fix this issue is like 650, I think. So it was a lot less than I was expecting, because like you guys have trained me to now be terrified of electrician prices. So I was like, that's expensive, but it's not as bad as I was expecting. And they did not rip you off. Yes. Yeah, they've been really fucking great. I've very much appreciated the electricians who keep coming here. Especially because the other day I was just like, hey, you know, my AC, it broke and I have like heat activated asthma. Could you maybe please come like soon? And they did come like literally the next day. So I was like, holy shit, I love you guys. Thank you so fucking much. The electricians keep coming in your box. Jesus. Just make sure they don't install the tilapia. Oh, wrong box. Did my AC end up being under warranty? Well, there's nothing wrong with the AC. The AC itself is fine. It's perfectly fine. It was my breaker box. This was the breaker for the AC. It was a 50 amp breaker that only that AC is on. Each of my AC units have a 50 amp breaker just dedicated to them. So it was the breaker that blew for the AC. Your AC broke your box. I know, it's hard out here. Help. Ask him for a quote. They seem to be good electricians. He did say he would send me a quote for fixing the box. Like, even though I'm not doing it now, he's like, just so you know how much it might cost so you can figure out when you want to do it, we'll send you a quote for that. I was like, I fucking love you guys, dude. Thank you. Dang, how many units do you have? Just two. Just two units. You need to make sure you're not overloading your box. Need to make sure you're not exceeding your service limit, usually 100 amps. I have way more than 100 amps on this entire box, so I'm not sure what the fuck you mean by... I'm pretty sure every house has more than 100 amps on their breaker box. My house also has 2 breaker boxes. So, like, I have the giant mammoth one in my basement, and then I have, like, probably... Let me make a box here. I have one that's probably, like, just slightly smaller. If I, like, fill this in. Probably just slightly smaller in my attic. So it's like, I have so many panels. Service limit is not the sum of all your breakers. 200 amps is standard. I guess I don't understand what that means then. I'm sorry. Canis Lupus Mechanus, thank you for the 27 months. Thank you. Is the AC unit needing a power plant, Kirsche, to pro up the breaker? I don't understand. Imagine having an accessible attic. I wish that the attic was like a staircase to a door. I think those are the best kind of attics. But I have like a built-in ladder, which I'm never going to climb. It's fucking horrifying. I don't want to go in my own attic, dude. I was like, that's a ladder for men, not for fox feet. The Narnia attic. Every time I have someone go up there, like one of the service people, they're just like, oh my god, I appreciate how much room you have in your attic. It's so nice in here. And I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, have you been up here yet? And I'm like, no. Don't fucking fall, please. Every time I see one of them walking down the ladder, I'm like, I have hand to my chest and I'm just like looking at it, hoping they don't fall. You hate those ladders? It's scary, man. Your attic entrance is a square hole in your hallway closet. Never been up there either. Yeah, the Bunker Bros had never been in their attic and they had a massive fucking mouse infestation, rat infestation. You guys remember the fucking bug zapper? Yeah, those flies were from all the fucking corpses of rats in the house. It's such a woman reaction. Yeah, thankfully I have pest control people, and the people who lived here before me, they had pest control people who would like come and make sure everything's fine, so don't have to worry about that. If you have the pest control guy go into the attic, you don't need to. Joventino Villa, thank you. What should you tell the inspector to extra focus on? Inspector for what? Squoots, thank you. You just got your shipping notification for your Kirsche. Super excited, but you haven't gotten one for the other merch drop. Are we still in the window where that is prepping, or should you reach out to customer support? There have been multiple delays due to like some stuff with the shirts and also some stuff with the wall scrolls. So I would say wait until like next Friday, and if you still haven't gotten a shipping notification, please reach out to the website on that day and be like, hey, you know, I still haven't received my shipping notification. What's going on with my order? Support on the website, I've been told, is very, very responsive, very nice. I've had a few people who had a bit of a delay. If for some reason you don't get a response from support on the website, then make a mod ticket so I can be like, hey guys, answer the support tickets. Because the people who run support on the website aren't my moderators, so like opening a mod ticket, like we can't do anything besides me go to the website people and be like, hey, please answer these tickets, guys. Mice die in your cottage attic and their corpse ooze leaks down the wall. You put a corner hutch in front of the ooze trail. Why didn't you clean the dead mouse ooze? What are you doing, bro? Remember coming to an insurance place to fix their AC? Figured out the breaker died because a quarter of it was ash. Holy shit. What the fuck? You just got your shipping notice yesterday. They're still going through. Yeah, it's like there was a bit of a delay for some of the items. Even if you didn't order one of those items, there might have still just been a delay to get to your order potentially. So I would wait until next Friday. If by next Friday you still have not gotten a shipping notification, please reach out to support on the website at that time. Can attest to support being super helpful. Your order for the docky and the butt pad had some problems and they were really quick to respond and fix it. I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you. I'm scared of the ooze. Saw you on side scrollers and liked my takes. Thought you'd check out the stream too. Hey, welcome. Welcome. Is there summer merch coming? Yes, it's a bit delayed because I wanted to fix a couple of issues with things on the prototypes, but soon, TM. HDC Diddly Doodler, man, thank you. Kirsche, what is it about your box and exploding electric devices? Look, man. Dawnguard, thank you. Sorry if you already addressed it, but have I seen the new financial audit yet? No, I haven't. I have no idea. I have not had time to watch stuff, really. Liam Sexton, thank you. About to undergo a medical review to determine if you keep your current job. Gonna take a few months, but you're not too worried either way. About to go shopping for a mimosa fried chicken recipe. What in the hell is a mimosa fried chicken? I like fried chicken and I like mimosas. So I feel like I would like whatever the fuck that monstrosity is. Please inform when you find... Actually, no, you already have the recipe you're going shopping for. Please inform of what the recipe is. I want to make that, brother. Will it be safe for work summer merch? Would love to have some, but the wife wouldn't approve of not safe for work. I probably will not do stuff as not safe for work as like the docky and the butt pad. Those were fun. They were fun, but I really prefer like ecchi, you know? Leave some more to the imagination, as it were. So like the summer merch, most of it is like very, very, very safe for work. And then obviously, you know, it's summer, so swimsuit. I wear it on stream every day though, so you know what it looks like. And no more wrinkles, chat. It's so over. Would that just be an orange and wine sauce or a marinade? I don't know. I don't know, man. Mr. Robothy! Oh no! Oh no! It double sent. I hope you're okay. I don't know what to do if it doubles. I'm sorry. Robothy, thank you for the kick bits. Your merch is on the way. Already in the EU. Your Kirsches are in China. Pa! I don't know what the pa means, but it was fun. But you sold sex toys. I mean, Kirsche, those aren't sex toys. Anthony, thank you. Time to marry the electrician's son to get the family discount. You know what's fucking crazy? Smallest fucking world imaginable. The electricians, like I said before, it was like a father-son thing. Apparently, I just hire father-son teams for literally everything, because this is like the third time I've told a story about it being a father-son team. Either way, my brother hit me up the other day, and he was like, hey, you have like electricians fixing your shit right now, right? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, so one of them used to work with me when I was the manager at this restaurant, and we're sitting in a call playing video games right now. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? A father-son team teamed up on your box. Shut up, chat! Don't make it lewd. Good God, man. So yeah, small fucking world. That's crazy. That's the second time this has happened. My brother worked with my electrician, and I found like a random fucking vintage gay that also knew the other vintage gays back in Bunkerland. What? Am I living in like a time warp? What is happening? So I asked my brother if his friend was single. Chat, we went over this. The father's too old for me. The son is too young for me. It's fine. All right, we don't need to try and hook me up with every contractor that comes in my home. It's a small world after all. It unironically is. Am I living in the Truman Show? Great question. Great question. If you buy a 30-slot Pal World server, do I think there's enough honorable chatters to fill out the Principality of Korshovo? Probably. I feel like there's a fuck ton of people who are playing Pal World. I would like to play Pal World, but I don't know if I have time to dedicate to do that. Here's the internet. What will you do with it? Search endless amounts of knowledge, learn a skill, seek enlightenment? No. Animated fox. John in English, thank you. Look, as fellas, we have to prepare ourselves mentally for worst case scenario, but look how happy and relieved you feel now. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. You know what's not so fucking good? I can get rid of paint. Hold on. We don't need no more fucking paint up in here. Okay. That was the story of my burned out box. So, when I first moved to Georgia, I moved from Massachusetts to Georgia, right? And after a few months of living in Georgia, my meme calls me and she goes, Kirsche, you got a letter from the government. Do you want me to open it and see what it is? And I said, yes, meme, please. That's probably important. I need to know, and I can't wait for you to mail it down here. She opens it and she's like, oh, they're calling you for jury duty. You don't live here anymore. You're gonna need to figure out how to tell them you can't serve on the jury. And I was like, God damn it! I've always wanted to be called for jury duty. Why did they have to do it as soon as I moved? So I had to send them, proof of like, I've changed my residence. I no longer live in that county. I can't come serve on this jury, right? Okay, I moved recently, right? Tim messages me the other day and he says, Kirsche, you need to call me. You got something from the government. And I'm like, oh no, I'm already dealing with all this IRS stuff with my new CPA. What could they possibly have sent to Tim? So I call Tim and he says, Kirsche, do you want me to open this for you because it looks important? And I'm like, yeah, I need to know. Like, what if the IRS sent me something important? And then he sends me a picture of it. And I got called for a grand jury in Georgia. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm like the one person who wants to serve jury duty, and the both times I've been fucking called, I can't fucking serve. Are you fucking kidding me? They know. I'm so fucking upset. I'm so fucking mad. It's almost like it's not random at all and they're deliberately, yeah, right? Like fucking I'm tinfoiled out of my mind right now. You wasted all of your luck on gacha games. I'm so fucking mad, dude. That could have been the 2020 election inquiry grand jury too. I know. So angry. So now I have to do the same exact thing. I have to be like, hello, I don't live there anymore. We know you moved. I'm so fucking mad, dude. Ah, Jesus. You get called for jury duty like every single year for a decade when you literally couldn't afford to go. Now that you can afford to go, you haven't been called in 6 years. I've only ever been called twice. And both times I couldn't serve because I had just fucking moved. It can't be a coincidence, right? Like, they have to be doing that on purpose. Do other states not send their jury summons and postcards with jury duty in bold letters? No, they send it in like an official government looking envelope, and then you open the envelope and it's like this really ornate fucking thing that's just like, you have been summoned. Grand jury duty was interesting when you did it back in 2018. It lasted 2 weeks, goddamn. Jury says you got pranked. Greetings, the wieners have blessed you. Thank you, I love wieners. Same thing happened to you too. You moved earlier this year and then a week later got a jury summons for your old location. They have to do that on purpose, man. Oh my god, dude. Got called for jury duty one time and your case didn't get called. Oh no. Just write back, I'm not racist. I hate everyone equally. What the fuck? A TDM Dylan, thank you. Here's to your Kirsche army and its success in the Second Spanish Inquisition. Bro, the shit going down in Spain is some, like, weird-ass biblical shit, man. Wastelander, thank you. Glow level 20 million. It's Chernobyl again. Help. Your brother's been called for jury duty a total of 6 times in 3 years, and each time he's been told, no, we don't need you. I feel like one look at my social media would probably exclude me from ever serving on a jury. They'd be like, this fucking cartoon thing is unable to be impartial. My wife always gets called. You're not sure why you never do. That's a great question. Had jury duty only once in every case, just settled out of court. Jeez. Nerdy Tax and Accountant, thank you. You've been called for jury duty 6 times in a 10-year period, but you're never picked. God damn. How do you guys get so lucky? Garugamesh, thank you. Damn, man, someone drawing Kirsche on a jury talking about getting rid of the man and how she has the rope right here. What the fuck? What happened in Spain? You just saw a bunch of people flooding into a bunch of houses. Don't worry, I have like a million tabs on Spain. But there is one thing I would like to talk about before Spain. It's like a little preface to Spain, you know? Angelic Wisdom, thank you. You got called twice. Once when you were out of the country and once when you're halfway across the country. Military just doesn't want you on a jury, I guess. I fucking guess, man. You're ready to fucking glow? Get those glowing emotes ready, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Speaking of which, how is the new model coming along? You're not paranoid or parasocial on Kirsche's behalf because of her trouble with previous artists, I swear. I trust Kevin. Kevin is now hard at work on the rigging as he is back from vacation, so it's going to be fucking smashing. And I'm glad that both of us are excited to work with each other. That's a great feeling. That's a great fucking feeling, man. If every chatter goes to New Hampshire and gets a speeding ticket and demands a jury trial, maybe we can get the Foxu on a jury. Please don't do that. Please do not break the law and try to get me on your jury. That's really strange. Anya munya. Hoster the Fool, thank you. Save me a slot in the land of Korshovo. True and fucking real. Matt Larson, thank you. You're the nexus for all of reality. Is that why things break down when I go on vacation? Joventino Villa, thank you. Inspector for house. Currently waiting for seller to sign a thing, and then you hire inspector. Your realtor sent you several to pick from. My inspector report is so fucking long. Like, I was prepared because people said that they were super fucking long, but it's like, holy shit, that's so much information. God Hates Taxes, thank you. You're wearing your Kirsche zip-up hoodie in your house and your grandma was visiting and she told you she liked it. Should use Christian grandma approved in the marketing. Aw, that's cute. Patchouli, thank you. So what you're saying is you would definitely hide in my attic like a gremlin when allowed in between home care duties. I imagine it's incredibly fucking hot up there in the summer and incredibly fucking cold in the winter. Because, like, yeah, it has insulation, but it's also, like, the only place in the house without AC or heat. So, I can imagine it gets pretty swampy and pretty fucking miserably cold. Hiding in the attic like fan rank. I could fit so many Jews in this baby. Mr. My player Alex, thank you for the 10 months. Good day, Fox Lady. Glad to be here before your 12-hour overnight shift with your new sleep schedule. You wake up just in time for Foxu. Welcome. Good morning. Devastator, thank you. Need Kirsche energy drink and carbonated lemonade. Can we have one day, maybe? I love lemonade. I have some motherfucking Newman's Own orange mango tango sitting on my desk because I wanted something flavored besides my water. But it turns out that the mini fridge I keep all of my juice in, the house came with a mini fridge, I didn't buy one. The mini fridge I put all of my juice in, they're all frozen. And there's no like little slider inside the mini fridge to change the temperature. So I guess I'm just fucked. Like, I don't know. Should do a virtual court over something silly and be on the jury for that. Oh my god. The jury trial stuff when Arcade first released was so fucking fun until people started gaming it. That's a good mini fridge. It is. It's a mini freeze. It might as well be, you know? Should wake up in time for Kirsche, but you woke up late today. But we're here now. Welcome. Welcome. Kirsche Explosion Energy. 10,000 grams of pure caffeine. Oh my god. Dim the lamps. Thank you for the swastikas. I volunteer for the attic. You just spawn in your whole family. Joventino Villa, thank you. Can you have a custom Kirsche flag to fly out front? You say we need Korshovo flag merch? That should probably be a permanent fixture, right? A little Korshovo flag. I'll type that. I'll type that to my website, guys, because I'll forget it. I'll forget it if I don't. You have 2 chest freezers and 2 full-size refrigerators in your house. You be shopping deals. I do need to get like a basement freezer. My grandma loved using the basement freezer, and it was so fucking helpful. Oh my god, you have no idea the amount of times as a kid I was just like, oh no, we're out of frozen French bread pizza. Oh no, we're out of Richardson's ice cream. And my meme would be like, no, go check the downstairs freezer. And I was like, oh yeah, buddy. You're sheltering lamps in your attic, aren't you? No, there are no lamps made of flesh in my attic. It's like it's in the basement. Tony, thank you. Commies have you in Spain without the S. That's a double entendre now, man. Majab, thank you. The one time you did jury duty, the city gave you a check that bounced and your boxed lunch didn't have a cookie. What the fuck? I would have been upset. I would have been upset about the cookie. Your bestie's parents had a deep freeze in the basement so they could keep stuff for even longer. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I would love to be able to use a sauna. They look so comfy and nice, but a sauna is basically like a suicide box for me. When you guys got me last year anniversary stay at Four Seasons for like the spa day stuff, I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna try their sauna. I went in and I turned it on and I sat down and I lasted like less than 10 seconds before I was like I just cannot breathe when it's fucking hot and steamy. A friend of mine heard me ranting about not having an inhaler and not having a doctor's appointment until later though, and they were like, oh, I have like 10 of these here, you can have one. Yay! Now I won't die! Kirsche Floyd, true and real. Finally got reception back. Is everything okay? You sounded hurt. My voice acting is par to none, dude. Don't get a sauna, it'll turn you Finnish. Oh my goodness. The Kirsche's weak to fire damage noted. More like weak to steam damage, buddy. Mank Some, thank you. Been called for jury 7 times, had to go in 3, been on the jury once, was interesting, definitely worth doing once, even if it took 1.5 months. Yeah, I mean, it would be annoying and I would miss you guys because I'm sure I wouldn't be able to like stream, especially because I wouldn't trust myself to not say things that I'm not supposed to say. So I would like, it would kind of suck, but you know, I still want to do jury duty. What kind of sauna was it? From what you hear, Americans don't do the water on the stove style saunas, aka the real saunas. It like just pumps in steam from like vents on the wall and the ceiling. I don't know how that works. It just gets steamy. Not even a bit of skin on your lamps. Disappointing. To create context, thank you. You're hiding Kirsches in the attic, aren't you, Mrs. Fox Lady? In other news, your daughter's now 3 pounds and out of the isolette. Oh, fuck yeah! Happy, healthy baby times! Congratulations once again. There's a steam room and a sauna. Well, it gets like super wet. It's like super wet, so I just call it a sauna, right? That's like, is it not the same thing? Yeah. Okay. We're all caught up. So before we get to what's going on in Spania, I want to talk a little bit about Maine and how Maine is literally fucking killing themselves at the moment. So the Uninquirer reposted instead of just quote retweeting. It would have been nice if they quote retweeted this instead of posting the screenshot since it's their own post, I guess, but it says, if I was a landlord and found out my tenant was an illegal foreigner, is it illegal for me to contact ICE about my tenant's immigration status in Maine? And Grok said yes, under Maine's new 14 MRS 6025B, effective today, but July 29th. A landlord may not disclose a tenant's immigration status or other personal info to ICE. And then here's a Facebook comment where someone's like, harboring aliens is a federal crime, right? Like, New Maine law forces landlords to harbor illegal foreigners and fines them if they contact ICE. And then here's an article. Dozens of new laws in Maine are now in effect. Among them is the state's supplemental budget, which includes $300 relief checks for Mainers earning less than $50,000 a year. That's crazy. That's just free money constantly. what are we doing here? Why are we attempting some sort of soft UBI? Among them is the state supplemental budget, which includes $300 relief checks for Mainers earning less than $50,000 a year. Those payments are expected to begin going out on Friday. The budget also makes Maine's free community college program permanent. To qualify, students must have graduated from high school and lived in Maine for at least 1 year before enrolling. Man, I can't wait for those to be swarmed with foreigners. The scholarship covers 100% of tuition at all 7 of Maine's community colleges, but it does not cover fees. Another law that took effect Wednesday extends the state's affordable housing income tax credit. The governor's office says the program has encouraged the construction and preservation of hundreds of affordable homes across Maine. The tax credit has also been extended for another 8 years. Ahead of the new school year, cell phones will be banned in Maine classrooms. Other new laws also took effect this week to address ICE activity in Maine. Where is Maine getting the money for all of this, especially considering the level of fraud on par with Minnesota happening in Maine, sending money to foreign countries, especially Somalia? Like, what are we doing here? $50K a year is less than $24 an hour for a standard 40-hour work week? Yeah. The Wastelander, thank you. Super Wet Fox, you new merch pin idea. Average white guy, thank you. Maine, you want to go to federal or state prison? I mean, if you're white, I guess you just gotta pick which one. Devil Fruit Zero, thank you. If the government can summon a foxwoman to court, I should be able to summon one to court too. What kind of court? Like a rose garden court? They say at least 1 year, but how do they even verify they were here? There's a lot of people named Gonzalez, and if they don't have paperwork other than utility payments, they can just pass them around. That's true. That's fair. Bren Hydra, thank you. Federal law supersedes state law in this case. Let Maine try to enforce this. It'll be very interesting to see. Very interesting. Community is stronger than fear. New ICE out of Maine laws take effect. 3 new laws aimed at protecting Maine communities from immigration and customs enforcement's violent tactics take effect today. ICE's tactics aren't violent. The violence is what's going to happen if ICE is not able to do their jobs. Not as like any kind of wishful thinking on my part. I do not want violence to occur. That is just what's going to happen if you know anything about history. The laws, known collectively as ICE out of Maine laws, are called ICE out of policing, ICE out of our homes, and ICE out of schools and state healthcare. Maine legislature passed the laws this spring in response to the Trump administration's January ICE surge in Maine. According to the ACLU of Maine, the state's 107 police departments, 16 sheriff's departments, 12 state agencies and divisions, 17 housing authorities, and 253 school districts will need to comply with the new laws. The ICE out of policing law restricts jails and Maine law enforcement from cooperating with federal immigration agencies. The ACLU of Maine said this will ensure no person is forced to choose between calling for help in an emergency or facing deportation. See, people who are here illegally or fraudulently or who have, like, orders of deportation due to being extra criminal beyond just being here illegally, they should not be able to utilize our emergency services. If someone here illegally or fraudulently or is a criminal and should be deported calls for an ambulance, they should be deported. That, like, what are we doing here? Like, help them and then deport them. Our emergency services are for Americans, so it's crazy that this is something anyone would put down here. The emergency is the amount of illegals here. Unironically, yes. In a press briefing on Tuesday, Michael Kibidi, the policy director at the ACLU of Maine, said this new law will make sure local resources are not used to support the deportation machine. I wish we had a deportation machine, because the machine wouldn't even pay attention to any of these freaks trying to stop deportations from happening. It would just do it. The dude abides. Thank you for the 10 gift subby bubbies on Twitch, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, my dude. Tax-funded services are for taxpayers? Yes. Tax-funded services are for taxpayers, and we have people who aren't taxpayers but are American citizens, and they get the benefit of all of these things as well, because they're Americans. Foreigners should not get these benefits. Don't forget, before deporting them, they have to pay for the ambulance bill too, you know? If only we could force that. Deportation machine, I call that a helicopter. Joventino Via, thank you. Kirsche kitchen, please, like oven mitts or coasters. That would also be fucking wonderful. I want to try and have like a split between like just nice material to have merch, like a standee or a keychain and stuff like that, and then actual useful things, right? Like a sweatshirt is useful, you know? But I can't even think of merch stuff that I've given out. But I want to have like useful things, you know, like things people can use. Oven mitts, ladle. Oh, a ladle would be cute. A Kirsche egg timer that says Egu. Egu done! As a Filipino that came to the US legally, deport the illegals and jail those who defend illegals. Exactly. It's not that hard, man. Yeah, the wallet. Wallet is functional. Thank you, my guy. Brain, it doesn't work. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Federal laws supersede state laws. Maine landlords should tell state government to get bent. Also, if Maine's government is anything like Washington state, their budget is probably a train wreck. I can only imagine how much of a train wreck, because again, this is another state that is basically on par with Minnesota with their fraud. It is insane reading the things coming out of Maine, and more insane how it basically is flying under the radar. I do not see even like half of the posts on Twitter about Maine that I do about Minnesota. Like it just feels like, it feels like people in Maine are just screaming into a void of like, please help us, what the fuck? Kitchen cutlery? Oh my god. Flying Nanook, thank you. Remember, chatters, in conflict between federal and state laws, the federal laws rule supreme unless the Supreme Court rules otherwise. Send them home. They all must go back. Governments are always spending beyond their budgets. They're always in the deepest of reds. True. Anthony, thank you. Favorite Gothman says, remigration is the peaceful option. It is. Battleizer, thank you. How did your Kirsche plush ship faster than a plush ordered 2 weeks earlier? Why are you like this, U2s? U2's fucking on ball. That's crazy to me. Again, they weren't supposed to ship until September, so I guess whoever was making them just ingested a fuck ton of cocaine. I don't know, man. And call it the domestication line. Joventino Via, thank you. Please make Kirsche house items. You'll buy many. It'll be like me buying the Pokemon items. I want the Pokemon serving platter and the Pokemon dinner plates and the Pokemon glass cups and the Pokemon, like, cooking utensils. They're so cute. I love them. And the Kirsches are transporting cocaine. They're trying to help the Quime Bobs. Now, moin. The law will make Maine communities safer by building community trust in government officials and ensuring every person can call for help in an emergency, regardless of their immigration status, Kabidi said. Imagine listening to someone with the last name Kabidi. But also, the law will make Maine communities safer, that's a lie, by building community trust in government officials. American citizens should have zero trust in government officials at this point, like regardless of your politics. Because we have so many spineless do-nothing Republicans and the Democrats just want to kill you. So when they say building community trust, they mean non-Americans. Non-Americans are the community that they care about. They do not give a shit about you if you are a taxpayer, which is ironic. The Ice Out of Our Homes law prohibits landlords from sharing sensitive tenant information, including immigration-related information, with federal agents unless the agents present a valid judicial warrant. Ben Gaines, legal director at Maine Equal Justice, said his organization has worked with immigrants whose landlords have threatened to call ICE after the tenants complained about lack of heat or hot water. So see, the immigrants, they're illegal, they need to go the fuck home. The landlords, they're disgusting, and they want to get money from these illegals instead of actually having normal people in their buildings, because they know that they can treat these illegals worse because they can threaten them. If they were real patriots, first of all, they wouldn't even rent to illegals, but if they accidentally did, as soon as they found out they were illegal, they would report them to ICE. That is what a patriot does. These landlords are disgusting and should not be abided. Pretty similar up here in Canada. You're on a spite voter at this point. You have no allegiance to any party. They're scared of young people, not as gullible as the boomers. It's crazy, bro. Pyromaniac, thank you. Trusting government officials. Lol, Lamau even. You would be surprised, as I was surprised previously, that there are unironically people who can hear the "I'm from the government and I'm here to help," and instead of feeling like deep-rooted gut fear, they're like, "Yay, government here, everything fine!" And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Even Hawkenfreres, thank you. Building trust in the government by betraying citizens? Yeah, because, like, what are you citizens even good for? You're all gonna be replaced by these foreigners anyway, so any of your complaints just don't fucking matter. You've yet to talk to someone who's pro-illegals understand that the illegals are one step up from slaves in our country. It's kind of funny how it went from, but if we get rid of the slaves, who will pick our cotton, to if we get rid of the illegals, who will clean our bathrooms and cut our lawns and give us yummy tacos? Like what are we doing, dude? Steve, man, thank you for the fucking Domino's deal, brother. Miss Foxwife, you have a merch idea. A collection of mini acrylic standees of multiple genres, fantasy, sci-fi, etc. 1.25 inches tall, with a 1-inch base, exact size for IRL tabletop RPG play. That's very interesting. I would like to do, like, actual figurines, but I don't think I'm quite at a position to be able to do those things myself yet, so I would have to, like, partner with some place like Novel Horizons or whatever to do, like, actual figures. I'm not a super huge fan of, like, acrylic standees, but if they're, like, super ornate or if they're, like, lenticular, I love those, right? Because they're like a step up from a regular standee, in my opinion. You're basically at the end game mentality at this point. The trees are speaking Fed. The trees are speaking to me, and it's no longer just Vietnamese. Ralphie May once confronted a lady in his audience who legit thought her food at Whole Foods just showed up. It is amazing how some people think that way. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Maybe don't use Novel. Juniper's figure, it just got shipped and it's a mess. Well, that's the only name I could think of off the top of my head. I know that they've had some issues with their stuff. I don't know how good of a company they are. It's just the first name that came to mind. Lenticular, you made that word up? I don't think I made that word up. I think that's the correct word. I'm pretty sure that's the correct word. If you get a model designed, you can find a 3D print farm and get them made. It's lenticular and it's a real word. Yeah, that's what I said. Lenticular, right? Lenticular, whatever. The trees are speaking to you in mud hut language. Neon, thank you for the 15 months. A Kirsche breakfast cereal. I can't do food stuff because there's like a lot more regulations on that. A lot more regulations. Wastelander, thank you. Snort, let's get these plushies out today, boys. Yeah, right? Yeah, right? Anya. We should all feel safe in the places where our families live, learn, and heal, Gaines said. The eyes out of our homes law will help real tenants MEJ has worked with, protecting them from landlord behavior that shocks the conscience. Yeah. It shocks the conscience because the landlords know they can treat these people worse because they're here illegally. They shouldn't be here. This is something that can be held over them and make them suffer consequences. The consequences they should be suffering is getting rounded up by ICE and sent the fuck home. Not being treated like fucking animals by landlords that are evil. Like, what are we doing here? Painheart, thank you. Illinois already has the same law protecting illegals. They're currently trying to sue some landlords where there were ICE raids that took place. That's fucking insane, dude. The ICE out of schools and state healthcare law prohibits employees at public schools, state libraries, and 2 state-run psychiatric hospitals from voluntarily allowing immigration agents into non-public areas or sharing confidential records without a warrant signed by a judge. Sue Roche, the executive director of the Immigrant Legal Advocacy Project, said this law will help protect people who have been forced to withdraw from public life to try and stay safe. They should be forced to withdraw from public life. They are not entitled to a public life in America as an illegal. They should be in fear of being deported because they should be deported. This is insanity. How can you continuously try to make people feel bad for these individuals who are criminals? What are we doing? But they just want a better life. Then they can make a better life in their home country. What are we doing? People are afraid to send their children to school. Good. They're afraid to go to work. Good. Apply for new jobs. They shouldn't be getting jobs as an illegal. Seeking higher education. They shouldn't be entitled to higher education as an illegal. Or to have any contact with Maine's law enforcement. Good. The only contact with law enforcement should be getting deported. Which includes seeking protection or reporting crimes. Hello, yes, sir. I know that I'm a criminal, but I would like to report a different crime. What are we doing? What the fuck am I reading? I hate Maine. When members of our community are too afraid to go about their daily life, to educate their children, to share public safety or public health information, we're all harmed. No, we're all harmed when you duplicitous clowns allow these illegals to stay in our communities. Our as in Americans. They can go about their daily life in their home country. They can educate their children in their home country. They can share public safety and public health information in their home country. It's like these people are trying to make it into it's a eugenics pogrom to send people back to their home countries. No, it's fucking not. That's where they live. That's their country. Those are their people. If their country is a shithole, they should make it better. Us who don't want America to be a shithole, we want to make it better. When you become a dad, you get the idea of wanting to leave a crap hike to make a better life for your kids. You understand that? It doesn't mean you get to be shielded from the consequences of your actions because you understand it. Yeah, I understand that people want to do whatever they can to make sure their child has a better life. But a lot of the time, these people are very similar to my mother, where they just like use the children as a feel bad for us and give us all your free shit. It's not even like a they care for the kids kind of situation. Look at how many crocodile tears we've seen. Your old coworker's husband got picked up by ICE. He's white. You're secretly happy. Good. Good. I don't care about their skin color. If they're here illegally, if they're here fraudulently, if they've committed even more crimes beyond just entering illegally, get the fuck out. No, don't send me back to a country filled with people like me. Anything but that, right? Go back to Canada, you fucking leaf. Parasites always scream when you remove them. No exceptions. No exceptions! And it's insane that so many people fall for it. Roche said that the recent killing of Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero by an ICE agent in Biddeford had heightened this fear. I don't even remember which shooting this was, but like there's no way that the ICE officer was in the wrong based on all of the other footage we've seen. And it's like, it's sad that that's become the case, right? Like 30 years ago, it would have been like, well, the Fed is obviously in the wrong. But now, after how many fucking body cam videos, like, make it so you see the reality and it's actually not the Fed that's in the wrong? It's just like, come on, man. I will never forgive the left. Not for wanting me broke and dead and my children raped and brainwashed, but for making me fucking defend Feds. Guy driving in circles gets dealt with through the windshield. Oh, okay, it's that one? Oh, yeah, I saw the video for that one. Cryptor, thank you. Illegal shouldn't even get the 2,600 to self-deport. They shouldn't, but we're being generous. And it's crazy that they're even like, nope, we wanna keep taking even more advantage by staying here. We're not gonna take your handout and go home. Greatest crime of leftists is making you cheer for the Feds. It fucking exactly. It's insane. I hate it. Think of the children, like the Screen Act, where we'll all get ID just to use the internet before we ever get voter ID. Yep, any kind of digital ID push, like beyond how just dumb it is in the first place, if they keep trying to pass digital ID before voter ID, like you just know those people are full of shit, right? They don't care. It's all about surveillance. It was another you aren't allowed to hit me with your car shooting, you know? All the leftists would call America evil, can't even name another country they would rather be in. It's almost comical if the situation weren't so dire. A Wastelander, thank you. Did Turker Gerbs? True. When most leftists are asked like what country they would want to go to, they usually name a country that's even whiter than America, right? They name like some Nordic country, and it's just like, what's wrong with you, man? Your dad's fiance told you illegal immigrants aren't criminals, and you responded with, then why are they called illegal immigrants? And that shut her down the entire argument. That's why they started calling them undocumented immigrants, because if you call them illegal, we can't do that, because then we acknowledge that they broke a law. Flash the Mystic, thank you. For fun only, cheese and butter knife could have a smiling Kirsche. The rest is obsessed, passionate yandere mode. Kirsche on regular cutters. That's actually also a really cool idea. Oh. Do I freeze on stream when I do this? I recently changed my screenshot button. Okay. Keyboard is about to light on fire. I typey fast! Imperatus, thank you. Your mom's last jury duty was for a SWAT standoff that happened across the street from your house. She told them outright he was guilty. It was funny. Oh my god. Mateo Co-Star, thank you. You're annoyed that we pay self-deporters, but you want the ones we have to hunt down to be treated as inhumanely as we can get away with. I don't like inhumane treatment. I understand that some people are so fed up that, like, they have that, like, weird bloodlust. I get it. I don't like that. I want things to be handled peacefully. I know what's going to happen if things can't be handled peacefully, and I would like to avoid that reality. Leftists want to play word games. Fine, they win. No longer call them illegal immigrants. Instead, to call them by their name, invaders. True. True. No. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Forced to withdraw from public life. Oh no, won't someone think of the poor criminals? Dear Lord, you hate the ACLU. This is not a moral quandary. They have to go back, you know? You know? I have another article of the ACLU's view on something. I can't remember if it's the main thing or the Spain thing, but we'll get to it. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Wanted to tell me that you saw a clip on X of Bill Maher talking to David Cross on his podcast. I don't know who David Cross is. Maher told Cross that people need to start calling democratic socialists need to just be honest and call themselves commies. You lulled. I mean, the like baseline of being a commie is to lie about it. Like you just lie about everything to get what you want. That's what commies do. They're like oh god. You too would like to get into a situation where we don't have to be in a situation where we can no longer vote away our problems, or doing things the non-violent way is no longer effective, you know? You know? Joventino Villa, thank you. A Kirsche coat rack, blinds, shower curtain, chair. I don't know how I would do like blinds and stuff, right? Okay, let's see here. The 26-year-old father and husband was driving to work when an ICE agent shot and killed him near his apartment. What a funny way of rephrasing that. What a funny way of rephrasing tried to run over an ICE agent. The ICE outlaws are a necessary and key part of Maine's response to the federal administration, Roche said. They're needed to protect all of us, and by all of us he means not Americans, and to begin to repair some of the trust in Maine's public institutions where the trust has been lost. You know how to restore trust in Maine's institutions? Work with ICE to deport the invaders. What are you talking about? Ruben Torres, the advocacy and policy manager at Maine Immigrants' Right Coalition, said the ICE out of Maine laws offer a different path forward following the January surge and the July 13th murder of Guerrero. If these past 2 weeks have taught us anything, it's this: community is stronger than fear. Mainers have shown up for one another, neighbors have supported neighbors, organizations have stood shoulder to shoulder, and Mainers have picked up the phone. Together we have demonstrated that the answer to fear is not division, it's community. And that's why we're here today, to build a Maine where local resources remain dedicated to local communities.
At your house!
Or in the ring.
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner.
I'm the winner, yay! You know who? Thank you. Digital ID is taking effect through the Screen Act next year or thereabouts. Look to US HB 7757 to see who are our most traitorous congresspeople. Have they actually passed digital ID? I haven't seen a single person saying it's passed. I haven't seen anyone saying that. That's insane if they manage to, like, get it around literally everybody. And, thank you, you know who. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. But, to build a Maine where local resources remain dedicated to local communities, you mean, like, Jubbaland, the local community of Jubbaland, where your tax dollars are going to fraudulently? It's just like, I get so fucking angry hearing this rhetoric now, because it's like, when they talk about this, we know they don't mean Americans. We know they don't mean taxpayers. We know that they mean the, like, invaders that they have named their pets, because they can do whatever the fuck they want as long as they wield this cudgel of, like, chaos and violence against actual citizens. So angry. So ridiculous. Ethan Grant, thank you. Mainer here. Your state is a fucking joke. I'm sorry to say, yes, it is. It's okay. My home state of Massachusetts isn't exactly in a better position. Skyman, thank you for the 20 months, my dude. Thank you. Joventino Via, thank you. God willing you get this house. You'll put your housewarming registry on Kirsche shop. The Foxy will welcome friend and deter foe. It's a 4-bed, 2-bath. Oh, fuck yeah, bro. Extra space for the wife and kids, right? Right? They have absolutely fast-tracked digital ID, and they're merging armed forces and intelligence with Israel, but we get the SAVE Act. Oh, wait. No, we don't. I don't know what the state of merging the military stuff is, but I sincerely hope we don't fucking do that. Because what the fuck? Choco, thank you. Hear you out. A Kirsche cooking stream in your big kitchen. Also, more Digimon when? Probably tomorrow, unless something crazy kicks off. But, I do owe you guys a cooking stream. I probably, at this point, I feel so bad about how delayed it has been that I'll probably do more than just the botulism. I'll probably try to cook something else, too. Now, why not? Have a good meal and some botulism as a dessert? The merger is at the MIC level, not at the command structure, which is arguably a little scarier. I don't know what MIC means. I apologize. Okay. Aren't merging militaries? I hope not. I know that that was a thing that was proposed, but I hope not. What are you going to cook, or is it a surprise? I was going to learn how to cook raspberry preserves was the thing that I owe, but I'll probably do something else to also just do more. It's not merging anything, it's sharing intelligence information. Same shit we've done with European nations for decades. People just have Israel derangement syndrome. If it's just sharing intelligence, I suppose that's fine, but also... Here it is, here's the ACLU thing. No warrant, big problem. Ice out of our homes law protects Maine renters. We all have a right to be safe at home. Maine's new Ice out of our homes law will help protect renters and landlords from rogue federal agents. So I brought this up so you can have a peer into the mind of insanity. This is an article by a guy, Zachary Hayden, chief counsel, he, him. He needs those pronouns bold-faced on an article he wrote, obviously. But this is a peek into the mind of someone who thinks that this is a good idea. Who thinks that this is the correct direction we should be going in. The safety of home. Our nation's legal tradition has long recognized the home as a special place of safety, privacy, and refuge. For example, there's a long-standing principle of self-defense in criminal law that permits the use of force to defend a home and its inhabitants. This principle is called the Castle Doctrine. It is a remarkable feature of our legal system that applies with equal force to all homes, from a single-room studio apartment to the sort of multi-room, multi-acre mansion more commonly associated with the term castle. Both are considered castles under the Castle Doctrine, and the people living in both are equally entitled to safety and security in their homes. Could you ever have imagined a scenario where a leftist would invoke the Castle Doctrine? And the fact that the leftist is invoking the Castle Doctrine so that foreign invaders who don't belong here and are here illegally can protect themselves from being deported instead of you protecting yourself from burglars and rapists and murderers entering your home. This is like one of the most disgusting things that I have read. And I cannot imagine what these people will do when their policies and their beliefs eventually come to their logical conclusion. I swear to God, of course they'd invoke it for non-Americans. Yeah, it's like beyond disgusting. I do not have words in the English language to describe how grotesque and treasonous this line of thinking is. You, American citizen, you're not allowed to use your Second Amendment right to defend yourself. In fact, we have to make all these caveats and laws to prevent you from doing so in different ways. However, this foreign invader here who wants to steal from you, they can defend themselves under the Second Amendment. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. When it comes to the Constitution, people are not upholding it correctly, and it is being exploited and used against us in order to restrict us, remove our rights, and conquer us. If we try to stick strictly to the laws that we have been bound by, we're not going to get our way out of this. We're not going to. And I agree with the people who are just like, well, instead of eschewing it, people should just uphold it correctly. I agree. But people are not going to just. So what is there to be done? Internet Zen Master, thank you. The safety of home. Oi, Yakami. Illegals aren't in a home. They're squatters. They do not get that defense. That's also true. Illegals should not have had any access to renting. They should have not had any access to mortgages. They should not have any access to buying homes. Any home that an illegal is living in is not their home by definition. They are squatting in a house that they have no right to. They must be deported. Swooky wookie, thank you. Feed us, Seymour. Feed us the cooking stream. I remember that movie. An average white guy, thank you. If you think that the bill merges the military, you're a lost cause. I have not read the bill. I have just seen people posting about it on Twitter, and everybody says that it's merging militaries. I have no idea. If it does say that, I hope it doesn't, because that's fucking stupid. If it's just sharing intelligence, then who fucking cares? With the Greenwise frozen berries E. coli outbreak, the FDA declared, you wonder if the illegals contaminated the frozen berries? You mean like the poop lettuce? Ethan Grant, thank you. I already read that. Thank you again. Thank you again. Super Lane, thank you. If they're invoking the castle doctrine for this, then aren't the Dems advocating for illegals to end ICE agents when they come to arrest them? Yes, they are. Yes, they absolutely are. It's the exact same shit as when they were all like, hey, members of the military, you know you don't have to listen to illegal orders, right? You know that the orders being given to you are illegal orders, and you should be saying no to them, right? And then immediately after, like a Marine, was it Marines or National Guardsmen that got shot? There's like some fucking crazy ass went and shot them, and it's like, what are we doing here? Like, why do you keep doing this? I know why you keep doing this, you filthy fucking communist, but it's fucking aggravating that nobody does anything about it. DSC, thank you for the 14 months. The main shit causes you psychic damage. They're genuinely going against the federal immigration laws, and this administration will do nothing. Yeah, you get to have a lot of nice hard rhetoric of, ooh, we're gonna write a strongly worded letter. The strongly worded letter doesn't fucking matter if there's no action behind it, man. You can write all the strongly worded letters you want, but if there's no action to back it up, like, it might as well not even be real. Another example comes from prohibitions against unreasonable searches and seizures found in the federal constitution and all state constitutions. Under the 4th Amendment to U.S. Constitution, people have a reasonable expectation of privacy in their homes. If law enforcement wants to search through a person's private home without permission, or even bring a drug-sniffing dog to the doorway, they need to get a search warrant signed by a judge. Again, these people will use your principles against you in order to conquer you. And there's nothing that you can do about it if you refuse to drop your principles and actually fight them where they stand. They don't care about the Constitution, they don't care about your principles, they just care about how they can use it to make you do what they want, and also to prevent you from defending yourself. As Justice Scalia noted in his majority opinion in Florida versus Jardines, when it comes to the 4th Amendment, the home is the first among equals. And like the Castle Doctrine, the protection against unreasonable searches of the home applies with equal force to mansions and apartments alike. Further, the protection is available for people who own their homes and people who rent. These protections are key to letting people live freely in the safety and comfort of their own home. Illegals don't have homes here. They are squatters in houses they have no rights to. They must be deported. Here's the problem. Landlords often know private information about their tenants, including their immigration status. Even the most caring, supportive landlords who want to respect their tenants' privacy could be bullied by coercive federal agents trying to get them to turn over information that could put their tenants' safety or even their lives at risk. Their safety and their lives are not at risk if they do not resist being detained. If you try to run over a federal agent, you will get shot. That's like very simple cause and effect. Internet Zen Master, thank you. We're not merging militaries. That's Iranians bringing up stuff that was debunked back in the spring, and people who hate Israel beyond reason not doing 5 minutes of research. Chatter, stop getting one-shot by sandbox idiocy. I mean, I haven't done any research into it, so I can only go by what you guys tell me in chat. Alucard, thank you. Drop your principles. Skip homework. It's so tiring, man. It's so tiring. Appalachian Yeti, thank you. We should invoke Castle Doctrine at the border. After seeing what's happening to Spain, I'm surprised that hasn't been suggested. People are saying communists aren't people is dehumanizing rhetoric, but it's true. Communists are state property. Only citizens and corporations are people. Robert Brooks, thank you. When you lived in Maine back in 2000 military, you thought it was weird when you went to Bangor and was floored as it was like walking into Mogadishu. I guess I never realized how bad the Somalian issue was in Maine until I watched, like, this Stephen King show months ago, and I brought it up on stream. And I was like, it was done way long ago. I want to say like 10 plus years ago or some shit. And I was just like, what the fuck? What the action? I had no idea that Maine was basically Little Mogadishu this whole fucking time. This is insane to see. Actually insane. You suggest landmines and machine gun nets on the border years ago. Good lord. You understand this question will make some people mad, but you need to ask, what if ICE burst into a home and arrests someone that is found to be a US citizen? You want the illegals gone, and you want immigration to be halted, but how do we protect our people? Well, don't harbor illegal immigrants. End of. There hasn't been an actual US citizen arrested, except for the one that was harboring a pedophile illegal immigrant. That's the only one so far that I know of that has been arrested, and I feel like that makes sense that he was arrested. We're not merging militaries, but now Israel will have a full backdoor access to all military intelligence, and Congress no longer would have to appropriate funds for them. They would just get them with every military funding bill. It's not a merging, it's a molestation of US sovereignty. I mean, again, I don't know. I haven't read the bill. I show them my fucking documents. Yeah, also that. If ICE comes to arrest you and you're a US citizen, you just say, hey, I have my ID over there in my wallet. Go check it out. I'm a US citizen. ICE's error rate is something like half a dozen people out of over 1 million. It's pretty impressive, I will say. It's pretty bad. At one point, the Somalis were trying to buy up huge part of land to make a little Somalia in Lewiston. I don't think it worked out, but they eat up the Section 8 housing up there. Doesn't surprise me, unfortunately. And it's also crazy because Maine used to be a very, very affordable New England state. I remember, like, I can't remember if it was before I moved to Georgia or shortly after, but I was looking at like house prices in the area just to like see what the like temperature kind of was. And you could buy like good sized houses on the western border of Maine, like with New Hampshire, for like $90,000. Like, yeah, you're not near like a giant fucking metropolitan city, but you're also not super far from one either. Everything is crazy close together here. So it's like, if you could buy a $90,000 house, yeah, I'll drive 30 minutes to the nearest city. That's not a big fucking deal. And jumping ahead, but related, the Muslim apologists and Israel haters blaming the invasion of Spain on the Jews is insane. I got some tabs on that, though. just you wait. Citizens get arrested over things they didn't do and over bullshit that isn't a crime happens literally every day. Why the hell do these people think it's different when it's immigration enforcement? I don't know, man. Like, there was some fucking meter maid that couldn't speak English that my friend had to deal with in a town close to me. And they were just like, I paid for parking, and then the meter maid ticketed me, and they said that like there was something wrong with my license plate, and so my payment didn't count. And I kept showing them the proof of payment for the meter, and they just wouldn't accept it. And so I had to go to the town hall and fight it. And I was like, that's fucking ridiculous. I hope you reported them to ICE. Oh my god. An average white guy, thank you. Can we push Maine into India's North American colony? Might have to. Worse, unsavory landlords might use immigration status to pressure tenants not to report substandard or dangerous living conditions, or they might turn over immigration information to federal authorities because they find it easier than the legal eviction process. You see, they better turn over immigration information. I don't care if it's like easier than eviction. Also, if they're trying to evict someone, what the fuck did that person do to get evicted? I have never seen personally an eviction that did not make sense. Sorry, if you're getting an eviction notice, if you're actually getting evicted, you fucked up, brother. It's very easy to not get an eviction notice. Landlords do this thanks to your liberal policies. Yeah, and I was about to say, the unsavory landlords using the immigration status to pressure tenants not to report substandard or dangerous living conditions, those landlords should face jail time and fines for harboring illegal immigrants and renting property to illegal immigrants. Send the illegals home, deport them post-haste, but these landlords, much like the companies that hire illegals, also need to have punishments. If you remove the incentive, you remove the behavior. Tenant protection laws protect all of us except for illegals, because tenant protection laws should not apply to people who should not be able to rent or buy homes under the law. They should not be able to do these things because we all have an interest in making sure that people are able to avoid homelessness and that we can all live safely in our own homes. Yeah, I do want to make sure people avoid homelessness. Send them back to their home country. On July 29th, Maine's new Ice Out of Our Homes law goes into effect. This law prohibits landlords from disclosing certain personal and sensitive details about tenants, such as a tenant's national origin, citizenship, immigration status, or alien registration number, among other details. If a landlord breaks the law, there are clear penalties. The tenant can recover the actual damages they suffered, or $1,000, whichever is greater, as well as reasonable attorney's fees. And the tenant can obtain a court order to prevent the recurrence of unlawful conduct. Maine is trying to codify in law that illegal immigrants who shouldn't be here and don't belong here and commit crime to get here have more rights than you do, and they're using the Constitution to defend this egregious behavior. You must learn the Constitution is being used against you, and no one is going to actually use it in the correct way. We are far beyond that at this point. Could this incentivize landlords not renting to illegals to completely avoid dealing with this law? I doubt it, because it's going to be a lot of landlords who are just like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck. They just want the money. Liam Sexton, thank you. You were in Cali for Okage and none of the Uber drivers you used could speak good English. Normally, you would not care, but it's a sign of the times. Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. The Constitution doesn't say shit about renting to illegals. You must have missed the part where he literally used the Constitution to defend illegals being able to shoot ICE agents who come to their house under Castle Doctrine, as well as like whatever the fuck else he used in here, I can't remember, but something about like the housing clause in the 4th Amendment. But it's like, that is what they're doing. It does not matter if that's not what the Constitution says. There is no one standing up saying, you can't do this with the Constitution. They don't have these protections under the Constitution. No one is standing up for it. No one is telling them they can't do this. They are just doing it. So it doesn't matter what the Constitution says. It matters how people are interpreting it and using it. This is where you need to live. Stop living in happy unicorn rainbow land. That's not where we are. You have to contend with fucking reality. This is just super extra bonus retarded. Medieval Spawn, thank you for the 7 months, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. We're confident that if landlords know the law, they're going to follow it. And if federal immigration agents try to trick or bully landlords into disclosing personal information about their tenants, they'll be told to come back with a valid judicial warrant, just like they would need for any other search of a person's home. Which is, again, a weird thing to say, because all of these ICE agents, they have orders of detention for these people. They have active warrants for the removal of these people. When people sign a lease, they should feel confident that their sensitive personal information is safe and secure. Unfortunately, ICE agents cannot be trusted. You could have expanded that to just every federal person, but unfortunately, the feds are more trustworthy than the illegal immigrants and the duplicitous communists who defend them. I will never forgive the left for making me defend fucking feds, dude. This is insanity. They lied in January about their revoltingly titled Operation Catch of the Day, which they said was targeting the worst of the worst. But really, it turned our communities upside down while causing terror to our neighbors, our co-workers, and the kids with whom our kids go to school. Good. It's not terror, it's protecting the neighborhood. Only 11 of the nearly 200 people arrested even had any criminal record. I think you mean 200 out of 200, because entering the country illegally is a criminal act. What are we doing here? Your communities are full of criminals. Oh my god, it's so heavy. Oh my god, giant ice block, bro. I need a sipper of juice. A solution to cover this: have a judge at the ICE facility sign off on the arrest warrant. Oh god, I gotta put my juice on the floor. It's so fucking soaked from melting. It's so soaked and I don't want it to touch any of my electronics. People writing these articles would call the cops on you for trespassing on a blade of grass on their property. Oh my god, I saw the funniest fucking video the other day, and it was in Maine too. It was in Maine. Oh god, I don't think I could find it in my tabs because I know I brought it up and I just never was able to get to it. But it was like some guy, and he was parked in front of a house that was just like, nobody is illegal on stolen land or whatever, and then some other fucking stupid, dumb shit liberal sign. And then he panned the camera, and it had a, do not turn around in driveway sign. Oh, God. Oh, God, I need to see that. Yeah, the don't you dare turn around in my driveway one. Exactly. It was so fucking good. I wish I had that link. I wish I had the link. Anemonia. Okay, ein Moment. Ein Moment. Vladimir Crystal, thank you for the 20 gift members on YouTube, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Big fucking huge 20. Painheart, thank you. The Illinois law prevents landlords from using immigration status as a reason to refuse an applicant. In other words, avoid being a landlord in Illinois. Man, that makes me think of a video. Detainment for illegals isn't a criminal arrest and therefore does not require a warrant. The feds can use the extingent circumstances of believing there's a criminal present to ignore the need for one to enter. All that is required is leaders with the courage to actually give the orders. I wonder where those leaders are. Where could they be? The ACLU says, we're representing one man who was swept up by ICE, put in fear for his life, and then let go. I can only imagine that this person needs to be deported, but it's on the ACLU site, so I doubt we're going to get any actual information about him. Carvajal Munoz versus Raven Camp. Let's see what kind of criminal activity this guy did. Let's just take a little looksy-peeksy really quick. Carrie Bear, thank you for the 19 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, what does this say? Maine lawsuit is testing the boundaries of suing federal immigration agents. Federal law makes it very difficult to file lawsuits against feds, but some states have adopted their own laws to give people a so-called cause of action to sue. One morning in late January, civil engineer Juan Sebastian Carva, whatever the fuck, was driving to work in Portland, Maine, when federal agents in town for the so-called Operation Catch of the Day immigration crackdown boxed in his car, smashed his windows, and shackled him, allegedly refusing to look at his work visa, as they locked him in a windowless cell in Massachusetts. Hours later, he was released without explanation about 100 miles from home at night. Although Munoz had a valid visa to be in the country, he alleges the immigration agents falsely arrested him for hours, violating his 4th and 5th Amendment rights to equal protection and due process. His experience is far from exceptional. Scenes like this, blah, blah, blah. Lawyers and state lawmakers are vying to change. He's using a Maine law to sue federal agents, provides a state law cause of action for violations of the federal constitution by federal officers. In so doing, he is serving as an early test of the legal theory that those state-level statutes could serve to constrain ICE agents. Okay, so this doesn't exactly tell me anything about what he did. Now that's a name. Yeah, no pictures of the car, nothing. Munoz, who is being represented by the ACLU, is still invoking Bivens as well as the Federal Tort Claims Act in a civil suit against the federal agents who arrested him. His attorneys argue that both of these should provide enough standing, but they hope that, even if a judge doesn't agree and would otherwise throw the case out, his claims could still proceed in federal court under the Maine Civil Rights Act alone. While state law is usually contested in state courts, federal law removes legal action against federal officers to federal courts and generally gives federal courts original jurisdiction over constitutional questions, meaning that even cases brought only under these state laws would be heard in federal courts. Mr. Carvajal was being abducted during the 15 hours that he spent in ICE custody. He did not have the opportunity to find a lawyer and run to court and say, "Stop detaining me, release me." Scott Michelman, legal director of the ACLU of DC, who's representing Munoz, told Bolts. All we can do now after the fact is try to get him compensation for his ordeal and also, through that compensation, try to deter further unconstitutional aggression by federal officers. See, once again, this guy should not have any constitutional protections. Michelman is very familiar with just how difficult it is to sue federal officers using federal law, following the infamous 2020 clearing of DC's Lafayette Square of police reform protesters. I don't really care about this guy's opinions on shit. I want to know more about, like, why Munoz was detained in the first place, right? This doesn't seem like it will have that information, though, unfortunately. It's just, Cloward and Piven Communist Manifesto overload the system bullshit. I mean, it probably is, but I would still like to have that information regardless, right? But I can't find, like, the articles that come up are like ACLU of Maine, American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU of DC. That Bolts mag was very biased in its writing as well. So, like, where am I supposed to find information on what happened to this guy and why he's suing? Da, 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 da. The less you know about why they were arrested, the better they can paint them as a victim. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's like, it should not be this hard. Here's another article. Maine engineer with an H-1B visa sues over long day in custody. Trump administration policies have added limits and costs for one industry-employed visa holder, a humiliating detention. Maine engineer from Colombia working legally under an H-1B visa was detained, shackled, and held by U.S. This is probably going to be the same write-up that we read earlier since they used the same shackled wording. Long day in January. During an operation meant to sweep up illegal immigrants in the state for deportation, ICE released the engineer after 12 hours, but now he's suing, and an agent who held him for wrongful detention. Studied for a master's degree at the University of Maine before accepting a job related to bridge soil and foundation analysis at GEI Consultants in Portland. His detention and lawsuit come in a year when engineering and other firms face sharply reduced opportunities to fill open positions with non-citizens using the H-1B visa program as the Trump administration limits legal immigration. Why is that a problem? That's a good thing. Sharply reduced opportunities to fill open positions with non-citizens? That's a good thing. Especially the way that these weirdos worded it. It makes it sound even better. Like, what? What the fuck? On the morning of January 22nd, while Munoz drove to work in Portland, ICE agents involved in the sweep stopped him and sought identification. According to his lawsuit filed in federal district court in Portland, he displayed a real ID driver's license while at the wheel, with the driver's side window still closed, and was reaching for his phone when an agent smashed the window and placed him in a full-body shackle. I feel like we are missing some information here. There's, I hope these agents were wearing body cams, because what the fuck are they talking about? What followed, according to Munoz, was a day of forced riding along as the agents, one wore a mask, seemingly sought to deliberately humiliate him by crisscrossing the area but never returning him to his still-running car with the keys inside. Later in the day, the agents took him with other prisoners, the fucking editor here, to a parking lot where they were offered a chance to urinate and then drove to a detention center in Burlington, Mass, more than 100 miles away, where Munoz was held for a short while before being abruptly released and forced to make his way back to his car by bus. Munoz, whose case is supported by the ACLU, claims that he was deliberately profiled by ICE agents based on his physical appearance. Even though I followed all the rules, federal agents targeted me based on my race, he said in a press release issued when the lawsuit was filed. Full body shackle isn't something done for the average offender. Yeah, it's like, we're definitely missing some information. ICE could have been in the wrong here, but the way that this is worded makes me incredulous about the way it's being told. Sounds like he fought them, you know? When stopped by any law enforcement, do start shuffling and bumbling around with the window up. Real high IQ move there. This was in January, so it was before they made body cams mandatory. It was before they were mandatory, but a lot of ICE agents had them. And so I hope these were part of the agents that had them. Body cams need to be absolutely necessary so people cannot lie about these things any longer. A nice spokesperson said it doesn't comment on litigation. It isn't clear if Munoz is still employed by GEI Consultants. A spokeswoman for the company, citing privacy concerns, declined to comment on that or on the company's use of H-1B visas to fill positions. This is just about H-1B visa stuff, so that has nothing to do with the actual guy. Yeah, I guess there's not a lot of information about this guy out here, so I would like the body cam footage before I really make an opinion on it, you know? I'm willing to give a benefit of the doubt that ICE could have been in the wrong, like humans make mistakes, right? But based on pattern recognition and everything we've seen, it's probably the ACLU and the illegal immigrant who are lying. There was probably like a lapse on his H-1B or some other kind of nonsense that they're not telling us. Maybe he fought the ICE agent and that's why they broke the window. I would like to see, because pattern recognition once again tells us that ICE is probably not in the wrong here. They could be, probably not. I want the body cam footage before I have a solid opinion on it. They stopped hiring locally after the pandemic. Thanks, I hate it. Maine's new ICE out of our homes law is a response to the Trump administration's lawless actions, and it'll take effect alongside 2 other laws. ICE out of policing and ICE out of schools and state health care. If the federal government won't protect people in Maine, then Mainers will look after one another just like we always have. These aren't Mainers. These aren't Mainers, man. These are not American citizens. Nearly 100 years ago, Justice Brandeis observed in his Dissident in Olmsted versus U.S. that the right to be left alone is the most comprehensive of rights, and the right most valued by civilized men. The new ICE out of our homes law... The right to be left alone is the most comprehensive of rights and the right most valued by civilized men. Did they just accidentally say that everyone who is on the left is uncivilized? Did they just accidentally say that the goal of the left is to destroy civilized men by saying this? Because nobody on the left is willing to let anyone be left alone. This is why we've had cancel culture for so long. That flies directly in the face of the right to be left alone. The fuck are we talking about here? Fucking, my brain was on the slow gear, but that snapped into place. I was like, wait, hold on a minute. Hold your horses, buddy. Patchouli, thank you. You're tinfoiling here, but in before this Colombian national was told by some activist group to refuse to present documentation for a chance at a wrongful detention claim. I would not be surprised if there are people telling, like, actual visa holders to do that in order to bloat the system. It would not surprise me in any way, shape, or form. Because communists, all they do is lie. Heathen from Texas, thank you for the 15 months. Munya, you got your first shipment of merch. Can't wait to get the rest. First day of your new shift schedule at work. You'll be working a 14-hour shift tonight. Fuck yeah, buddy! I hope you have a good time. And hopefully 14-hour shifts mean you're gonna get long weekends. Get more than 2 days off, I hope. You're kind of glad Kirsche latched onto that too. Yeah, I was like, hold up. Wait a minute. Alfurious Strout, thank you. Why are we forced to sieve through foreign piles of feces looking for golden kernels when we can just grow our own higher quality corn? I have absolutely no idea. You know, it's just like, why do we keep doing this? Torger, thank you. A bit delayed by work, but just have the landlords contact a third party out of state who then contacts the agency themselves. I mean, the ICE tip line is completely anonymous as well, so it's like, how would anyone even know the landlord said anything, you know? Schmear Lies, thank you for the swastikas. You're stateside and you forgot the stream starts at 3 p.m. Welcome to Corsica. The ACLU is truly just a skin suit at this point. It's very gross. JCM Goose, thank you for the 7 months, my guy. Thank you. Hope you can provide for the Corsia spawn troop. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Did you just hear them cite a dissent in a case, as in the side that lost in court? I didn't even catch that one. That's a good catch. That is a good catch. Thank you, Internet Zen Master. Battleizer, thank you. Freudian slips are common, Foxy. You know this. I do, but it's still surprising to see it, like, out in the open on some place like the ACLU instead of, like, hidden away in some weird fucking corner of a news website from Bridge, you know? Apparently your younger brother in college had some roommates not even arrive thanks to their visas not being approved on time, if at all. Thanks, Trump, for accidentally increasing the odds of American college students having a room for themselves for the price of a 2 or 3. Hell yeah, buddy! Hell yeah. Okay, I'm all caught up. Beep, beep. The new ICE out of our home law establishes clear legal standards that protect everyone by ensuring people can follow the law, rather than give in to pressure or coercion from a rogue agency like ICE. You keep calling it that, but that doesn't make it true. In that way, it safeguards the right to be left alone against landlords and government actors who would intrude upon it. What about the rights of landlords to not have to rent to people that will destroy their property? What about that? Well, the state of Maine only has the authority to regulate what is under its own jurisdiction. ICE outlaws will make every community safer. However, these protections will only work if they're fully implemented. A wide range of public officials oversee many of the local systems affected by these laws, including county commissioners, mayors, police chiefs, superintendents, and sheriffs. It should not be forgotten that this is exactly what they said when we need to actually replace these people. Because it's not just replacing the politicians, apparently. It's also replacing police chiefs, superintendents, and sheriffs. So, let's, fucking do it, buddy. Dr. Cheese Pants, how delicious. Sonny Knockvey is being sued by a sheriff in Wisconsin for allegedly lying about being detained here and dropped off in the middle of nowhere. What the fuck? They could just sue based on a lie as well? That's fucking wild. Motherfucker, state law is going to override federal laws? You're still not sure how they think this is gonna work? It almost sounds like they want to go to war with ICE. How state laws override federal laws? You know, I feel like there might be a flag that people fly when they're rolling coal that might have something to say about states' rights, you know, and, you know, maybe they even, like, lost a war over it as well, you know? I don't know. Out of the Democrats, the more things change, the more they stay the same. That sounds like treason. Let's see, does this go to... Yeah, okay, this is more on the main stuff. Here's some strange demon skin suiting as a human being. Scarborough, Maine, removing ICE facility, city council meeting. Lady claims we must have illegal foreigners in Maine. Otherwise, white people will die.
I work at one of Maine's biggest processing plants in accounting. I need you to understand, businesses in Maine do not have local people to do these jobs. We do not seasonal work. My company has paid hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years in order to get these people.
Look at how she's fucking shaking. Look at how she's shaking that she might lose her slave labor. That's insane. This is like something I would expect from like a Confederate lass back in the day. It's like, but if you get rid of the slaves, how can I have my pretty dresses?
In Maine, to do the work they are legally allowed to do. I can no longer trust the community police officers, not knowing if I am to say that I have a friend of color that they might tip off ICE and end up outside their door.
Did she just say she's afraid to interact with police because if she says she has a friend of color, they might arrest them? She does realize that not all illegals are brown, right? She does know that, right? Hold on a minute.
Police officers, not knowing if I am to say that I have a friend of color that they might tip off ICE and end up outside their door.
That's insane. That's insane. What the fuck? This woman is nuts. She is nuts. That's crazy. Also, imagine referring to a friend of yours as my friend of color instead of just my friend. Like... Liberal racism continues to be undefeated.
You need to do the right thing if you can call yourself Americans. My family came from Canada.
That's true. We do need to do the right thing if we want to continue to call ourselves Americans, which is to say no to these crazy women who cry about these nonsense things and the deportations. I keep pronouncing it like abortion. The deportations must continue.
Germany not too long ago. If we continue this fear and if we continue this racism, we will not be the Maine. We will die out. The population of white people is going to die out. No one's going to move here.
That's actually completely the inverse. In fact, I remember reading a story and finding out that, like, some horrific murders that happened in Maine were done, like, by a black man to other black people when Maine was, like, 98.9% white. You know? So, like, her entire thing of, like, the white people in Maine will die out and no one will want to move here if we get rid of illegal immigrants is just fucking insanity. It's like, what are you talking about? That's just illogical. It's even more illogical when we think about your talking points to begin with, right? Again, people, regardless of their skin color, but especially we have mass migration from third world countries coming to countries that are overwhelmingly white. Why would they come here if they think white people are some big bad evil beast? Can we talk about that lady crying for nonsense reasons? To be fair, it's Maine and no one does want to live there. I mean, like, the reasons to not live in Maine is that it's far away from anything that matters. But it's like, if you're cool with like beautiful scenery and beautiful like ocean water, it's a great place to be. I loved camping in Maine. Camping in Maine is wonderful. I saw a little thingy, but I don't know where it went. Cladex, thank you. We must continue the decortions. True and real. Maybe she's a true believer that the USA was built and runs on slaves. Jen Jacko, thank you. She looks like a homelier Greta. She is just crazy. I cannot imagine like being that emotional about fake scenarios that I've invented in my head. Brent Hydra, thank you. But who's gonna pick our cotton? The Democrats 2026. Battleizer, thank you. Poor baby, where's the tiny violin? She doesn't even deserve the tiny violin. Phoenix DS, thank you. Did someone mention Scarbaria, but in Maine? What is Scarbaria? Blue Supergiant, thank you. The South will rise again in the North. Why is it always some shit that sounds like a medical speech? Friend of color? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it's crazy. Sadly, extremely common these days. Most leftists are driven insane by fake scenarios in their heads. They are. How do you even fix that? Jen Jacko, thank you. Landlords can only be arrested if local sheriffs and prosecutors use their discretion to do so, so run for office. Yes. Yes, I know we all feel very similarly about how bleak things are, but you can at least try to make things better. Get involved in your local politics. It's what you can do as an average person, right? Intelligence modifier -2. Charisma modifier +4. This thing doesn't have any charisma. I know. Desu, thank you. Right to be left alone. Does this include the right to not be harassed by aliens while walking down the streets? No, you don't have any rights as an American citizen. The Constitution is actually written by and for illegals and foreigners to come to our country. Harbinger, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, just got your gamer subs ordered with code Kirsche for 10% off. Also, I reposted the video I was talking about on July 26th. I wonder if my mods found it for me. Oh, they did. I love them. It can be like a palate cleanser after this crazy woman. Also, for some reason, my motherfucking bar thingy won't go away. It's above the video, and I don't know why when I full screen the video. That shouldn't be the case. Yeah, here's the fucking silly video. Oh, my BGM off. Damn, boy.
Abolish. Keep the immigrants. Deport the racists. Abolish ICE.
But you better not use my driveway to turn around. You better not turn around in my driveway.
His mocking voice reminds me of fucking Father Jimothy, you know? Such a great fucking video. Oh my goodness. Why are they so retarded, chat? Come at me, boomer. Thank you, Harbinger, for using code Kirsche. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Namunya. Not in my neighborhood, ass motherfucker. Send all the illegals there! EHEF, thank you. For hundreds of years, Europe has tried to help the third world, yet the third world refuses to help itself or change. Paid 1,000 times over. If they won't help themselves, they get left behind. And I think, again, there's like something to be said, right? When you dump so much aid into places that are far less advanced, you kind of keep them needing your aid because they're not going to grow and start being able to build things for themselves or start being able to plan things for themselves because they become reliant on the aid instead of on themselves. And so it's not colonialism that is kind of like short-circuited the growth in certain places that we dump billions of dollars of aid into. It's the aid that has short-circuited them. The aid is not helping. The aid is making things worse. When you give a mouse a cookie. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Devin Adair, thank you. You'll trade places with her. You just want to be able to use pew-pews and not change things for the worse. Brominated vegetable oil, thank you. Sell the deportations as a form of abortion. They'll switch fast. That's true. Maybe we should be calling them deportations like I keep mispronouncing. Locarona, thank you. Can replace the illegals with the centaur robots. Those things are fucking horrifying looking. Internet Zen Master, thank you. It's the SJW Void. Oh, if I don't have my underpaid labor, my business might go under. Me, an intellectual skill issue, madame. If your company can't handle it, welcome to capitalism, baby. Don't like it? Back to Canada with you. It's just like, it's actually insane. It's actually insane. My floor is made by the Polish. My electricians are Mexican. My fucking shower renovation guys, they're like Russian, Ukrainian, some kind of Slavic. It's just like, they're all here legally. They're all like normal individuals who have been living here for fucking who knows how long. It's just like, it's crazy. We're gonna get enslaved, you know? Even Hawkenfreres, thank you. Did I hear that right? Did she say as a Canadian that moved here recently? I don't know if she said moved here recently, but she did say as a Canadian. I remember the as a Canadian part. Are Canadians even real, or are they all maids? There are some real people who live in Canada, and hopefully they can be saved. The robot centaur is something you'd see in an A24 horror film. It is, unironically. Get out, you fucking leaf! Yes. You have to think of them like small children. If you don't teach them to be self-sufficient, they never will be. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You need to teach people to be able to be self-sufficient, and we've lacked that in America as well. Again, since the long march through our institutions, critical thinking has not been taught in schools. They've actually removed useful life skills from the curriculum. They don't really teach home economics anymore. They don't teach cooking. They don't teach sewing. They don't have wood shop. They don't have metalworking. They just don't teach these things anymore. They don't teach you about taxes and how they work. They don't teach you how to do government shit. You don't have like a civ class anymore. And it's an indictment of how they want people dumbed down and compliant. Nah, they've had thousands of years, never bothered teching up, lacking the drive. Maybe it just takes a bit longer for some people, you know? Please help you. There's too many crazy leafs with you. I'm sorry. Entropy denied, thank you. Sometimes it's even worse and the local corrupt government just steals the help money. You'd know, yours does? Yeah, exactly. A lot of the help money just goes to line the pockets of the people who are currently in government. It's like a giant void of corruption. You might think you're helping people, but you're not. Jen Jacko, thank you. They would have had Wakanda by now if we kept our hands to ourselves. Phoenix DS, thank you. Scarberia is a derogatory nickname for Scarborough, Ontario. Combination of Scarborough and Siberia. That makes sense. That makes sense. I hadn't heard that before. Learning new things. Unironically, Boy Scouts will teach you more about economics. Personal finance is a merit badge. Bro, I used to hustle so many fucking cookies in the Girl Scouts. That was so much fucking fun for me. I was like, what do you mean I can just go door to door and people will buy cookies from me? That's so fucking cool. I could not imagine being like a 10-year-old girl wandering around by myself with a wagon of cookies in current year. That just seems like a recipe for fucking disaster nowadays. Well, Tylanish, thank you for the raid on Kick. Welcome, Kick Raiders. Your name reminds me of Tylenol. I need to eat you. High Trust Society lost. Unfortunately so. Here wanted Cookie Numby go up. Dude, it felt so fucking good to see Numby go up. Devin Adair, thank you. You'll trade places with her. You just want to be able to use... I already read that. Thank you again. Hell yeah, brother. Kirsche the counterfeiter. Look, that was fake pesos, okay? Even Hawkenfreres, thank you. As a non-commie Canadian, please save us. I need more drink. I forgot to put extra drink on my desk today. I spent so long organizing my tabs. New lore, you didn't know Kirsche was a Girl Scout. Yeah, I was a Girl Scout for a hot fucking minute. I really enjoyed it. It was fun. But after a while, I was like, I've had my fun watching Numby go up with cookies, but I'd rather stay home and play video games. 10-year-old girls going door to door with cookies alone in England would go so bad now. Yeah. Nice hiss, thank you. I learned from the best. Back in your day, it was safe enough for little kids to sell cookies around the neighborhood. Yeah, I mean, when I first started, obviously, like, my dad or my Pepe would come with me. But once I kind of had, like, an idea of the route I wanted to take, they were like, all right, well, we know it's safe around here. You can kind of do your thing. Sometimes my grandma would pitch a fit because she didn't like me going around anywhere by myself. And I was explicitly forbidden from bringing any of the Girl Scout cookies to my mom's place. My mom would ask for some boxes and my grandma would pay for them, but I was not allowed to try selling in my mom's neighborhood. Surprised my mom didn't steal the money I made from doing Girl Scouts. Well, I wasn't able to do Girl Scouts at my mom's because of how the area she lived in. Thin Mints, fuck yeah! I love Thin Mints. Schmear Lies, thank you for the swastikas. Did I see the shirts, hat, calendar, and mat in the package? Yeah. Ethan Grant, thank you. Your hatred for people away from increases. I just want people to be in their countries and to make their countries great. That's what should happen, man. Jen Jacko, thank you. Did Cure Mom embezzle the cookie money? She was not given the chance. She was not given the chance. You guys didn't even know how free we used to be. We used to be able to walk around at 10 with a loaded rifle shooting raccoons and coyotes, carry their corpses down the highway to the bounty office, got stopped by police, and get thanked for helping at the conservation programs. That's fucking crazy. Truly, we do not even have the ability to conceive what all has been lost. Oh, and I have one more tab on Maine. The Maine Wire doing a write-up on Twitter instead of an article here saying, a Maine woman who went to California to see her transitioning son ended up dead in his home from a vicious attack, police say. Angela Caprioli, 61, was allegedly beaten to death with a hammer last week while visiting her son in Laguna Beach. Yay! I love supporting the LGBTQ! Safford James Wolfson, 36, shown in the New York Post photos as partially resembling a female. I don't know who at the Maine Wire wrote this, but that's a fucking good one. Shown in the New York Post photos as partly resembling a female, entered no plea during his first court appearance. Wolfson was hospitalized with self-inflicted injuries after allegedly murdering his own mother and slicing his own neck. Police say Wolfson's grandmother called 911 after coming upon a gruesome bloody scene in his house. Investigators said the grandmother first found Wolfson lying on the floor covered in blood before discovering Caprioli in a bedroom with grisly injuries to her head and face. Neighbor Dustin Petit told the California Post that he witnessed Wolfson and Caprioli involved in a tense argument before the alleged killing, according to the New York Post. I saw her outside talking with him, and it seemed like a pretty hostile conversation, Petit was quoted. The town of Caprioli's residence wasn't specified, but authorities said she lived in Maine. Wolfson has publicly identified as transgender in social media profiles, according to media reports. Bro should identify as a fucking planet. What are we doing? What the actual... How do you even get this body shape? That's fucking wild. I'm shocked. An X account with Wolfson's name described the owner as a quote-unquote trans girl looking for fun in LA, while another profile allegedly associated with the suspect showed him wearing dresses, miniskirts, and crop tops. Crop top like a fucking blanket. What the hell? Get in my belly. I feel incredibly bad for this mother because, like, what the fuck? What a horrible turn of events. And I've said this is gonna start happening more often. Like, way back before I started streaming, I was like watching I Am Jazz. I was just like, you know, one day these people are gonna just start murdering their parents. It's just gonna start happening. And everyone's gonna be like, wow, why would they do that? I have absolutely no idea what would cause them to murder their parents. crop top, but it was just a normal shirt that couldn't pass the mound. Holy shit. It's a Saint Row custom character. Bro, Kirsche's Nostradamus. I just, it's not even pattern recognition. It's just logic at this point. It's Gorlock the Destroyer's trans sister. And speaking of Gorlock the Destroyer's trans sister, we can confirm that Troy Jackson and his longtime partner are second cousins, and they have 2 children together. Steve Robinson of the Main Wire writing, in a sign of how insular and remote Allagash is, Democratic Senate candidate Troy Jackson has 2 children with his second cousin, Lana Pelletier, whose father is cousin to Jackson's mom. The tiny St. John River Valley town of Allagash, population 240, has long been the butt of Maine jokes about its handful of last names and family trees that don't so much branch as tangle. Now Democratic U.S. Senate candidate Troy Dale Jackson, 58, and on his 5th pacemaker, finds his own ancestry under the same microscope that eventually ran his predecessor, oyster hobbyist Graham Plattner, out of American politics and into hiding. Jackson, a 26-year politician and lobbyist, has made a career of bragging that he is a 5th-generation logger. But you don't have to go far back the generational line to find where it crosses paths with the ancestors of his significant other, Lana M. Pelletier. That's crazy, man. Allagash tipsters and genealogical records confirm that Jackson's longtime significant other, Lana Pelletier, his high school sweetheart, and the mother of his 2 adult sons, Chance and Camden, is, in fact, his second cousin by blood. Jackson and Pelletier share the same great-grandparents.
What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Moomy playing games, thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders! We're discussing incest! Yay! The Democrats being saved by themselves via the IPAC bell. Logger, barely know. Never mind, it's his cousin. The family tree is a fucking wreath! Holy shit! Jackson and Pelletier share the same great-grandparents, Thomas Pelletier and Edith Thibodeau. Thomas and Edith's daughter, Albertine, was Troy's grandmother. Their son, Louis Sr., was Lana's grandfather. That makes Troy and Lana second cousins on the Pelletier line. The pair had been together for Jackson's entire political career, stretching from his early days as pro-gun, pro-life, conservative working-class rabble-rouser in the late 1990s and early 2000s through his rise to become a pro-gun control, pro-late-term abortion socialist state Senate president. Well, I mean, I guess if, like, your family is known for practicing incest, it makes sense that you're pro-late-term abortion. That makes sense, right? Like, you want to abort the monsters before you create them, right? They're not even going to be human at that point. You're going to go beyond the Habsburg face. So he just likes killing people, you know. Sweet home Pakistan. This is a white dude, buddy. Pelletier had eschewed the spotlight, slugging along at various state jobs, while Jackson has pursued his political ambitions and lucrative side hustles as the political enforcer for Maine's dwindling labor movement. Now, his sudden elevation as the Democratic nominee to challenge Republican Senator Susan Collins has brought renewed focus to both candidates, with left-wing muckrakers circling conspiracy theories about Senator Collins' love life and the retirement investments of her husband. I know Collins is, like, essentially a Democrat wearing red, but it's crazy to me that the Democrats are like, okay, who do we have as a candidate? A woman-abusing Nazi and a guy who married his second cousin and had kids with her. Like, it's so incredibly funny that everyone who runs has been, like, dysgenic in some way. This is their best. They are sending their best. Don't forget, I just want to use the bathroom. Medieval Spawn, thank you for the 10 warm blankets for the warm bodies. Thank you, my guy. Thank you for the gift blankets for the warm bodies. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Medieval Spawn. Collins is apparently the best Maine has, which is really fucking scary when you think about it. And clearly the woman-abusing Nazi. I was just like, what do you even fucking do in that situation? The second cousins has an inbreeding coefficient of 0.3125. It's practically meaningless. Bro. I don't want to be out here defending incest. I feel like that's not a hill you really want to die on. Banjos at the wedding. do you one better. Apparently, they'll ship Kamala Harris and AOC for president and VP. No one would vote for, like, if they got like any more than 30% of the overall country vote, it's rigged, man. There's no way. The more curious significant other story in the Senate race might just be the Aroostook romance that could have taken root at an Allagash family reunion. Jackson has, at various points, referred to Pelletier as his wife in official bios and statements. Locals in the historically Catholic village of Allagash, however, are quick to set the record straight with the dry precision of people who have known both families, or just the one family, depending on your perspective, for generations. The couple is not, and has never been, legally married. If they're not legally married, does that mean that they knew that they were second cousins when they decided to create two children? That's kind of fucking crazy. Like, if I for some reason was dating a man, like I finally found my himbo, and then discovered they were like my first or second cousin, I would be devastated, not only because I accidentally incested, but also because any relationship now must stop. Like, that's horrifying. But instead, they were just like, oh, you know, whatever. The incest babies don't matter. We can keep doing it. They had that opinion of that guy in chat where it's like, well, it's only 0.3. We can make the incest babies. Don't worry about it. First cousin's very different than second cousin. That would be soul-crushing. It would be soul-crushing. Don't you hate it when you accidentally incest? It's crazy. You were a kid like 10 years ago and you remember when Democrat candidates had at least to pretend to be normal people. Now it's just like a competition to see who can bring the biggest freak. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. That's a lot of dicks while we're talking about incest, man. Oh no, stepbrother, we can't. It's wrong. The jokes are funny. Incest in anime is funny. Incest in real life, not funny.
I'm loving this.
I'm not loving the incest. Acor, thank you for the huge fucking dicks! Thank you. That's a lot of dicks, man. I just got back from 6 weeks of workers camp, or workers comp, sorry. I was like, what's a workers camp? What timeline were you in? Workers comp after throwing your back out for literally just standing up. You're 27, by the way. Now everyone at work calls you an old man. I hope, like, for Halloween, you come in actually dressed as, like, Rumpelstiltskin with the long beard and a cane and everything. But anyway, you were catching up on one of my streams and I had been talking about my mom and she didn't let you guys use the milk. The substance mammals evolved specifically for children and she was saying it was for the adults. Kind of made you chuckle at the absurd. Yeah, it was very weird, especially because, like, mac and cheese tastes so good when you put milk in it, man. Why you trying to keep me away from the milk? I love that shit. She wanted me to become lactose intolerant, I guess. I don't know. Sucks to be slobs that don't have a hot cousin that's not actually your cousin. What the fuck? You had a cousin that was really flirty and kissed you when you were a kid. She had a rough upbringing and confessed since you felt so horrible, but your mom laughed and you found out she wasn't related to you. But your aunt adopted her and felt grossed out, but relieved. That reminds me of a movie I watched where, like, there was a really, really rich lady and she was friends with, like, a super, super poor lady, and the super, super poor lady somehow died. I don't know how she died, but the super, super rich lady was like, I'm gonna adopt the poor lady's daughter because that's so sad. This was my best friend. I loved her and her daughter shouldn't have to have a bad lot in life and I can give her a good life. She lived in, like, a giant fucking mansion that was basically a castle. Like, it was fucking enormous. And so she like, you know, brought in her friend's daughter and she had a son and the son had, like, really bad seizures. I don't know what his health problem was, but he had, like, really bad seizures all the time. And the mom ended up growing, like, resentful of, like, oh, he would, like, milk his seizures because he wants more attention, but I can't give him attention because I am a strong career woman, whatever the fuck. I don't know where the father was. I don't know why she didn't have a man in the picture, but I digress. The girl and the boy end up, like, growing up together and they, like, fall in love, and when they're adults they get married. And so, like, because obviously that's the biological son of the rich woman, he's going to inherit the entire estate. So the house is going to be his and the adopted girl's. And the adopted girl just, like, asks, like, a huge fucking asshole to the mom. The mom is kind of a bitch too at this point. I don't know why. But like they're both like complete assholes to each other, and she even keeps reminding the mother that like your time in this house is limited. It's our house soon, and we're gonna kick you out because you're a bitch. And this girl who was adopted and given basically the best lot in life and given a husband while inflicted with seizures, who actually fucking loves her. Like this guy was like gold star. Like, it sucks that he had a seizure condition, so he couldn't leave his house very often. But it was like, holy fuck, he's so fucking sweet and loving and wonderful. And she meets a doctor. Guess his race. She meets a doctor and falls in love with the doctor, starts cheating on her husband, and then another like nurse lady at the practice is just like, he's actually killed people by overdosing them on pain medications. He's not a good guy, but nobody will believe me because he's a doctor and I'm just a nurse, and they believe him over me. And the lady's like, well, obviously you're lying because you're jealous because you wanna fuck the brown doctor, and I have the brown doctor and you can't have him. And so, like, she explodes on her husband at one point. She's just like, I feel like I'm fucking trapped in this house, and I hate it here, and I want to go out, and I want to do things, and I can't because you're not able to go anywhere because of your seizures. And the husband obviously feels rightfully bad about this because he's like, oh no, my health condition is holding my wife back, and I love her, and I want her to be able to do things. And so, like, despite his condition and the fact that he could literally die if he's not, like, with all of his breathing machines and shit, he like makes this big elaborate picnic meal for her, and he talks to the doctor about like helping him rent a boat so that they can go out on the lake and he can have like a lake day picnic date romantic time with his wife. And the doctor's like, oh, that's such a great idea, I'm gonna help you do that. And so all three of them get into this boat together, and she's like, are you sure you want to do this? Like, if you have a seizure, like, you can't swim, like, you're just going to drown. And he's like, it's okay, I don't want to hold you back, and I don't want you to feel bad about my condition. I want you to live life, and I want to live life with you. I want to do these things, and you're my wife, and I love you. And so they all get into the boat, and then the brown guy drowns the husband. And then the wife goes back to the house, and I think there might have been like a time skip or something of like a couple of months, I can't remember. And then the wife finds that the doctor is actually cheating on her with the mother because she catches them kissing. And then the doctor tries to kill the wife, and I'm just like, what the fuck am I watching? What the fuck? This movie sounds very European. Yeah. And then, even after everything that this dumb bitch put this rich lady through, the rich lady tries to prevent the doctor from killing the like young girl wife lady. And she shoots the doctor, and then he runs her over with his car, and she's like completely paralyzed in a hospital, can't speak, can't do anything. And then the nurse that originally told the wife lady that the doctor was a scumbag piece of shit is the one who ends up like interpreting and figuring out from like eye blinks that the mother is trying to warn the daughter wife lady that the doctor is going to try and kill her. And the doctor like steals the rich lady from the hospital, brings her back to like the giant mansion, and tries to have the daughter lady kill the rich lady. But thankfully she like gains sentience at the last minute and stabs him with like the paralytic needle instead. And I'm just like, everyone in this movie is the stupidest person I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. This movie sounds awesome. What? Daughter wife, hell yeah. I'm not sure how to refer to her, so I was saying that. Matt Larson, thank you. Remember all of that, but not what you did 5 minutes ago. What is the movie called? I don't know. It's in English. It's an English movie. Is that Die Hard Part 69? But where's the Bollywood dance sequence? And that's what she doesn't remember. Yeah, I don't remember the name of the movie. Classic. Good lord, sounds like your average Lifetime. I don't think it was a Lifetime movie this time. This may seem harsh, but everyone involved in this story should die. Yeah. Yeah, this was an English language movie. This was not like subtitled or dubbed over. The fact it was in English and not Spanish is genuinely the most shocking part. Remembers the entire plot, forgets name. I was just like dumbfounded at the stupidity of everyone in the movie. This is gonna be a Hallmark movie now. If Jerry Springer was a Lifetime movie. You've seen, heard, and read many things in your life, and you're thinking you've read better fan fiction than that? Let me see if I still have... Hold on a second. Let me see if I still have a tab open. Let me see if I still have a tab open with, like, previously watched stuff. The Good Nurse? No, that's not the name of it. I don't know what The Good Nurse is. Let's see here. Do I have, like... a previously watched kind of tab here? Just give me a second, I'll check. Doesn't look like it, unfortunately, so... Doesn't look like it, I apologize, chat. An attempt was made! An attempt was made! Was it locked in 2023? I'm locked up, won't let me out. Locked in 2023. Oh yeah, this is it! This is them! Okay, hold on. Maybe I can play a trailer for you guys. Maybe I can play a fucking trailer. Jesus Christ. Mex on 37, thank you. What the fuck was that telenovela written by AI, Kirsche? Nostros Eos Quangos? A giant monster's all-out attack! There's the rich lady in the bed. Med. So that's the two getting married are the girl that was adopted by the rich lady and then the rich lady's biological son who has the seizures. Oh, there's no trailer audio. Fuck! I'm a retard. Okay, let's fucking do this again. I'm sorry.
What really happened? Murder.
Murder. Is that Famke Jensen? How the fuck do you know who that is?
By a driver. They're not sure. They said something about locked-in syndrome. If she's in there, I'll find her.
Damn it, Kirsche, lock in. I got the syndrome.
She became my legal guardian.
Who'd have thought that you'd end up lady of the man?
Is this sped up? No, this is just millennial.
She's here for herself. She's using us.
What use are you to me? This is my house now. I've known Catherine all my life.
Unironically, the rich lady was fucking correct, too, which makes it all the funnier. Like, they try to paint her as, like, this paranoid bitch, but she's just correct the whole fucking time.
When was the last time you had any fun?
I would have done anything for her. I shouldn't have come. I don't want to hurt you. And I have to protect myself.
Cat out of the bag, is it?
I can't go on like this. I'll go mad. I suppose all I ever wanted was for her to love me.
For what you said, the husband... Yeah, the husband was innocent. The husband did nothing wrong. He's the only one who shouldn't be shot. The husband was perfectly fine. He was a loving husband, and he got fucked over, both by seizures and his bitch of a wife. Locked in, darling. So it's like how that movie Parasite asked the question, who's the real parasite on society? Rich people or the poor people living in their walls and stealing their livelihood? The Famke Jensen still looking good at her age. Nice. Is she the rich lady? I don't... Famke Jensen doesn't tell me if it's a woman or a man. Is it that lady? Do I have a disability that prevents me from watching good movies? Probably. Probably. She's the rich lady? Okay. You don't know why I said everyone, the husband got fucked? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I misspoke. The husband is fine. Husband did nothing wrong. Star Phoenix, thank you. Idea, every American citizen gets mailed the picture of a migrant and given a yes or no choice to deport. Those who don't must now provide housing for them and are on the hook for any crimes they do. I love that idea, actually. That's a wonderful idea. Why don't we do that? She played Jean Grey back in the old X-Men. Oh, fuck! Old Jean Grey was fucking beautiful. Jean Grey? John Grey? I don't know how to fucking pronounce that name. How do I choose movies to watch? Do I just close my eyes and pick one? I just... I don't know. I kind of like look at stuff and then I'm like, huh, this seems like it'd be really bad, but in a fun way. And then I look up reviews on the movie. And basically, if the movie is really highly reviewed by critics on Rotten Tomatoes, it's a good watch because the critics are horrible people. Or if it's really lowly rated by the audience, right? So I'm looking for like a 75+% from retard critics or like a 35% or lower from audiences. That's the movies that I watch. You're watching this with your dad next Thursday. It's fucking bad, but it's fun. Her name is pronounced Janssen. Thank you, because that name is literally unpronounceable to me. If we ever met IRL, you're sitting my ass down and watching Sorcerer 1978. Oh my god. Such strange taste, but why? I'm a little masochistic. I've gone so long without a himbo that I use bad movies with which to torture myself with. No, Munya. Patchouli, thank you. This is why you don't count Dominican or Spaniard. The potential to accidentally Habsburg is greater than 10% for you. You're not chancing it. You can't be like related to literally everyone of Dominican or Spanish heritage. Critics masterpiece, normies garbage, Kirsche, perfect. Exactly. Exactly. To the person who gave you a sub, thank you. Kirsche sub for birthday weekend is the best. Happy fucking birthday! Happy birthday, Story Sage Claymore, my guy. Kirsche liking trash movies, not the worst quirk. What? Sergeant Buck, thank you. Here's your big movie idea. It's basically Hamlet, but everyone has an IQ capable of keeping ice cream safe. Yes, that! Can you suggest Evil Dead 2 or Army of Darkness? Bruce Campbell played a great himbo during the late 80s and early 90s. Army of Darkness sounds really familiar. I might have actually watched that when I was, like, younger. And Kirsche likes her movies like she likes her men. Oh my god. Internet Zen Master, thank you. I really need to stop watching the Lifetime channel at 1 a.m. Is this a Lifetime movie? UK release date, November 1st, 2023. Now, Wazzy. Why is this person's first name the way Australians say no? Gonna on Yekwi. Yeah, you're gonna. I can't tell. I can't tell if it's a Lifetime movie. It's a Netflix movie? Yeah, but like Lifetime movies get put on Netflix, you know? Army of Darkness is amazing and campy and great. It's comedy horror. It's the third movie in the series. The first two were serious horror. Oh, I see. You just find it hilarious because Chad's like watching Lord of the Rings and Kirsche no watch Silence of the Lambs. Kirsche no. Silence of the Lambs was a good movie. Obscure cuck orphan romance revenge movie that no one has ever heard of. Yes! Hopefully one day her himbo will say, okay, kitten, now we're gonna watch Lord of the Rings. True! True and real. Matt Larson, thank you. Remember all of that, but not what I did 5 minutes ago. True. I already read that, and thank you. Thank you. 1997 Odyssey movie was a Hallmark movie? What the fuck? Hoster the Fool, thank you. Knives Out crossed with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Knockoff movie! Speaking of knockoff movie, we're back at incest. They simply live together, raise kids together, and appear together on the occasional mortgage and lawsuit paperwork. In a place where everyone knows everyone's business. The lack of a marriage certificate is less of a scandal than local trivia. And then they have the family tree here. Thomas Pelletier and Edith Thibodeau. Albertine Tina Pelletier, Robert O'Leary Sr. with Louis Pelletier Sr. and Ethel O'Leary. That's crazy that it's literally like 2 fucking branches that come back together. That chatter was right. It is a literal fucking wreath. What the fuck? What? Oh my good god. It's a goddamn circle! The family tree has become a Walmart parking lot.
Kirsche, I once again volunteer for himbo duty.
Cataclystia, thank you for buttering my goddamn dog. I promise to not cheat on you with a brown doctor if you start having seizures. Why is the family tree a circle? I don't know, man! Huh? Jesus fucking Christ, these people play Crusader Kings a little too much. I don't know what they're doing, but it's not right. That ain't right, man. Ancient Strawman, thank you. Work is moving you to night shift soon. On the one hand, you'll be a VoD bro, but on the other hand, you move into 6-figure pay. Oh, fuck yeah, buddy. Greatest sacrifices require the greatest wills. Sorry to see you go, but happy that you'll be a VoD bro and making gigabucks. Congratulations, dude. Congratulations. And Radio San Valentine, thank you for the 1,000 biddies, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. And Count on Coda, thank you for the biddies. You think you've asked this before, so you're sorry if you're a little stupid. Me too. But what would be my top 5 gamer subs flavors? So you may use code Kirsche for 10% off to buy them. Well, my top flavor isn't for sale anymore. That would definitely be the Jujutsu Kaisen flavor. That was fucking amazing. I don't know if I can think of 5 other flavors off the top of my head that are like my top flavors. I really do like Sweet Six Pack though. That one's really good. I like I'm not good at remembering things. Brandris, you're right. I do like fucking Wubby's flavor. Wubby's flavor's really good. I like blue. If it's blue, I'll probably drink it. Guilty Pleasure, that's also a really fucking good one. Guilty Pleasure's amazing. Bowberry. Bowberry's really fucking good. I like the Bowberry. I'm not a fan of like coconut. So a lot of people in chat really like the Butthole Blast Shy Lily flavor. It tastes good if you like coconut, but I do not like coconut, so I do not like the flavor. Have I tried the bleach flavor yet? It's discontinued strawberry cream. Oh really? I have the discontinued strawberry cream and the bleach flavor. Bloodlust. Bloodlust is really fucking good. Bloodlust is also really fucking good. Where's my mouse? I found it. I found my mouse. Patchouli, thank you. Your paternal grandfather's dad had 44 kids that you knew of. He likely fathered in the hundreds. Your godfather also fathered at least 20 kids of his own, again, that we know of. How in the fuck? Like, there's no way that's with one woman, so, like, was he a womanizer? What the fuck was he? Is he trying to Genghis Khan himself? He's like, I want to be the Genghis Khan instead? I have not tried Caleb Hammer's flavor yet, but I would like to. Sounds good. Ayo Sabi, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Big, huge. Mind Prawn, thank you. You've genuinely argued Rocket Man 1997 is the greatest comedy because it's so bad. Oh, no. Oh, no. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Question, have you ever watched Tombstone? If not, you need to. I have not. I have not. I've not watched that. Shatner singing Rocket Man. Yeah, Genghis won. And Mazurkonis, thank you. You're a big fan of the Despair flavor, personally? I can't remember whose flavor that is. Soda Poppin', that's his flavor. Soda Pressed Pear. Cladex, thank you. When the family tree resembles a stepladder. Thanks, I hate it. Mr. Toast, thank you. You want to talk about messed up family trees? Go to the Irish hillsides. Your Nana used to tell you how she had to date 3 towns over just to avoid it. Small town living, you know? It introduces interesting problems. I'll be your Huckleberry. Oh my god, he even calls it a family wreath. That's fucking funny. The family wreath, Jackson and Pelletier's common great-grandparents were Thomas Pelletier and Edith Thibodeau Pelletier. Thomas and Edith had 2 children who matter here. Albertine Pelletier O'Leary and Louis A. Pelletier St. Albertine was the mother of Colleen McBrearty, and Colleen was the mother of Troy Jackson. Louis Sr. was the father of Louis A. Louis Pelletier Jr. Louis Jr. and his wife, Patricia Patty Gardner Pelletier, were Lana Pelletier's parents. That means Colleen McBrearty and Louis Pelletier Jr. were first cousins. Their children, Troy Jackson and Lana Pelletier, are second cousins because they share the same great-grandparents, Thomas and Edith Pelletier. So many names. Family chain link fence. Second cousins, not first, the critical distinction. Before the pearl clutching begins, let's be precise, because the difference between first cousin and second cousin relationships is both legal and biological, and Maine law draws a bright line. First cousins share a pair of grandparents. They inherit, on average, about 12.5% of their DNA from the same recent ancestors. That shared genetic material raises the risk of recessive genetic disorders in any children roughly 2-fold compared with the general population, from a baseline of about 2 to 3% for major birth defects to roughly 4 to 6%. According to reviews by the National Society of Genetic Counselors and studies published in the Journal of Genetic Counseling. In short, Western man has, for millennia, tabooed first cousin marriage because of the progeny of such unions frequently exhibit physical deformities and severe cognitive impairment. Habsburg! That's part of why Pakistani culture, both in Pakistan and in the British Isles, oh boy, Britain, which Pakistani people have been colonizing for half a century, is notoriously maligned for astronomically high rates of consanguinity, a cultural fact that has materialized across the UK with obvious consequences. Maine law reflects the concern that Pakistani-style incest should be prohibited. I love that there is a term now, Pakistani-style incest. Let's fucking go. Bizarrely, the law was introduced only during the Reagan administration. In 1985, the 112th Maine legislature passed LD 873 and HP 603, titled An Act to Prohibit Marriage Between Certain Blood Relatives. It was enacted as public law in 1985, Chapter 181, and took effect on September 19, 1985. Under Title 19A 701 of the Maine Revised Statutes, marriage between first cousins is prohibited, but not completely. First cousins who find their love destined in the stars can obtain a physician's certificate of genetic counseling. That's thanks to an amendment 2 years later that created a pathway for familial lovers who really wanted to test the genetic lottery. But why? But why? The counseling requirement has been on the books since the mid-1980s, with clarifying language added in the 1990s, making Maine one of the few states that permits first cousin marriage if Dr. Deliverance signs the permission slip. What the fuck? Second cousins, by contrast, share a pair of great-grandparents. Their coefficient of relationship is only about 3.125%, roughly a quarter of the first cousin figure. Geneticists regard the elevated risk of recessive disorders as negligible compared with the risk for closer cousins. But you still have to deal with the public shaming of marrying and fucking your cousin. And your kids are gonna be derided as like the products of cousin fuckers for their entire lives. Why would you do this? Hey boy, you got a purty mouth. With the laws Maine is trying to pass, first cousin marriages makes much sense. I hate that makes sense. Fuck you. Maine imposes no special restrictions on second cousin marriage, and it is treated like any other union between consenting adults. Jackson and Pelletier fall squarely into the second category, should they ever decide to formally get hitched. Family records and local knowledge in Allagash identify them as the children of first cousins. Jackson's mother, Colleen O'Leary McBrearty, and Pelletier's father are first cousins through the Pelletier line that runs deep in the St. John Valley. So, chat, hold on. If I'm reading this right, their parents are a first cousin marriage, so they are the product of incest already. And now they're doing more incest with each other, even though they're only second cousins. Am I reading this correctly? Family records and local knowledge in Allagash identify them as the children of first cousins. Jackson's mother, Colleen McBrearty, and Pelletier's father are first cousins through the Pelletier line that runs deep in the St. John Valley. That sounds like it's saying their parents are also incestuous. Good thing Foxu ain't my cousin. No, they're IDing that there's two parents who are first cousins. Know that those two first cousins are married. You just don't really care what they want to do with each other. Yeah, you see, you shouldn't have that laissez-faire attitude towards incest, because that laissez-faire attitude toward incest is what gives you Pakistan. Their parents were cousins, not married. Okay. Okay, so their parents are cousins, not married. Okay. How is incest so confusing? Well, it wouldn't have to be confusing if people wouldn't fuck within their family tree. Phoenix DS, thank you. Welcome to the family twig. Shake my head. Her mom and his dad are first cousins. Okay. All right. Okay. Only Pakistan I need is Pakistan. True. True and real. Someone rightly pointed out that Foxu is high functioning today now that the AC is working. Air-cooled Foxu is best Foxu. Yeah, I get a little bit extra brain cell activity when I'm not fucking melting! We're engaging in ranked competitive incest. I don't want to see the ranked competitive incest list! That makes the couple second cousins by blood, close enough for small-town knowing glances, distant enough that the law and biology shrug. American politics' long, awkward history with cousins. If the revelation feels awkward in 2026, American political history offers a robust, if slightly squirm-inducing context. Cousin marriage, or at least cousin coupling, is practically a founding-era tradition, practiced by figures far more exalted than a logger lobbyist who now makes his home in Augusta. John Adams, the second president, married Abigail Smith, his third cousin. Thomas Jefferson married Martha Wales Skelton, also his third cousin. Martin Van Buren wed Hannah Hose, his first cousin once removed. Does the once removed matter? Doesn't that mean that it's like through marriage, so they're not blood related? Franklin D. Roosevelt married Eleanor Roosevelt, his fifth cousin once removed. A degree of relatedness so remote that geneticists treat it as essentially unrelated, yet still close enough that the Roosevelt name stayed comfortably in the family. I think that's really weird. I think that's really weird, right? Like, I would feel awkward marrying someone who had the same last name as me. You don't... Removed refers to up and down generationally. Your uncle and aunt is your first cousin once removed. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought that was like cross marriage. I've never had to think this hard about a family tree before. Are cousin rankings like the Mortal Kombat ladder? The higher the rank, the harder it gets. I don't know, man. Fifth cousins once removed is basically you share a surname, not genetics. That makes sense. Cousin's son is your cousin once removed. You had two teachers with the last name Smith in your school that got married? Smith is such a, like, generic name. I guess they have to have, like, gone all the way back to some shared relative, though. Battleizer, thank you. Note each example is still further separated than this. That's also very true. That's also very true. You have to keep in mind that back then, there weren't that many people to choose from, and people just knew each other. And then you think about how royal families did this frequently because, you know, they wanted to keep their bloodline pure, which messed it up even more. You're a Smith, you had two teachers who were also Smith, no relation. It's always weird when you find someone with your last name, but there's no relation, because it's like, how did that happen? How do we have the same last name? Like, there has to be a shared ancestor somewhere, right? Even if you're not, like, directly related anymore. Second cousins is more distance than first cousins once removed. Is it? Senator Bigglesworth, thank you for that gift sub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Smith was anyone who came through Ellis Island whose name was too hard to spell. That, or they both had blacksmiths in their family trees. That's also fair. That's also fair. Many surnames are related to professions. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Smith is blacksmith, shortened the last name, comes from the job. It's really common in England. Not all surnames refer to the same family. For example, Smith could be literally any unrelated blacksmith. I did forget about that. I did forget that you had your vocation as a last name for a while. Hell, it would be even weirder if your last name was Hitler. Yeah, how come we don't see many people with that last name anymore? Like, surely he was not the only person in the world with that last name at the time of his death. I mean, I guess a lot of people would want to change it due to, certain happenings, but... John Smith is like Jon Snow, generic bastard names. Agent Strawman, thank you. Thank you. Air-cooled Foxu, best Foxu. 3 brain cells! Oh my god. San Pichu, thank you. The population crisis is only going to worsen the incest. Breed, you fools! Also a good point. Battleizer, thank you. I read that already. Thank you. Adolf used to be really common in the phone book before the 1940s. I wonder what could have happened. There are some Hitlers. Don't we cover one of them on stream forever ago? Yeah, there was, I think, that wasn't like Hitler by birth, though. That was a black guy who changed his name to Hitler.
Kirsche triangle, Kirsche wiggle, Kirsche squibby.
Wiggle! Master of Mundus, thank you. I hope you get to relax after a long day of work, my dude. Where all the fox women at? True. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, thank you. One of the things that adds to family name confusion is when you toss in adoptions. You know that your family name would have had your grandfather not been adopted. That's also a good point, because, like, you take on your adopted family's name most of the time, so you kind of, like, you are from the other family, you just have a different name now. The Hitlers in the Painter line all said they're not having kids anymore to end the bloodline. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Because it's like, they aren't the mustache painter man, so like that feels really weird to say. Typical Hitlers engaging in eugenics. It's like, I don't know. I'm trying to like, do the descendants of other fucking crazy genocidal dictators do the same thing? That feels really like performative and strange. Prozan, thank you for the 5 gift subs, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I don't... Mr. Numbers USMC, Mr. Marine Man, thank you. You'd shorten your name too if it was Adolphus. Oh, no. His father, Alois, changed it to that to honor the man that married his mother and raised him. His name was Heidler. So, Hitler wasn't real? Like, that wasn't a real family name? Keep in mind, do I think the average person would care that someone named Hitler isn't related to Adolf? Probably not, but it's just like... It feels really strange. If the descendants of Genghis Khan decided to do what the Hitlers did, there would be no Asians left. Yeah, that's just really weird to be like, well, someone in our family did something horrific, so the entire bloodline must end. I'm like, okay, alright, weirdo. Ah, no. Lady Takanashi, thank you. Fun fact, Hitler means one who lives in a hut. I don't know if that's true, but I choose to believe it because it's funny. He had an uncle named Adolf, but his family were communists. Huh. Hitler's nephew served in the Navy under that name. Also fun. Enma Zirconis, thank you. You see the H-man's last name sometimes in African warlords. I don't think that's a continuity of the bloodline, though. I just have a feeling. I was like, Horror, you got some explaining to do, Mud Hut Man. True. Zimless, thank you. The acorns sometimes don't fall far from the twig. I guess. Okay, back to the Twitter article here. John Adams' grandson, John Adams II, married his first cousin, Mary Catherine Helen, in a White House ceremony. Alabama Governor Bibb Graves married his first cousin, Dixie Bibb. Even modern figures have gotten in on the act. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani's first marriage was to Regina Peruggi, his second cousin once removed. How does this happen so frequently? The practice was once common among the Anglo-American elite for the same reasons it persists in many traditional societies, keeping property, status, and political alliances inside the extended family. It acquired its modern stigma only in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as genetic science advanced and progressive era reformers began targeting quote-unquote inbreeding among the rural poor and certain immigrant groups. I can't tell if this guy is like making an argument for incest to re-emerge. By the time Maine adjusted its statutes in the 1980s, the cultural taboo had hardened, even as the actual genetic risk for second cousins remained trivial. In Allagash itself, the Jackson-Pelletier arrangement had been an open secret for decades. The couple's 2 sons are grown. Pelletier works as a clinical care specialist with the Maine Department of Health and Human Services. Jackson has built a political brand on being the authentic working-class guy from the far north woods. He do have the backstory as someone from the far north woods. The fact that his domestic partner is also a blood relative of the second cousin variety may strike outsiders as the punchline to a deliverance joke. The comparisons between Appalachia and Allagash write themselves. To locals who have watched the same surnames, Pelletier, McBrearty, Jackson, and O'Leary, recycle through town records for generations, it is simply another data point in a place where the dating pool is shallower than the trout streams. Wouldn't you, I don't know, want to look farther outside of the dating pool if the dating pool is like a splash pool, man? That's kind of shallow, brother. Like, I'd be like, I don't really want to risk fucking a family member, so I'm gonna go like a couple towns over, bud. There's such a lack of genetic diversity in Iceland that they made an app to prevent accidental incest. I feel like that's a good idea, right? If you live in a place where like you could just accidentally end up dating a family member, isn't it good to make an app to prevent you from doing that? It seems like a good idea. Anybody who falls for the guilt trip BS to stop the bloodline deserves it. I mean, you know. Not even a puddle, bro. It's dating in a shot glass. Jackson has never publicly addressed the cousin connection. His campaign materials continue to describe Pelletier as his partner. Well, that's because he's a Democrat. Older official bios occasionally slipped into wife. In the grand tradition of American politics, where presidents married their cousins and the republic somehow survived, Troy Jackson and Lana Pelletier's arrangement is less a scandal than a footnote written in the fine print of a very small town's genealogy. Where the relationship between Jackson and Pelletier may have real political consequences comes down to the rules of the Secretary of the U.S. Senate, who handles the financial disclosures that candidates and elected members of Congress are required to submit. Typically, polls must submit detailed accounts of their income, assets, and liabilities, as well as the finances of their spouses. But because Pelletier and Jackson never wed, and because Maine does not recognize any form of common law marriage, it's not clear whether Jackson's financial disclosures will cover the second cousin couple's full financial situation. If Pelletier, as merely the mother of Jackson's adult children, is exempt from inclusion in the financial disclosures in a way that Colin's husband is not, then the knitted family tree could engage in all kinds of clever accounting tricks to artificially impoverish Jackson as a way of maintaining his working class image. I never even thought of this. Like that is an insane angle for optics. That's fucking wild. Fucking doing incest to subvert the political system later on in life. Could you imagine? As of this week, Jackson hasn't filed the disclosures or a request for an extension, and the circumstances of his nomination are so unusual that the Secretary of the Senate has yet to say when Jackson will be required to make his finances transparent, or whether those disclosures will include assets placed under the name of his second cousin. Yeah, I don't know if I really care that it used to be more common to fuck your cousins. I don't really care that the genetic chance of your children having disabilities is like only slightly smaller than if you're fucking your first cousin. That's still fucking weird, man. Marrying your cousin to hide money from the government. Smart. Yeah, I don't think you should purposefully fuck people in your family, man. The Yankees have a pitcher called Shitler. What the fuck? Adopted kid would expand the gene pool. Articles promoting incest to subvert the IRS and the political system. It's very weird. It's very weird. Stick it to your cousins. You can stick it to the man. I don't like that. I don't like that. Where am I? All right, okay. So now that we've gotten through the horrors that are going on in Maine, incest aside, there are horrors going on in Spain, which rhymes with Maine. Georgia Maloney, speaking about Italy here. The images coming from, I don't know how to pronounce this, is it Ceuta, are striking and demonstrate once again that uncontrolled illegal immigration poses a concrete threat to the security of Europe's borders. I've spoken with the Interior Minister Matteo Piantedosi. Italy will not stand by and watch. We are convening the relevant bodies, and following these meetings, we're prepared to intervene with extraordinary measures to defend the borders and the safety of citizens, including the suspension of the Schengen area with Spain. On illegal immigration, we will not yield an inch. Defending the borders, stopping human traffickers, and ensuring effective repatriations will continue to be the line of this government. And I reposted this, and I had a bunch of people from Italy saying that this seems like just lip service, because she actually hasn't really done much to curb illegal immigration in Italy as it is, which that's kind of unfortunate to hear if this is just her fucking doing lip service. However, even saying that they're going to suspend Schengen with Spain is kind of crazy to me. The Schengen area is like, it's what allows EU countries to have like freedom of movement between them without needing like visas to go anywhere. It's kind of like how you can travel between the States and the US, right? And so suspending Schengen with Spain is just, that just seems kind of weird to me, right? Like, I don't live in the EU, so maybe this happens more often than I know about, but it sounds like a crazy thing to do. Maloney cucked to the Eurocrats almost instantly after being elected. Damn shame. How does this happen? How do so many, like, right-wing candidates are like, we're gonna fix things, I'm gonna do what you guys want, and then they get elected and they're like, actually, I'm gonna just do everything that the people you hate want instead, fuck you? Like, what? How does this happen so frequently? This part of Spain has always been an exception to Schengen. Well, she's suspending it to, like, all of Spain, not the Ceuta place, which we'll get to, like, where it is, basically. As a little context to see how bad it is, Spain's prime minister is essentially Spanish Trudeau, but more corrupt and narcissistic. How is that even fucking possible, dude? How is that even possible? They're kosher, right? They just pretend and it's fine because democracy. What the heck? We're willing to hold our nose and vote for the do-nothings. No incentive to actually follow through. There's no incentive to follow through if you vote for the Democrats either. The do-nothings aren't going to care because they're working with the Democrats. That's why they do nothing, to allow the Democrats to pass things through. The only thing you could realistically do is, like, make nooses great again, but you can't advocate for that because that's violence. So, like, you're stuck in this eternal, I have to vote for the do-nothings or vote for people who want to kill me. Unless you get involved, which is why I advocate for that. If you get involved in your local politics, you can be what changes it. Voting for the Democrats just guarantees them getting elected. Abstaining from voting doesn't teach anyone a lesson because that's just like, you've done nothing. You might as well have voted for the Democrat at that point. Isn't there a song about having never been Spain by Three Dog Night? Not sure they'd want to go now. What the fuck is what? What are you talking about? Anybody who falls for the guilt trip to BS to stop the bloodline deserves it. Wait, is my YouTube broken? My YouTube broken? That was a comment from ages ago. Oh yeah, my YouTube is broken. What the fuck? I wonder how long my YouTube chat's been broken. Beep. Let me see if I can refresh you guys. There we go. That's weird. That's weird. I don't know why my YouTube was fucking busted, bro. Glenn, thank you. It could be worse. They could jump into the kiddie pool. Don't. I mean, that's probably already happening. Look at the state of the demographics. An average white guy, thank you. You left for 30 minutes and she's still on this. Let's fucking go. We had a movie tangent in the middle of it. No one at all, obviously, thank you. His campaign posters had better be the coffin of Andy and Lele themed. Jesus Christ. Phoenix DS, thank you. Gene pool so shallow in your town. You have a Wookiee as an alderman. Wookiee is his name. I don't understand what that has to do with the gene pool joke. I'm sorry. Three Dog Night, a popular band from the 70s. Lots of good songs. Oh. I don't know if I can name any band from the 70s. Do nothings do nothing, including stop or even meaningfully slow the left. We have to get new politicians and third parties. We will never get a third party. You must become the new politicians. Even if not you personally, get involved and find a candidate that actually will get things done instead of just cucking as soon as they get elected. That is why I advocate for what I do, because it is like the only peaceful option you can take. YouTube chat has been silently oohing into the void, unfortunately. Unfortunately they have, but I can see them again. They're beautiful little babies. Hello, YouTube. People are too stupid to ever get a third party into power. You know, probably. I don't know, but that's what, again, that's why the Libertarians in New Hampshire have just been running under Republican. Because, like, why not, right? If the Democrats can take Republican chairs, why can't the Libertarians and actually get shit done for once? Kirsche has never heard of Kiss or AC/DC or Black Sabbath or Journey. I mean, I've heard of them. I just don't know when they fucking became bands. I probably would have said the 80s for all of those, actually. King Crimson? I've never heard of that. That's how communism thrives. Which is how communism thrives. Instead of just bitching, we all need to get involved. Absolutely. Become involved. So I forgot what I was gonna say. Either way, over here. So this is basically what we're talking about. This isn't in mainland Spain, but it is owned by Spain. This is like Spanish territory. So mainland Spain over here, big. This is Morocco, and this is a little Spanish enclave owned by Spain on the dick of Morocco. And this is where the current invasion has been taking place. And this is also why the Prime Minister of Italy is saying that they're suspending Schengen to Spain. Because even though this is over here across the ocean, it is still owned by Spain, and it is Spain's policies that is allowing horrific shit to happen here. And been Spanish territory longer than Morocco has existed. That's important. I didn't know that. Thank you. Thank you for extra context. Morocco has a chode, if that's its dick. Parofen, thank you for the 7 months. You think 2 of your favorites when it comes to bad movies were Happy Death Day 1 and 2. They're pretty campy, and the second one owns it. I don't know what that is. I have not heard of those. But we had an article, BBC breaking news, about 49,000 migrants enter Spanish enclave of Ceuta from Morocco in 24 hours, officials estimate. And I don't believe that official estimate, because as this person says here, yesterday you said hundreds and the article was low down on your main page, and this reminded the case whilst the significantly larger scale was obvious from social media. So I also don't believe their 49,000 number. 49,000 is a fuck ton of people, but it was probably even more than that. It was probably even more than that. And whenever you have, let's just for the sake of the conversation say 49,000, even though I don't believe that number. When you have 49,000 military-aged men storming your country's land, these are not migrants, these are invaders. And this was a, like, soft trial for the real invasion that will happen. They wanted to see how easy it would be to take over an area. And they found out, damn, it's actually very easy because Spain is not going to do shit. And here's another little image of the area that we've been talking about. The reason people are invading Ceuta, Spain right now is because that removes Spanish control from both sides of the Strait of Gibraltar. You're going to have the Strait of Hormuz, the Red Sea, and the Strait of Gibraltar contested, cutting off all transport to the Mediterranean. This is how all world wars begin, over vital trade routes. Wastelander, thank you. Never heard of Black Sabbath, Block, Band, Oshi, Shrine, torn down and burned, reported to ICE. You guys are a little retarded. I said I couldn't name any bands in the 70s, which doesn't mean I don't know any bands that existed then. I just don't know when they were made. Which, again, I would have said Black Sabbath was made in the 80s, because that's when they had super popular music. I would never have said the 70s for Black Sabbath, because I wouldn't have known. This is supposed to be considered an act of war. It's supposed to be, but you're European, so just lay over and take it. Actual insanity to think about. Someone said, I hadn't seen anybody put the Urukai music to these clips yet, so I did. I'm assuming this is from some movie I've never seen before, because I don't know what an Urukai is. Lord of the Rings! It's pretty good music for an invasion. I don't understand how you see something like this and you're not just like in fear of your life. This is an invasion. There's no way to call it anything else. It's Lord of the Rings, you coconut. I've never watched Lord of the Ring. Actually, I'm gonna keep my BGM off because there's a fuck ton of videos. So, this is another one from Sarah Fields here saying, hold the fucking pause, you dumb piece of shit cunt. There we go. Spain has now deployed military resources after thousands of migrants crossed into, I'm going to keep pronouncing this wrong because I have no idea how to pronounce Ceuta, from Morocco, overwhelming local authorities. Officials in Ceuta are calling on Madrid to declare a national emergency, saying the border has totally collapsed. The head of the association representing Spain's civil guard officers in Ceuta described the situation as absolute chaos, stating that thousands of migrants were crossing and that authorities could not yet provide an exact count. Spain has responded by deploying military personnel and additional security resource to the area as officials work to regain control of the border. I think they only deployed like 80 people. Like they basically said, fuck you, you're on your own. Like they didn't do anything actually. They'll never get an exact count, and that is by design. And again, it's not obviously confirmed that this is a soft trial for a takeover, but that is absolutely what this is. There is no other way to look at it. They were practicing to see how easy this area would be to take over, and then the actual real takeover invasion will happen sooner or later. Rob Davis, thank you. We all know the Spanish military is protecting the migrants. Oh, of course. Oh, of course. Bon Voyage, thank you. Compensation for the second scroll. Morocco has done this before when Spain was under Franco, tried to leave West Sahara as an independent state. Morocco sent hundreds of thousands to seize it by instantaneous colonization. Not surprising. Liam Sexton, thank you. Spain's new laws say if they arrive by water, they have to be processed, not deported. Hence the clips of them swimming around the barrier. The current estimate is 60 years to deal with the backlog. Yeah, you see, that's why you don't do that. You say, our laws were not built to handle this. We must handle it differently. They all must go immediately. But we do not have any strong men in power right now, so we cannot deal with this the way it should be. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. The orcs are invading the Shire, unfortunately. Here we go, thank you. A few M2s, maybe a couple of Mark 19s, and an M134 would clear this up in a jiffy. I saw a lot of people in comments on here saying that this would never happen in the US because unlike them, we're armed. It's not legal for them to defend themselves in their home, even now. Like, if they attacked these migrants, their police would probably arrest them and not the fucking invaders. Sorry, I said migrant. They would probably arrest the Spanish homeowners and not the invaders. And in the US, do you really think if we had a whole bunch of these foreigners swarm and invade an area, start breaking into people's homes, robbing them, potentially murdering them, do you really think that our police would not arrest you for defending yourself? Because if you genuinely believe that you would not be arrested for defending yourself from invaders in your home, you are not aware of what's happening right now. You would absolutely be arrested. The US is cucked and coping. The people will do nothing. 100%. 100%. They're like, there's a gun behind every blade of grass. I'd like to see you try this in Texas mentality. That is all cope and bravado. There is nothing behind it. You will face the brunt of the law while your wife is raped and murdered, and you will just go to prison. You laugh at people who say this wouldn't happen in the US. It's already happening. Yeah. It's just like, we are in a very fucking unfortunate position that I unfortunately cannot even speak my own thoughts about publicly. Ant Dude, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Can't go to prison when you fall in a pile of brass. Can't wait for the politicians to do jack shit about this and just carry on as if nothing happened. I can't wait until they have more strongly worded tweets. Woo! Solark, thank you. Spain has hot deportation for anyone caught crossing the border fence. 2 weeks ago, the Supreme Court decided that doesn't apply if you splash the water while you cross illegally around the border fence, hence the current situation. So fucking stupid. It's like, you can't even call the people ruling over us like dumb and incompetent because they're doing this on purpose. Again, like Keir Starmer said, your politicians have done this to you. It was by design. It was not an accident. People forgetting that we left the border open during the Biden administration and let 30 million invaders into our country, and people were sued for trying to stop the illegals from invading. Which is, again, why this is just as horrific and why we are in the same exact spot as Spain. People would like to point out, like, oh, they can't invade like they do with Spain because the Spain territory that they're invading, where's the thing, is right on the border of Morocco. So obviously the Moroccans are going to have an easier time going into Spain than any invaders trying to get into the U.S. They're already here. There's 40 plus million in the country. They don't need to cross an ocean. They're already here. And we see with all of the mass scale fraud, there are people in positions of power that help invaders try to do things within the system. Do you not think that these people would not help them if they were trying to like uproot an entire town? Of course they're going to have help. Of course there are politicians who would assist them. Because politicians hate you, hate Americans, and want to see the country destroyed. They've been flown in. They've been boated in. They have been moved around the country. They are everywhere at this point. Here's an idea. You can come to the U.S., but you have to spend a week with Kirsche's mom. Jesus Christ. Bahamut, thank you. This would happen in the U.S. Your brother in fucking Chad. It literally happened. I said Chad instead of Christ. It literally happened under Biden. Yep. Speaking of helping, did I see the video of the woman waving? Yeah, we'll get to there. An average white guy, thank you. It happened every day for 4 years in Texas, and they didn't do anything. Pure cope. Oh my god, there's a fucking video that I have that's absolutely fucking horrific. Oh god, I don't know if I could find it, because I don't know what day I brought it up. But it was like... I'll check really quick and see if I can find it. That's at the end of those... No. It's Asmongold thing. So it must have been before my Spanish tabs. No, that's a Massachusetts tab. Massachusetts. These are the main thingy-majiggies. That's artist stuff. I don't know what the fuck that is. That's an article, so that's not it. That's not it. That's more Miss Rachel bullshit because she is an industry plant. I'm losing my mind. Oh. No. This is all of the Fauci bullshit. No. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find this chat. I'm sorry, I have too many tabs. There's too many tabs. I don't know, maybe KB can find it because he's great at finding things, but it was like a grocery store swarming. I don't know if it was in Texas or not, but it was like a grocery store swarming kind of thing. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Without glowing too much, Spanish lampposts should be gaining a lot more fruit, if you know what I mean. I love fruit! Adolphus of Blood, thank you. I invite you to read Deuteronomy 28, boys. I don't even know what that is, I'm sorry. I mean, I know what it is. I don't know what the text is. An average white guy. Thank you again, I read that. You saw that? You think it was Homath? Maybe? I don't remember who tweeted it. I do not remember the tweeter. Where were we? Here. I didn't play this video. I don't think. This is scary. actually scary. I don't understand how people can look at a video like this and just be like, oh my god, those poor little babies. They're just looking for a better life and we have to provide that for them. Like, what are you doing? These are people who hate you. Why would you take that position? For a minute there, I thought it was the Texas border. This was us just 3 years ago. Yeah, you know. Yeah, you know. Also, I think someone posted the video I was talking about. What if I told you this was New Jersey? Yeah, this is it! Like, I could not imagine trying to grocery shop like this. My anxiety would be fucking spiked out of my... This guy's, like, leaning on the vegetables! That's disgusting! What are you doing? You can smell this video! This is New Jersey? Yeah, they're having a sale on some fucking vegetable thing, whatever this is. Whatever this, like, green bean-looking vegetable is, they're having, like, a sale on it, so everybody's swarmed. It's a turnip. No one wants them. Black Friday at least had, like, brawls between, like, low-class individuals you could get excited to watch, right? This is just like, damn, what the fuck? I just want to get my shopping done, man. Oh my god, it's like locusts. And it's like not, like, they seem happy. They seem happy being disorderly and chaotic. Like, they're smiling. I don't understand. This would drive me fucking crazy. What South American country is this taken from? New Jersey. You love turnips personally. Those don't look like turnip. They get to accidentally touch Bob and Vagine. Jesus Christ. Keep in mind, these people raised the inbreeding rate in New Jersey. Insanity. Insanity. Like, again, I don't care. This has nothing to do with, like, the race of the people. I don't care. If this was, like, a crowd of, like, white people, I would do the same exact thing. I would have, like, my purse clutched to my chest as I was, like, trying to slowly, like, shoulder move my way through the crowd. It's like, there's no way you're in a crowd this dense and you're not worried about someone stealing from you. That's just, it wouldn't, I know it wouldn't be for the most part, unless it's Black Friday, because everybody likes a good Black Friday brawl, right? But it's just like, I don't care. I would feel just as, like, anxious and weird about, like, oh, someone might try to reach into my purse. Too many people, this is why you don't go to cons. At cons, I am hella anxious. Like, my cortisol levels through the fucking roof, dude. Smell must be worse than an anime. That's true. It would smell worse here than if it was white people. Maybe you don't need green beans today. Someone in the comments said what the vegetable was. It's in Piscataway. I don't know where Piscataway is. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong because there's no way a town is called Piss the Cataway, you know? And this many Indians in one store is crazy. Someone said, yeah, 30% off of veggies, but, like, what veggie was it? Because I was like, what the fuck are those green beans? Oh, Labubu, 30% off veggies. Someone said what veggie it was. Please, God, let this be AI. No one wants turnip. Those don't look like turnips. They look like green beans. They look like green bean. Unless it was the guy leaning on the turnips they were talking about. I don't know. I can't find it, but someone said what the vegetable they were swarming over was. It's like this green beanie one. Zuzu BQ, thank you for the 10 months of Peru, my guy. Thank you. Been a fucking while? You can catch a live. At least that means your business has been growing. Hell yeah, I hope it's been going well. I hope it's been doing well. Piscataway is southwest of Newark, New Jersey. Oh, shit. Oh shit. Grocery store smells like you before Kirsche got her cooling situation handled. Oh man, I was a stimky foxu. Stimky. Sorry, my headphone cord touched my thigh and I thought it was a spider and it made me scared. I thought it was a spider. There was a spider that crawled on my leg the other day when I was not live, and I screamed and I kicked and it fell on the floor and I don't know where it went. So it's living in here somewhere, and so I am like eternally terrified of the spider touching my leg, man. Sorry. Here we go, man. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder that you need more ammo. Yeah. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge an Indian produce mob. I probably can't dodge a wrench, bro. Hoster the Fool, thank you. You're realizing you're 5 minutes behind in stream. Welcome to current time. Ravenish, thank you for the czars. Honestly, you thought it was South Africa. Does South Africa have that many Indians? I was unaware. Hoster the Fool, thank you. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, and swims around in your pond, you're going hunting. And to the police statement is limited to lived out places. Really is only a few breeds of spiders that are actually aggressive. It's kind of like the difference between bees and hornets. Maybe, but spiders are still fucking creepy and I hate them. You think the veggie on sale was the green pepper thing? Nobody is taking the green beans, hence why they were full. No, they're pulling the green beans, see? See, they're all pulling the green bean things. That's what they're all trying to take. Trying to take the green bean things. But they're not green beans. They're something else. I just call them green bean things because I can't remember what I read in the comments that they were. Keep asking the question. You know why they think that? Little kindergarten teacher brain individuals? I hate it. I ask a lot of rhetorical questions because it's easier to ask a rhetorical question than it is to say something that will get me banned. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Vlad has a solution for everything. No one wants to listen to history. Our founding fathers have a solution for an inept government. Read more history. They do have a solution, but we're not allowed to talk about the solution. Internet Zen Master, thank you again. I read that. Thank you. Looks kind of like a sweet pea. It's some kind of like a vegetable that I guess is very common in Indian dishes, which is why there's so many Indians here. But I don't eat Indian food, so I don't know what vegetables are common in Indian dishes. I digress away from the Indian horde in the supermarket and back to the Moroccan horde on Spanish soil. There's this clip that we already watched of them like just coming over the barrier near the sea. Just crazy fucking swarming people. Count Dankula saying, I don't want to be one of those literally 1984 guys, but this is genuinely what happens in Camp of the Saints. I really need to get a copy of that book and read it, because I have apparently accidentally quoted it multiple times, and so now I feel compelled. I must read the book. I must read it. You have 3 Indian restaurants or stores near you? Oh my god. Your oak door. Yeah, your beautiful oak door. Are they gonna burn it? Wonder if I could do a stream read-along? I had a couple of people in chat tell me that's probably not a good idea, but as we are quite literally living through whatever happens in the Camp of the Saints, maybe it'll be fine. I think it would be really fun to do a stream read-along with some of the books that I've recently purchased. I would just have to figure out how to, like, I don't know, set up a hand cam thing that works. I have a lot of manual labor to do myself in my office coming up here soon, since all my stuff from Georgia came. Only Alex Jones is more prophetic than that book. The publishers tweeted at me offering me a free copy a while back. Oh, that fucking sucks that I don't look at my notifications. I'll have to, what's the book company? I'll have to look them up. Vauban Books? Okay. I will take this link. Thank you, Maddie P. Thank you, Maddie P. I will have to go look at the book company. Good lord. It's one of those, so banned it's illegal in Europe books. You might have issues with certain language at the very least. Do they use no language that we can't say in current year? On the other hand, the last time I had a book on stream, I got in big trouble. When was the last time I had a book on stream? I don't remember the last time I've read a book. You've gone through your forbidden book phase first. You read through all of the Communist Manifesto. Now you want to read Mein Kampf and Camp of the Saints. You know, it occurred to me the other day, I've actually never read Mein Kampf either. You'd think that, like, they would have you read that when they give you, like, 4+ years of Holocaust education, right? Because, like, when you want to understand evil, you should read what evil said, right? This is kind of like what I say when people are just like, oh, that's too much. I don't want to watch that. I don't want to hear about that. And it's like, well, you know, it's okay. Some people don't really have a strong stomach, but if you want to be able to accurately explain why you hate something, you should listen to the things that they say and watch the things that they do. Because the more you know about something, the more accurately you can describe why it is evil, why it is bad, and why it should not be replicated, right? So it just seems kind of weird. 1984 is nowhere banned in Europe. We're talking about Camp of the Saints. I don't know why everyone thought we were talking about 1984. Even my moderators thought I was talking about 1984 for some reason. We're talking about Camp of the Saints. Apparently it's pretty incoherent. I could only imagine, because wasn't he on like a fuck ton of drugs? One book you should get is Aristophanes' Assembly of Women. I don't know what that is. I don't know what Aristophanes is. Sounds like a philosopher from maybe Greece or Rome, question mark? Currently servicing a church, and there's a Hispanic lady who is the whitest of whites, ginger and pale as fuck, and she has the biggest tits you've ever seen in person. And her shirt is low cut as fuck. What's she doing in the church, man? Just from the wiki, the immigrants make their way north, having no desire to assimilate to French culture, but continuing to demand a first world standard of living. Even as they flout laws, do not produce and murder French citizens. Neat, I should pick up a copy. Well, somebody linked the Vauban Books link in chat, so I guess that's where you get it if you want to buy a copy of Camp of the Saints. Maybe my mods can like repost the Vauban Books link. But yeah, that sounds a little crazy. Why should people get to come to our countries, demand our standard of living, and yet not assimilate or contribute anything? That seems like a raw fucking deal. Thank you, Binary Mind. Aristophanes was an ancient Greek author. The Assemblywoman is a political comedy theater play where all the women in Athens gain power and start making idiotic laws and destroy everything. That sounds about right. You could buy it on Amazon. I don't know how much I would trust Amazon, and especially with like a super ultra banned book, I would want to find either like a first edition of the book and pay out the money for a first edition, or I would want to get it specifically from a publisher that is against altering the text of the book. Because when you think about how many printings books go through, and especially how much things can get altered, once you get so far down the line, you have no idea if somebody with foul intent has fucked up the book. So yeah, I would not want to buy like a super ultra giga banned book off of Amazon, because I would not trust whoever's selling it to be selling a legitimate copy that has like the correct text in the book. Help. Sorry, I was finishing my iced tea. Worth noting, the Vauban version is also a new translation. If they are a company that is committed to translating things correctly, I would be okay buying, right? That's the difference. That's the difference. It's like you need to have people who are like, I want to preserve the author's intent and I want to translate it in a way that conveys their intent correctly. They're cool. Chud Run Company. The Chuddy Buddies. It's a new but mostly faithful translation.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
But you can buy it on their site as well. Okay, I mean, maybe they have an Amazon shop. I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I'm just explaining why I don't like buying books off of Amazon. I don't like buying anything off of Amazon because it's likely to be a Chinese knockoff anyway, but... Lord Brown Bear, thank you. When you were taking humanities courses in college, a lot of the Marxist crap they fed to you was circular rhetoric that you couldn't for the life of you focus on to parse. You don't think it was meant to be understood, just memorized and used like a verbal cudgel. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what a lot of communist talking points are. And once you figure out that it's just like circular rhetoric in order to be used as a cudgel to shut you up, if you point that out to them, that's when you get called a racist or a bigot or a homophobe or an Islamophobe or what the fuck ever. Anything they can do to paint you as a bad person for questioning the rhetoric. I'm winging it. You honestly don't understand what's so icky and scary about reading these kinds of books? Think about back in the day in the 60s all the way to the 90s. Historians understood the importance of reading the author's true intent to understand history. We had many more people indoctrinated, I suppose. Unfortunately. Like, look at how bad things are nowadays. Toxic, thank you for the 3 months of pre-subbing, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Rock Roldis, thank you. Aristophanes wrote Assembly of Women between 393 BC and 391 BC. Women conned their way into power, and disaster they make is what's happening now. So me saying women shouldn't be in positions of power has been something people have been ranting about since before Christ. Kind of crazy. It's like communism. People keep saying, well, maybe it just wasn't the right women, I guess. Evil Mandrake, thank you for the fucking Domino's deal, bro. You just drank some bleach. The strawberry and cream flavor is nice, but comes up hollow for you. Works well as a combination flavor for other Gamer Subs flavors, though, so you'll be putting a little bleach in most of your drinks for now. That's what I like doing with the dragon fruit flavor. The dragon fruit flavor is an amazing mixer. Frickin' great, man. Patrick Elsie, thank you. Royal cousin marriage in Europe was once so bad there was a king whose cranium was filled with more fluid than gray matter. He was barely functional. I didn't know that. How did they even figure that out? Maybe I should start a book club in my Discord. Get people reading. It's been a while. I used to love reading when I was a child, and then when I found video games, I was like, oh my god! It's like a book, but with visual pictures! I love this! And I can have an effect on the story? Holy shit! And then I got one-shotted and basically never read a book again. And just current politicians. Wastelander, thank you. We've always been at war with Eurasia. Fucking literally me. Sir Missile Monkey, thank you. Platforms prevent us from talking about the solution even though we know what the simple solution is. So we're left asking why when we know why. The rhetorical questions, they come for us all. Here we go, thank you. Unintended Consequences by John Ross. Good read. I don't know what that book is, but maybe. I like the title. Shicky, thank you for the 13 months. You already got a copy of Camp of the Saints. It's coming in 3 days' time. I have 3 books on the way at the moment. I have for Gorblin, what they are. Well, I know one of them, but I forget the other ones. Let me see here. I wish I could remember things better, chat. I wish my brain worked. Have I seen the AI book scanning news? Yeah, I think that's really fucking weird that supposedly there's like some law that prevents people who are training AI from scanning books and then like leaving the books alone. Like it's some copyright issue where like if you scan the book but you don't destroy it, you go afoul of copyright laws. So if you want to scan the books, you have to destroy them after you scan them. And I think this is horrific. It's kind of like a burning of Alexandria. Michael Baumer, thank you for the 10 gift subby bubbies, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. What did I order? I ordered Inside the South African Crucible. I was like, that sounds like it'll be a pretty fun read. That sounds like it'll be a fun read. I don't know if I can find a like short description to read to you what the book is. Let's see. Inside the South African Crucible primarily refers to the 1959 sociological and theological book by A.B. du Preez examining race relations, or it metaphorically describes South Africa's historical and ongoing transformation through deep political and social pressures. I was like, that sounds like it'd be fun as fuck. Let's read that. Let's read that. You wish you could have gotten the copy of The Great Betrayal? Yeah, I have an Ian Smith signed copy of The Great Betrayal coming as well. And then the last book I have is Sakubona, Staffy Nurse, My Experiences in an African Hospital. I was like, that also sounds fun as fuck. Let's fucking go. That's so nuts that it's signed. Yeah. Yeah, I got wicked fucking excited, man. South African politics are never boring, at least. That's why you guys are called the Honorable Chatters. It's because I used to love watching South African Parliament videos, and they call everyone Honorable Member! Honorable Member! So that's where you guys got your name from. I don't have to say, but how much did I pay for the signed copy? It actually, surprisingly, was not very expensive. It was, it was more expensive than a book should be, but in the grand scheme of things, for being a signed copy, it was not very expensive. You're reading the Templars, the Rise and Fall of God's Holy Warriors at the moment, and it's awesome so far. They were just all rich chuds who went off for a fight. Yeah, that's like, I think it was Lafayette, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was Lafayette who was like a 18 or 19-year-old son of a super fucking wealthy family, and he wanted to come fight for the American army for independence against Britain. And apparently, like, he was told no, so he was like, fuck it. And he bought his own ship and paid for his own, like, crew on the ship and just sailed over here by himself. Pretty sure that was Lafayette. When do we get our pink helmets? Lafayette's a beast. Yeah, man. Not sure how late you are, but definitely read The Camp of the Saints. It's incredibly prophetic. I'm gonna have to. You're reading Swords and Shmitar by Dr. Raymond Ibrahim. It's about the 1,000-year war between the Islamic world and the Christian West. Learned so much about Islam and ideology from reading. Reading is good, but video games were fun when I was young. Oh my god. He also escaped France dressed as a woman. You know, having twink body comes in handy sometimes. That was in fact Lafayette, hence why every city has a Lafayette Street. I remember Lafayette Square, and when they decided to move the statue of Lafayette, oh, that fucking was so stupid. It's still a clusterfuck even today. Sorry, I'm scratching my ears. I'm going fucking crazy, bro. Pat Buchanan's Death of the West should be a good read. Vauban Books is altered. It says so in a note on the translation, page 23. Altered in what way? And, like, if they're telling you, then they're not trying to hide that it was altered. But I would prefer an unaltered version if possible. Why'd they move his statue? Because city planning is fucking retarded. And they were just like, ooh, let's move the statue so we don't have a roundabout anymore. And now it's just a clusterfuck. What were we reading? Oh yeah, we got distracted by books. Explosions heard at the border of Spain's Melilla as thousands of African Muslim illegals storm a second Spanish city while screaming Allahu Akbar. Smoke is seen rising through the air. It's unclear what the explosions were, but could be munitions fired by Moroccan authorities to disperse crowds. So, wasn't Spain under Muslim rule for like 800 years before the Reconquista? Are we really gonna let them take it again and have to Reconquista again instead of preventing them from taking it in the first place? Like, I just don't understand. I just don't like, why would you willingly go back into that? Time is a flat circle. If time is a flat circle, I am really fucking nervous for the next decade, man. Kurgan, thank you. Feral Historian has a great synopsis of Camp of the Saints. I do not know who that is, sorry. Wastelander, thank you. Burn Your Books has Fahrenheit 451 PTSD. Oh no. Oh no. Vanguard Winnie, thank you. I've convinced you to buy your jumpers from America from now on. The Kirsche hoodie turned up the other day. It looks amazing. Definitely makes you feel like a toasty Aussie. I was like, what the fuck's a jumper? This guy out here wearing a romper, man? Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad the quality's fucking sweet ass. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Winnie, man. At this point, need another crusade. I think another book I would enjoy is Reflections on the French Revolution by Edmund Burke, because it has a lot of reflections on what we're seeing. That's really funny you say that, because I had that in a tab somewhere where I was considering buying it, and I was like, I don't know, I might want to. I guess I should. That's really funny. Honestly, gotta crusade again, oust the Pope and enact the Holy War. Maybe it's a sign. Here in Australia, a jumper is a sweater. Yeah, I have not heard that before. That's funny. TDM Dylan, thank you for the kick bits. Hence the first Spanish Inquisition and the need for the second Spanish Inquisition. I don't want to have another Inquisition. We need to stop this before it gets that bad, man. Have I seen Equilibrium? I fucking love Equilibrium. That is a great campy movie. Rock Roldis, thank you. Aristophanes. Greek names are weird. They are weird. Aristophanes. The Inquisition is how you stop this. I can't speak. Rock Roldis, thank you. Aristophanes wrote Assembly of Women. Oh, I read that. Thank you again. Thank you again. Tony, thank you. Reconquista. The re. We really put the re in it this time. Can we proceed with the remigration now? You're not allowed to defend yourself. That's illegal. That's illegal, buddy. Woo! Where's the Allahu Akbars, man? You said Allahu Akbar. I just hear woo! Another Spanish city is being invaded tonight. African illegals break through a border fence in Melilla. President Trump warned Spain to fund their military. They refused. That seems like a purposeful fucking action, man. Oh, there's the Allahu Akbars. Once again, how do you watch this and not understand you are being invaded and conquered? How is it possible to watch this and think literally anything else? Oh, but Kirsche, all you have to do is be a good person and then you understand it's not an invasion, you racist.
Leftists hate Lafayette because he owns slaves, and ignore the fact that he bought the slaves to free them and prove he could run a plantation with paid labor. Then La Revolucion took his properties, saying they'd free the slaves. They didn't.
Damn, that's crazy. Imagine that. Leftists being wrong and liars. Huh. So surprising. Thank you, brave SJ, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Because the only people that conquer are Nazis, you know? It's all so tiresome, man. All so tiresome. And this stuff in Spain, like, if the original migrant crisis into Europe wasn't enough to wake you up, if the migrant crisis on the American borders wasn't enough to wake you up, if people, like, shooting and trying to assassinate Trump wasn't enough to wake you up, if Charlie Kirk wasn't enough to wake you up, you're gonna sleep through this as well. And it's not gonna be good for you. Like, there's only so many dominoes that can fall before it comes to a head. Do you remember Mel Gibson's The Patriot? There was a dumb rich woman who sees a ship explode in the harbor and goes, ooh, fireworks? That's what these people are, dumb bitches who don't understand reality. I'm sick of the dumb bitches! Ha ha! Spain is toast, they did it to themselves, and I keep saying this. What good are your principles if they lead you to death and ruin? If your principles lead your society to collapse, of what good were they? If you allow yourself to be conquered, your civilization deserves to die. If we cannot defend our Constitution and defend American principles, the American empire deserves to perish. I don't like saying that. I don't like thinking that. But if people will not stand up and defend it, that is the only thing that will happen. We will go the way of the Romans, and we will be spoken about in the same way. There will be nothing left. Yay, new votes! If that's what they think. I love how some people are just like, yay, new votes, and they don't realize that they will be on the chopping block, man. Kind of crazy. I'm with you. Oh, apparently the Angry Birds movie did a kid-friendly version of Camp of the Saints? Really? Really? Angry Birds, of all things? What did he say here? Kongman said, main big pig, Bigu Pigu! Has a Muslim beard. Green is the primary color of Islam. Pigs invade birdland under the pretense of being friendly. Cucked president bird welcomes them, gaslights other birds about inclusion. Amnesty International, coexist stickers. This is the most right-wing anti-immigration piece of media in the modern age. I guess it depends on how you think of the modern age, because My Little Pony did it first, actually. There's an episode of My Little Pony about, like, the Yak Nation, and how, like, everybody is trying to tell the Yaks that they need diversity in their nation, and the Yaks are like, but we want to preserve our culture and our tradition, why do we need to accept other cultures into our nation? And the ponies actually teach the Yaks that it's okay to be proud of their culture and their nation, and they don't have to accept outsiders if they don't want to. I was like, that is the craziest fucking thing in My Little Pony. What the fuck? Wait, really? Yeah. I don't remember what the Yak Nation episode was, but it was like, I was stunned. I was absolutely fucking stunned. You don't want to watch My Little Pony again? You only did it once for a VTuber. Lauren Faust was based. Yeah, you know. My Little Pony even had an anti-commie episode. It was wild to see. Yeah, it's crazy. People want to dog on the bronies, but as long as they're not fucking their pony plushies, maybe they have a good idea. Let's see what this is.
Said you stored your nuts for winter. Burn.
All right, what's going on here? Are you explorers or are you staying? Because if you're explorers, then why are there more of you coming, huh? Not my house again. That's my home. And you know what? If you are staying, why don't you just say so? And why'd you leave your home? How do we know you're not fugitives of the law? You are making our guests feel unwelcome. And you're not asking basic questions. Oh. Maybe I wasn't clear enough.
That's actually kind of crazy. It even shows that, like, you're not allowed to ask questions. That makes you the bad guy. Damn. Angry Birds, I was not familiar with your game.
Your opinion is not needed. Why do we have to agree? Why does it matter that we're not the same? I ain't good. It's not always the answer. Continue the tour.
Surf's up, you guys. So get ready to hang
That
on.
went well. If you're me.
Dummy. We could really use you right about now.
True. True. That's insane to see. That is insane to see. I don't know how long that movie came out, or like how long ago it came out. Pigs prey on the youngest. You can't
The Angry
date the
Birds thing
Egu.
reminds me of the video Tectone watched about Shrek being a subversive story, being anti-white and Western.
Really? Huh. I've never thought about that. Koikitsu. That would be a fucking weird-ass video to watch. Hell yeah. I mean the one where the Yak village was buried under an avalanche and the leader absolutely refused outside help and the ponies helped them anyway without the leaders knowing, but he found out and thanked Pinkie Pie for preserving their pride. I don't remember, but maybe? I remember there being a rock slide, but I don't remember all of it. I would have to rewatch the episode. But you could be right. Angry Bird released on May 20th, 2016. I want to say the My Little Pony episode was before that. Because it was Friendship Was Magic, but I can't remember when it came out. I think the main plot of the movie Angry Birds was just that the pigs wanted to eat the birds' eggs. Oddly poetic. You just ordered Camp of the Saints for the hand-cam read-along. Fuck, now I have to do it. Now I have to if you guys are putting up money and buying the books. People on TikTok are constantly trying to make the opposite message, where it is inclusive and about colonization. Good lord. Take-Two Productions, the same Tectone read of Shrek, has a video about Angry Bird. Pretty spot on. Interesting. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic came out on October 10th, 2010. Yeah, I just don't know when the specific Yak episode was, because Friendship is Magic ran like through 2016, 2018. It ran for a long-ass time. Just threw down on Old Camp as well. Get yours quick. Oh, fuck, brother. Oh, fuck. You regret not getting a first edition, but at least you get a hardcover. I would like to get a first edition, but I don't know how possible or how expensive that might be. There's a signed first edition French copy of Camp of the Saints up for like $950. I'm not gonna pay that for a book, though. That's fucking crazy. If memory serves, the Yaks were analogs for Native Americans, which may be why the pro-traditionalism message went through. I did not know that they were analogs for that. Dave from accounting, thank you. The Lego movie is just straight commie propaganda. I have never seen a Lego movie, nor I will ever see a Lego movie. Silence of Night, thank you for the member. Thank you, thank you. 2010, men obsess over animated horses. 2025, men obsess over animated horses. Japan. True! It all comes full fucking circle, buddy. Full fucking circle. Let's see, we have more videos here. Invaders are raiding homes in Ceuta, Spain as time approaches 1 a.m. Spaniards have been abandoned by their socialist government. The military has been given stand-down orders. Socialism in America must be eviscerated. We cannot ever be put in the situation here in the States. It's unfortunate that we're kind of already there, buddy. They just have not organized at the same degree as what's happening here. We just have like flashpoints of Antifa and weird rabble-rousers going around destroying things. We have not had like a 50,000 plus strong group of military men ransacking people's houses yet. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Sorry, I answered a phone call from my meme and I accidentally muted my BGM instead of my mic at first. And I was like, ah! I was just like, I can't talk right now. Me working. Parkinson's mode activation. That's what the sound was? Yeah. There's a post showing a migrant has killed a Spaniard by stabbing him in Ceuta. You're sure more to come? I don't think I have that link, so if you could post that, I would appreciate. An average white guy, thank you. Europe allowed Hong Kong to fall. All colonial territory will be lost. Unfortunately, seems so. Hopefully not. Hopefully people actually start doing fucking stuff, man. Haster the Fool, thank you. Notice how they have pube beards too? In other news, Remnant777 has 2 vids on the movie asking if the pigs are colonial or if they're migratory. I don't know who that is either, I'm sorry. Silence of Night, thank you for the member, my guy, thank you. Thank you. This kind of stuff really does break your heart. Like, you understand these politicians are evil, but sometimes you just look at these things and you think, how can they be so evil? Like, when we got the rape report in the UK, it really boggles the mind. It really boggles the mind how they can be that disgusting and disturbed. And then everyone's just like, well, that's just the way things are. Can't do anything about that. Pretty sure it's TOS, but where would you send a link to? If it actually shows, like, the murder happening in real time, that would be TOS, but maybe my mods can find it. KB's really good at finding things. He's crazy. Like, can you just imagine, right? Like, imagine that you are in your apartment or you're in, like, your house in a non-suburban or rural setting, and you just look out your window and you see foreigners speaking in a foreign language breaking into people's houses. Like, you know you're eventually going to have people break into yours too. Like, this is a horrifying situation to be in. What do you mean, imagine? William Nunn, thank you. You know what, Kirsche? You just don't care anymore. Let Spain burn. These people won't fight for their lives or freedom, then why care? I mean, that's kind of like the point that I have taken, like, as far as defending people online. It's like, if you're not going to stand up for yourself, like, if you get attacked by a cancel mob and you aren't willing to stand up for yourself, why should anyone else? You know? Like, I've spent quite a lot of time, like, defending people in the past that just, like, They don't seem to care, and they would rather just shut up and let people attack them. And they aren't reciprocally defensive either, and so it's just like, why bother? You clearly don't care. You clearly don't want the defense, so let whatever happens happen, I guess. They manage the crisis if it's a temporary weather event rather than recognizing it as the consequence of policies that prioritize globalist openness over the preservation of the nation state. When a border is breached by 60,000 people at once, the state has stopped being a protector of its people and has become a mere manager of a transition. I would go even further and say that they're not like a manager of a transition. They're hoping that that transition happens. Like, this is what they want to happen. They are a willful participant. And if politicians do not understand what's going on, right? If there's actually some politicians that aren't like cartoonishly evil and they're just genuinely fucking retarded, they better wake the fuck up soon, or else it's going to become like Nepal. Purveyor of that transition. Yep. That's a good way to put it. You're yet again reaffirmed in your belief that a legitimate state cannot exist without the right, now ear arms. I don't know what you're trying to say. I'm sorry. It should become like Nepal. They should go further. Oh my god. Which would also be scary, unfortunately. The difference between the US and Spain is guns. Americans will stand their ground. Hey, look, it's a boomer retard. Hey, look, it's a boomer retard that doesn't understand what's going on. Imagine plenty of Spaniards want to stand their ground, but simply can't and aren't allowed to. Yep. And Robbie Starbuck saying something good here. They're all military-aged men, Brian. You have zero survival instinct if you don't see the problem with the hordes of fighting-aged men invading your country uninvited. Europe has had this issue for decades. When the migrant crisis first kicked off, in European countries, you couldn't even call it an invasion. You couldn't even point out, where are the women and children? You would be unpersoned. You would be arrested. You weren't allowed to acknowledge reality in some European countries. It was fucked. And now it's even worse. Do you want them in your home? Now that I say that, maybe you do, but the rest of us don't. They did this before in Spain, and many good Spanish men died to take their country back. Want to guess why many of us with Spanish ancestors have a little African or Arab in our DNA? Many of the invaders back then raped Spanish women as a part of their conquest. You're a fool, or worse, for pretending to not understand this. And he's responding to Brian Krasenstein doing the typical leftist thing where he says, these people merely want the best life for themselves and their families, just like everyone else on this planet. The fact that so many conservatives and so-called Christians are attacking them is disgusting. And it's just like, I don't know if he does this because he's legitimately retarded or if he's actually like a genuine malicious actor who thinks that he's going to be someone that will be propped up in the elite class once the Marxist takes over. He's going to be up against the wall because they don't like the beautiful revolutionaries once the communists come to power. And especially if what happens in Iran happens here, he's just going to be killed by the Islamists who also use the communists to help them come to power. So either way, Brian Krasenstein is fucked if anything actually comes to fruition from his talking points. Look at how they cheer and smile and give thumbs up to the cameras. They know that they're an invading force. They know that they're going to conquer this area, and they know that no one is going to stop them. They additionally know that if anyone tries to speak out against their invasion, those people will be the ones punished. They've already essentially won. It's already fucking over in their minds. Consensual non-consent border penetrators are surely no threat to the integrity of our country, right? And I apparently ratioed this guy while I was pissing. Holy shit, it's at 10K now. I was like, you're a grotesque amalgamation of subversive talking points in the shape of a human. Like, it's actually disgusting that anyone says this. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a malicious liar or if you're an unintelligent retard at this point. You are doing the same amount of fucking damage. It doesn't matter. It's distinction without a purpose. The Brian guy, fuck him. Yeah, fuck him. Eloquent roasting. Why are there so many shirtless dudes? I don't know, man. They were on a boat and they went swimming. Maybe they took the shirt off? Question mark. Where are their families? It's the same question back at the beginning of the migrant crisis, when I've talked about how there was like that one like independent news channel person, and somebody crazy actually found the video, and we watched it once. But there was a guy that went around asking the women and children in Syria, like, hey, what do you think of what's happening? Where are the men? Where are the husbands? And the women were like, the men have forsaken us. They've gone to Europe to enrich themselves, and they have forsaken what their jihad actually is, which is to build up their home and be loyal to their families. The women were pissed that the men abandoned them to go enrich themselves in Europe. So even the women in these countries are just like, yeah, these men are violent and selfish, and they're only going for riches. They don't care about anything else. The women sound like the ones we want here. Ironic, right? The men march and the women weep. It sounds almost like a war. Exactly. Exactly. We've been in this position for too fucking long. Even Hawkenfrares, thank you. If they truly wanted a better life, they'd build it, not destroy the places and people that already have it. Exactly. Exactly. Bren Hydra, thank you. The Moroccan situation makes you wanna... This message was censored due to incomprehensible glow posting. The feds are on their way to correct them. Ooh, bratty chatter need correction. A Foxpocalypse, thank you. You'd rather go through a zombie apocalypse, but then there would probably be people defending zombies eating you. Zombies have rights! They're just hungry and trying to feed their family! It's okay if they eat a few people. What are a few people anyways? There's billions! Interesting, you thought the reason the men came by themselves was to send money back to their families. You didn't know they were just straight up abandoning the women like that. That's just fucked. Yeah. Yeah, some of them are just straight up abandoning. I was like, it was eye-opening when I watched that interview of all those people in Syria who were left behind. It was crazy. They were like, why aren't the men here rebuilding? Why aren't they being loyal to their families? Why aren't they here where they should be? Rings of Power literally did that with the orcs. Oh no. Okay, I already read that one. Ehef, thank you. Embrace tradition, embrace heritage. Rise, my Angie Burb. Angie Burb. San Pichu, thank you. Your answer to they're only looking to make their lives better is, and you know what they believe would make their lives better, taking your lives and your women. Also a very good point. Liam Sexton, thank you. Once Spain grants amnesty, some of them will import their families and continue to strengthen their enclaves, hence the Sharia courts in the UK. Sharia courts are probably coming to the US very soon as well. You saw that Massachusetts law that I talked about that is going to be basically prioritizing and picking Muslims to be in positions of power. Connecticut is also doing something similar to that. Maybe I can find that tab really quick while we're in the middle of these tabs. Connecticut. Here we go. Connecticut passed a law requiring schools to insert Islamic and Arab studies into their curriculum. This is how you prepare a population for a takeover. And this is in Connecticut Senate Bill number 298. Appropriations and utilizing available resource materials shall assist and encourage local and regional boards of education to include 1. Holocaust and genocide education and awareness. You know, I was being like tongue-in-cheek when I talked about how I've had like 4+ years of Holocaust education in high school, but it genuinely was that. And so now when I read that Connecticut is going to require Holocaust education, it doesn't even faze me. I was just like, yeah, that makes sense. You know, we live in clown world. What am I going to do? 2, the historical events surrounding the Great Famine in Ireland. 3, African American and Black studies. 4, Puerto Rican and Latino studies. 5, Native American studies. 6, Asian American and Pacific Islander studies. 7, personal financial management, including but not limited to financial literacy as developed in the plan provided under section 10 through 16 pp. 8, training in cardiopulmonary resuscitation and the use of automatic external defibrillators. 9, labor history and law, including organized labor, the collective bargaining process, existing legal protections in the workplace, the history and economics of free market capitalism and entrepreneurialism, and the role of labor and capitalism in the development of the American and world economies. 10, climate change consistent with the next generation science standards. 11, topics approved by the state board upon the request of local or regional boards of education as part of the program of instruction offered pursuant to the subsection A of this section, and 12, instruction relating to the Safe Haven Act, section 17A through 57 to 17A through 61, inclusive, and 13, Islamic and Arab studies. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection shall be available to each local and regional board of education for the development of curriculum on climate change as described in this subsection. Now, obviously, all of this is being taught to you by communists, so none of it is as it actually reads, if it reads like a normal text. And if we're going to be doing Islamic studies in Connecticut schools, why is that the only religion allowed to be taught? Most of the countries these men come from don't understand that destroying shit hurts them too, because most don't have the concepts of building and maintaining. They think it was just always there and always will be. It is insane to think about not being able to perceive that consequences have actions. You know, just a little bit insane to me. I don't think I was this far yet. Yeah, I was over here. Nick Sortor. Socialism must be eviscerated. All right, the Brian Krasnstein. Hey, this was the next tab. I'm fucking nuts. The Ghostbusters movie is right. The EPA are nothing but pencil-pushing limp dick commies. True. So we have another video. Fights in the streets between African illegals and Spaniards have broken out as the invasion of Quetta continues. Quetta? I have no idea how to pronounce that fucking name. This is likely only going to get worse in the nighttime hours. There aren't nearly enough places for the invaders to sleep. Don't be surprised if they start breaking into homes and businesses. This was before, apparently, thousands of them decided to go home, which is why I think you don't flood an area with 60,000 plus people and then decide, well, I'm hungry, time to go home. Unless this was an exercise. This was not the actual invasion. This was the training exercise for the invasion that will come. And more men will come when they do the actual invasion. Ceuta. I will try to remember, thank you. Is that person with a fucking baby carriage? Hold up. Is that a baby carriage? I can't tell if that's like some sort of street vendor or if that's a baby carriage, but like, what the fuck? Trash bin? Oh, okay. That's a weird looking trash bin, brother. Yeah, we crossed the border en masse. Nothing happened. We're going home. That's such a pretty street, too. That's a shame. I love streets that have like details and shit on them like that. It's why I love the cobblestones. Yay, cobblestone. Communists love violence and chaos. Yep. Why should we even believe any of them actually left? Because they said they were hungry. You know, I guess they couldn't steal enough, so they just decided to go back across the border. It's now 4:20 a.m. in Ceuta, Spain, and Moroccan streets leading the border crossing are gridlocked as thousands of Africans rush to join the invasion. Socialist Spanish Prime Minister Sanchez told the military to stand down, ensuring the invasion continues. How much more will Spaniards put up with? I guess until they're killed?
أنتم الإخوان كنزيدو نقربوكم من الصورة من العلو واخا مقبسين فين دا مقبسين مهرسين باقي لا قبس لا والو كنحاولوا نوريكم الصورة من هنايا هانتوما ها هذا الرامبوان ديال الديوان هذا الرامبوان ديال إيبيس هات منظر بنادم كيفاش عامل ها شوف اللهم بارك انا غنزومي شي حاجة شوف لا والو الزوم ما خدامش
It's just a wild thing to be alive and witness. Spain has fallen. France and Portugal better start building walls. Imagine. The rest of the EU needs to immediately cut Spain out of the Schengen area, which allows passport-free movement through Europe. But they won't because they're weak. However much damage the Prime Minister of Italy is doing because she's ineffective, according to the Italians who are commenting on my post, at the very least, she claims she's suspending Schengen with Spain. So at the very least, she's doing more than the majority of our politicians, which is really fucking sad. This is terrible. How much longer can this go on? We must do something. Does nothing. Albatross, thank you. This makes the US-Mexico border footage look like child's play. It does. It's scary. Jen Jacko, thank you. You said it when my YouTube chat died, but I should watch the video from Basic Logic on YouTube about why Euro elites want African migration. It's basically a way to thin out the bloodline of the common folk. What? What? See what it's pronounced say, as in like segregation? Seuta. Wasn't that what I was saying? Ceuta? I think that's what I was saying. Somebody else said that a minute ago. This is honestly the biggest reason why you're glad Trump is seriously considering cutting our ties with NATO and the European Union. Hurts to say, but America and most of Europe are completely incompatible. Nowadays, we need to just focus on us. I understand where you're coming from, and I do understand how, like, absolutely browbeaten cucked a lot of Europeans that we see online seem to be. But I don't think it is a good idea to completely abandon Europeans. This is something that we must remember. We are in this together, right? It's not just Europe that's being attacked this way, and it's not just the United States. Even if the European governments are far worse than our own, we must remember that most of the European people are similar to us, right? They just have so many laws put in place that they're not able to speak as freely as we are, right? I would be willing to bet there are millions more Europeans who share the same opinions that all of us do in chat, more so than the ones that we see on Twitter that are fucking crazy out of their minds and want more of this, right? They just cannot say it because they will be arrested under their governments. They do not have freedom of speech in the same way that we do. I've said many times, like, it's somewhat jokingly, but like, no more brother wars, man. We are in this basket together. Euros are gonna birth 3 super Hitlers, holy fuck. Fortress America does not exist. It is fiction. America cannot remain free if it is ringed by enemies. We warned them and they did nothing. I mean, yeah, you can be angry at people not taking your warnings, and you can give them the smuggest, greatest, I told you so, you fucking retard. But then you extend your hand and you say, all right, now that I got that out of my system, we're going to fuck this shit up and we're going to get out of this together. Look at Canada to the north. Freedom of speech does not really exist. And even in America, our freedom of speech is being cracked down on in a very European manner. Like, we just saw what happened with Shiloh Hendricks. Even if you're someone who thinks that that is a bad, naughty word that shouldn't be spoken, you should still understand the consequences of the government arresting you for saying a word. That should not happen. There should be 0 words that get you arrested. Let me ask you honestly, what do we do if they keep voting to keep this going in Europe? The people, you mean? I feel like the people voting in Europe works just as well as us voting in America at this point. We can't say on Twitch, also that. If we ever need to provide aid to Europe, we should make sure we only send pork. I'd like to remind Americans that some Europeans have been screaming this whole time you'd prefer to not be put in the same boat as your limp dick fellow Europeans. Yeah, it's very easy. It is very easy to, like, get consumed by the media that we're reading and just be like, oh yeah, well, all Europeans are the same, right? And it's like, that's a very erroneous way to look at it, in my opinion. Like he said, there have been Europeans who tried calling this out before. There have been a lot of Europeans who have been arrested for trying to speak about what's happening. They have not enjoyed freedom of speech in the way that we have, and ours in America is also very much under attack in a very European way. Their governments have been far worse than ours for far longer. That is not the fault necessarily of all of the European people, especially if their voting has been egregiously fucked over. Race to world first, Mustache Man 2. And like, think about, we even talked about it at the beginning of stream, how many of their politicians were just like, hello, I am Sir Right-Wing Politician, I'm gonna clean up the shit, I'm gonna do what you want, here's all of the nice talking points that everybody wants to hear. And then they get in office and they're like, surprise, I'm just another leftist, haha, get fucked. You know, like they've been browbeaten by shitty politicians so fucking hard. Illuminati, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, you were on Almighty Lolly streams a while ago, and you saw two guys telling him that their parents have been brainwashed by commie propaganda of Mexico. What? And their lives miserable and they suffer. Lolly just dismissed it as family dynamics. Grow up. I can't see him defending commies. That would be really fucking weird. That'd be weird. A party of discovery and inquisition that's going to be given before long. That's why American politics is also important. Many of the NGOs got their funding from the commies there. Let's not forget, globalists are all over the West. Yes. Yes. And the Tories did so little for so long that the UK voted Labour in, which is how they discovered what it's like without lube. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Politicians need to be punished for not upholding their pledges. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If you cannot rely on a politician at least being honest about what they're going to try to do, even if they can't do it because they get giga fucking cock blocked by trying to do it, if they don't at least try to uphold their promises, you're left with zero faith in the system. Because you're just like, how do I know who's not lying to me at this point, you know? So it's like, I'll make fun of the Euro pores, I'll make fun of the Brit bongs, but it's like, again, we're all in this together, and we poke fun because it's like, you poke fun at everybody. Everybody gets their lumps and jokes, right? It's comedy. I don't hate the Europeans. I don't want to see any of their countries collapse, especially the ones that I share heritage with my ancestors, like in Italy and in France. I want to be able to visit these nations and have them be Italian, have them be French, not have them be Islamic countries. UK wasn't even really voting Labour in. It was the cataclysmic collapse of the Tory vote. You don't remember the numbers that Lotus Eaters had, but it was like 60% less than the prior election. Yeah. You poke fun to get them to see where they're going wrong and change for the better. I mean, also that, right? You don't know, man, you've been burned so many times about a right-wing wave coming to Europe, and every single time it falls flat, going all the way back to Brexit. You don't really have hope of an actual right-wing movement coming in. And it's difficult. It's very hard to not just give up and blackpill about things. But if you give up, that's it. It's already over, right? They win as soon as you give up. It might be bleak, you might not know exactly what to do, but you have to continue to have hope and have to try to make things better. And it sucks knowing that there's things that should be done that cannot be done, and that you have to just bide your time. But all you can do is try. All you can do is try, man. They got demoralized and have lost so much. Seeing Restore come in and actually giving many natives a feeling of pride again has been refreshing. Yeah. Yeah. And I can also understand, like, people getting frustrated when, you know, like we do when Trump says really fucking dumb shit. Like, ooh, the 600,000 Chinese people, we need them for the university. It's like, no, we fucking don't. Why are you saying this shit? Shut the fuck up. Like, it's very obnoxious. Because it's like, we've been lied to so many times. We've had politicians lie about what they're going to do so many times that even 1 ounce of that kind of like backtracking rhetoric makes everyone be like, well, what the fuck? That's not what we voted for. That's not why you're here. That's not why we wanted you and your administration to do shit. You're essentially just throwing all of us out. So it's like, I understand why people get pissed about it. Half of the EU is still scared to vote right-wing because they don't want to create the next Hitler. The longer this goes on, the higher the chances you legit get some pissed-off retard in power who takes things too far again. Yes. And I would like to fucking avoid that. Alaska Mac, thank you. Date of this invasion is apparently an anniversary. Anniversary of what? What happened on July 30th? What happened on July 30th, man? Hold on a second. Historical events, July 30th. Let's see. The House of Burgesses, the first elected legislative assembly in the New World, convened in Jamestown, Virginia. The song La Marseillaise was sung in Paris for the first time by volunteers from Marseille, later becoming the French national anthem. The heavy cruiser USS Indianapolis was torpedoed by a Japanese submarine and sank in 12 minutes, resulting in the loss of hundreds of lives at sea. A mid-air collision between a Boeing 727 and a Japanese fighter jet killed 162 people in Morioka, Japan. Uruguay defeated Argentina 4-2 in the inaugural FIFA World Cup. Like, it's funny that I was reading, like, actual historical things, and they were suddenly like, oh, South America, soccer! I don't know. What's the anniversary? July 31st to 1492, the Jews were expelled from Spain. Oh, well, that's like a day later. That's a day later than the invasion started. Andy-chan, no. Andy-chan, kawaii. I fucking hate Portland! Illuminati, thank you. Also, wasn't Hitler left-wing, not right-wing? Nazis were literally called that because they came from National Socialist Party. Europe's literally have history all fucked up and don't remember their past at all. To be fair, it's the same in our country with the Democrats. They've done a very good job of brainwashing people. Husband, we are home res. Alaska Mac, thank you again. I'm scrolling. The good thing that Portland has is their city flag. Mandalore Jack, thank you. Throne Day is a public holiday in Morocco punctuated by commemorations of the day of the king's formal ascension to the throne. Huh. So they invaded on Throne Day? Seems kind of weird, I guess. If Sharia comes to Europe, they'll erase European culture. See ISIS destroying Palmyra in Iraq and the Taliban destroying the Bamutran Buddhas in Afghanistan. And the leftists will help them do it if they haven't been killed yet, because they've already been destroying our statues here. Hitler rose out of Bolshevism. 7 years of leftist gaslighting people into believing the nationalist part was the bad one and not the socialist part. Well, yeah, they can't say the socialist part is bad because they want their communism, all right? Their communism is fine because they're not killing people based on race. They're just killing way more people. It's inclusive murder. Yay! There's no other point in human history when 10,000 plus men stampeding across your border was not considered an invasion. That just sounds like bigotry to me. Oh my god. What the fuck, Lala, thank you. Think like the founders of the OG US. Even if we fall, it's better to unalive standing for ourselves than to be forced to our knees. Looney Lenny, thank you. The Reconquista battle at Vienna were pointless. I wouldn't say it's pointless, because it did bring, you know, prosperity to Spain to win the Reconquista, but they had to suffer through, what did I say earlier, like 800 years-ish of Islamic conquer. It's kind of would like to avoid that. That'd be great. That'd be nice. Benito Mussolini, who established a fascist dictatorship in Italy, was born on July 29th, 1883. How about Benito Mussolini? How's the old cat? He is a demon? He is a demon who scratches the fuck out of the bunker bros. He is a very angry cat for whatever reason. They also kept the Muslims out of France for a while. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit of time. Blackie Blackerson, thank you. Crowder showed a video of this today, and there was a person on the boardwalk waving at the invaders. Yeah, I have that video too. That is a video that everybody should absolutely fucking watch, because it is insane. It is insanity. Like, anyone reacting that way has the survival instincts of a fucking plant, because that's not a malicious liar. That's not an elite. That is an on-the-ground, like, toddler instinct retard. Spain's civil guard chief declares the border has totally collapsed. Thousands of military-aged African men have poured over the border in the past several hours. This is because Spain just gave amnesty to illegals. All amnesty does is encourage more illegal immigration.
Really wild video here. Chaos at the border of Spain's North African enclave in Morocco. This is a city called Ceuta. You're watching as thousands of migrants break through the fence and completely overwhelm the border police. Their video showing huge groups of people, mostly young military-age guys, cramming into inflatable tubes or arriving on shore in other ways, some of them wading in the water.
How do I unstuck an object from a cylindrical tube?
As they break through the gates to get to the other side. Sandra, this is reminiscent of kind of what we saw during the open border during the Biden administration through...
Chat, when the migrant crisis first started happening, there was a country that sank a couple migrant boats. Was it Greece or was it Italy? I can't remember. But I know there were a couple migrant boats that got sunk by one of the countries.
2021, 2024, kind of similar to what we saw in Del Rio back in 2021.
It was Italy? Okay, you guys can't remember either. Fuck.
The socialist agenda, their platform literally says they want to abolish borders, abolish immigration enforcement,
so
have
probably
complete
Greece.
freedom
Thank
of
you,
movement.
guys.
This is what it looks like in another country if they get what they want. Notice
Greece, like, I'm too poor to pay debts. I will sink boat.
there is no resistance from the government whatsoever. These people are coming in without any obstruction. And if people don't know, Spain has a very left-wing government. Earlier this year,
How can anyone look at this and think it's not planned? Easy, because they're told what to think. They don't actually know how to think. We have not been teaching the younger generations critical thinking in a very long time. And I would say the lack of critical thinking probably began with millennials. I don't know how bad the Gen Xer attitude is, if they're just like some sort of partially retarded, partially selfish like the boomers. But it's like in the millennial generation, you can see that like narcissistic, I know everything, but I actually don't have to learn anything at all. Cheaper to reimburse them for the deaths than the welfare.
Did a big amnesty program for over 1 million illegal immigrants living in the country. They had 1.3 million illegal immigrants apply for that amnesty program between April and June. So that's what we call a pull factor, Sandra. They're looking for something like that. They know if they can just get their foot in the country.
That is insane. That is an insane amount of people just bobbing around in the water. This is fucking terrifying. This is terrifying. I would, like, if I lived in this fucking Spanish enclave, I would be like just out of my mind. It's just like, I don't want to fucking die, bro. Like, it's like the only thing I would be thinking.
Maybe someday that left-wing government will do another amnesty program, and you were just reading some of the wires. The locals want an emergency declaration. It sounds like
the ministry's saying no, they will not deploy military to the border.
Apparently they don't think this is an I mean, look at this. This is a total free-for-all.
It does feel like we are looking at a few years ago when you were reporting at the border here in the United States.
Once again, my tinfoil that's probably not tinfoil at all. This is a test run for the takeover. This is a test invasion.
Is happening right now. This story is breaking right now, and you're not just talking about hundreds, thousands of migrants are pouring over the borders as we speak.
Yeah, and again, I mean, just look here. Do you see any women or children? I mean, most people would call these folks so-called asylum seekers. These are all young guys just flooding into the country and overwhelming what, if any, border there is. It looks like there's just kind of a small barbed wire fence or something like that. But you can see the Spanish government is caught completely off guard here, and you have thousands of these men. I mean, it literally looks like, you often hear the word invasion, but it literally looks like one here. Look at that. I mean, you see the border.
I like how he nervously laughed before calling it an invasion, because we've been trained that if you call an invasion, that makes you a bad person. What else would you call this? There is no other word to use. 10 million, or 20.3% of Spain's total population, is foreign-born. As of January 1st, 2026, the main nationalities of the immigrants were Colombian, Venezuelan, Moroccan. Previous data from the United Nations shows that there were 5.9 million immigrants in Spain in early 2018, totaling 12.8% of Spain's population at the time. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same story for literally every single Western country. It was just an absolute fucking explosion in the mid-2010s.
Fence there, they're all just going around it. And again,
the head of Spain's civil guard is calling this.
Going around it.
Hold
and
on.
Again,
they even have fucking swimmy flippies. They brought swimmy flippies to invade. Are we fucking serious right now, bro?
The head of Spain's civil guard is calling this absolute chaos. In a brand new interview, he said, quote, "It's not possible to give precise numbers, but there are thousands of migrants crossing right now." He added,
"Look at this shit, man. It's actually like zombies. Why are they lining up in this wall like 3 lines deep and banging on it? Why not just go around the wall? What am I witnessing?"
That the border
actually like
has
locusts.
Totally collapsed, quote unquote.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. And for folks who don't know where this is a small Spanish city, autonomous in North Africa. It's actually in Morocco, but it is.
In before one of them has a Kirsche plush in hand. Please do not violently invade a sovereign nation with a Kirsche plush.
It does have Spanish autonomy. It's called Ceuta. So this isn't on the mainland of Spain. But these images, we've been looking at them on social media all morning. It's just stark to see that there is no resistance whatsoever. I mean, at least in Del Rio back in 2021, when those 20,000 Haitians were crossing the river, similar images to this, you had some border patrol there. You had Texas DPS there trying to stop them. Here in Spain, there is absolutely nothing stopping these folks from wading ashore and climbing the fence.
Look at this. Look at how many fucking people this is. Just fucking hordes of individuals invading the Spanish enclave. This is terrifying.
And Sandra, I mean, look at that in the background. I mean, there are thousands upon thousands of these men just flooding the country. Really, insanity, dude. Like, what do you even say? They literally invited this to happen. It's so sad. Wake up, America. Democrats want this here too and are fighting to do it. They are. They absolutely are. Oh my God. It's mind-blowing, bro. This is Melilla. It's an invasion. Abascal? I don't know who Abascal is. Spoke out and directly blamed Pedro Sanchez for the fall of southern Spain into the hands of illegal immigrants supported by the socialist government.
Pedro Sánchez, con su regularización masiva, ha provocado una invasión.
Oh no! It's in Spanish and the subtitles are in Spanish. I'm gonna need my Spanish bros in the chat to provide a translation for me, pretty please. Thank you. Acor, thank you. This looks like a scene from World War Z. Yeah, it's bad, man. Desert Ghost, thank you. Spain has become the Europe's Mexico. Coincidence? I think not. Mexico would defend itself. Like, they already had, like, almost a Nepal. They had that huge fucking violence against their government. I want to say it was a few months ago, right? It was this year, wasn't it? Like, they did something. Thank you, Desert Ghost.
Pedro Sánchez, con su regularización masiva, ha provocado una invasión de nuestra frontera que hoy están viviendo en primer lugar los españoles de Ceuta. Sánchez actúa como un enemigo de los españoles. Cada puñalada y cada violación futura habrán sido importadas directamente por Sánchez. El colapso en la sanidad y en la vivienda serán la obra y la herencia de Pedro Sánchez, porque él es el mayor culpable de todo lo que padecemos y padeceremos los españoles. Y por eso la emergencia nacional provocada por esta invasión solo se podrá resolver antes de que robe las elecciones, echando al traidor y al mafioso y sentándole en el banquillo de los acusados.
I'm assuming, with my inability to understand Spanish, he's saying that the Pedro guy, who is the socialist prime minister, president, whatever the fuck they call it in Spain, he's a traitor, and he's allowing this to happen. He's blaming the Sanchez guy. You saw a meme showing pictures of Renee Good and Alex Pretty saying they would cheer for the invasion of Spain. I mean, yeah. They would. I don't know. Apologies in advance. Found the actual local fella. The local fella? I don't know what that means. Help. A traitorous bandito. A mafioso. Sounds about right. Pedro Sanchez has provoked an invasion. He stands as an enemy to the people and has forsaken our future. We need to remove him before he steals the next election. That's completely true. Thank you for a rough translation, my guy. Appreciate it. All the more reason why Trump has denied all trading with Spain. No wonder. Jen Jacko, thank you. Canada deserves it. No! We must save the snowbacks. Acor, thank you. Looks like a scene from World War Z. It does. Even Hawkenfresh, thank you. If you know there will be zero resistance, you can bring anything you like to an invasion. That's unfortunately fair. Ollie Wally, thank you. Is this a gaggle or a murder of brown clowns? What the fuck? The Moroccans are replaying the same strategy they used in 1975, the March in Spanish Sahara. I don't know anything about that. Adam Fire, thank you for the 6 months. Urged Crusade rising. Reconquista is needed once again. Where are the Templars when we need them? Oh, Nico, thank you. Pedro Sanchez regulations have brought up the invasion. The housing and economic crisis are his legacy before he steals the election again. The only way to make it not happen is to kick out corrupt politicians and mafia. Rough translation. Thank you. I mean, he's right, and it's pretty much the same thing that I've been saying, right? Like, you got to get the corrupt people out of power. This guy responding to that saying, Melilla has fallen after the capture of Ceuta. The The invaders have taken control of Melilla and are currently squatting in homes, stealing, stoning Spaniards, and setting cars on fire. Citizens are urged not to leave their properties, to be prepared for possible break-ins to defend themselves, and for women not to walk the streets due to possible gang rapes. This is madness. This is close to Sparta. They're fucking stoning people? Well, I mean, it's one of their favorite pastimes. Why wouldn't they? Oh, this is just a hard cut. Wait. I like how the guy's like watching a giant fire and he's just like, oh. It's just like the groan of, well, what are you gonna do? Very curious as to if the Pope will respond. The Pope would probably respond with some dumb shit like, this is why we must welcome them through our borders. Look at how they fight. They need a better life, and as Christians, it is our job to usher them into the light and provide for them. Fuck the Pope, dude. The Pope ain't doing shit, yeah? Ani Meiji, thank you for the 30 months, my guy. I've been been far too busy with work to watch the Foxy Live. What the hell is happening? Moroccans have invaded a Spanish enclave. I don't know what to call it. Spanish territory on the coast of Morocco called Ceuta. If there was anything remotely like Sparta, the men would have slaughtered every last one of these invaders, and their wives would be waiting to ravish them when they got home. I love the smell of a blood-soaked man in the evening. Video Gamer, thank you. Procures orders to get involved in local politics. Don't forget to vote on Tuesday, at least here in Missouri, might vary by state. Primaries and assorted local issues. Do your civic duty to try and improve your local areas. Good reminder, thank you very much. Is M.O. Missouri? Sometimes I confuse Missouri and Montana. I am bad with acronym! Did the Pope say that? Like, did he physically on camera say that? Or did an assistant say, I was making a joke. The Pope did not say any of what I just said. I was making a joke of what the Pope might say because he's very fucking cucked. I'm sorry if I confused you. She doesn't know. Wait. What do you mean I don't know? Did the Pope actually say something? Hold on. Don't say that. The Pope says fuck effing borders and shit. Don't scare me. I know the Pope is a cuck, but there's no way I would make a joke and it would be actually what he fucking said. Don't say that. My God. The Pope is a Marxist, so you wouldn't be surprised. That's why I made the joke. That's why I made the joke, man. Ollie Wally, thank you. What the hell? You thought Moroccans were Native American footwear? I think that might be maracas, right? Chen Jacko, thank you. Hear me out. I bet we could get some Catholic bros. I'm sorry, that was so fucking stupid. I bet we could get some Catholic bros from Mexico to do a reverse Cortez / Reconquista. You know, maybe. Thank you. Kirsche for Pope. I'm a woman. A woman should never be Pope. I don't think they even can be. Oh my God. Renegade Shuriken, thank you. EU has been trying to block off travel from Spain. I saw the Italian PM mention cutting off Spain from the Schengen zone. I don't know if anyone else has. I don't know if anyone else's has. I'd like to thank Kirsche for curing your low blood pressure with this Tangent Friday. I'm sorry. Acor, thank you. Need to start calling out and shaming the I just want to grill people as they're just as bad as the commies. I've like flown past just as bad as the commies to they're worse. Because they're how the commies can proliferate so much. We know anyone speaking commie rhetoric is an enemy, but the I just want to grill people are just like, oh, whatever, man. Just let them do what they want. Why do you care so much? You know, just let me grill. I don't want to pay attention. I don't want to think about the consequences. Just tell the Vatican you're a trans man. The church is cucked enough to let you be Pope then. I hope someone tries that, unironically. If the Pope ever ends a service with Munya, we'll know. Oh, no. Jen Jacko, thank you. I already read that one. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I have more videos. I know we're approaching 8 o'clock here, but I want to get through all of my... I don't think I'm going to get through all of the Spain tabs. Holy shit. I'll try my best. Data Republican here said the Ceuta invasion is being coordinated by Facebook groups, and then added Finn KD Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, I was like, what? The flagship group description, Suda by every route, hashtag Hraga Suda. Migration is an idea, and the idea does not die. There are countless posts soliciting people to go with others. This is in clear violation of the Facebook TOS that prohibits content offers to provide or facilitate human smuggling, or content that asks for human smuggling services. The groups that must be banned are Hraga Suta, 124.6 thousand. I'm guessing this is 231 messages a day. And then a group thing, Hraga Suta, 36,000 members. Immigration to Suta, 31,000 members. Hraga Suta, 22,000 members. Hraga Suta Sapta, 2024 through 2025. So wait, hold on. That means that they've been planning this for a long time. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a fucking minute, bro. What the fuck? Why would it be that old of a group? Desert Ghost, thank you for the fucking 7 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Thank you. Lucky number 7 gifties, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. They call it a liberation of Suda, a handover back to its owners. Matt Von Swole is on the money. It's an invasion. And this somebody showing some pictures saying, brothers, I think this is a liberation and a difficult one. Hashtag some Islamic scribbles. Hand it over to its owners and God knows best. May God make it easy for them and cheer. More Islamic scribble hashtags. Posters are exchanging phone numbers, maps, and requesting spots to be guided, discussing how to purchase equipment such as fence grips. Haven't yet found any discussions on what they plan to do after landing in Suda. And this is a Islamic scribbles. I can't read that, but it's like a little map thing. It's like a booty. You gotta go into the butt. Tuesday night's anal night, bruh. Hraga Suta saying, peace be upon you guys. If anyone wants a place, I will sell it to him. Come on, it is a new one, and they told me, what is the house? Come back to your condition, and I will sell it. This is obviously translated. And then this other stuff I can't read. Why would you be surprised to find out they've been planning this? We know they've been planning this as a globalist plot. It's just surprising to see that these Facebook groups have apparently been around for that long. Like, how did this not get noticed by anyone? That's crazy. Their destination appears to be Centro de Estancia Temporal de Inmigrantes, where they await a ferry to mainland Spain. They do not file asylum in Suda, they do it in the mainland. And there's a little blurb here that says, the occupied city of Suda is witnessing a worsening situation in terms of managing the immigration file. After the Temporary Migrant Residence Center, or CT, reached explosion stage as the number of arrivals exceeded its official capacity of 512 seats, which prompted the authorities to set up additional tents inside its premises, before they were filled up in turn, leaving dozens of migrants to sleep in the open at the center's doors, according to the newspaper. They're literally in the middle of like 60,000 minimum invasion, and they're still writing shit like, oh no, the poor invaders, they had to sleep in the open outside the doors. What is fucking wrong with these people? That is so fucking insane. The newspaper indicated in its report that 54 migrants left the city on Wednesday morning on one of the ferries headed towards the port of Algeciras, a part of the humanitarian reception program that allows the transfer of weekly batches to various areas of the peninsula. The number of departures remains limited and does not succeed in relieving the pressure on the center, as new migrants continue to arrive daily via the border fence or by swimming alongside the sea docks. A Data Republican continues, once they register in Spain, they're allowed to work the day that they register for asylum. And when their application is approved, they get their 1-year residence permit. All deportation orders are suspended, and they have the right to receive Social Security. The fuck is wrong with our countries, man? Decree allows immigrants to work and prevents their deportation while their cases are being reviewed. Once the application is accepted, the applicant receives a temporary residence permit for 1 year. For Khadija, Raid, Mohammed Abdi, and many others, the morning of January 26th, what was the point of even putting their names there, article thing, was different. On that day, the Spanish government, headed by Pedro Sanchez, issued an exceptional decree to regularize the status of more than 500,000 undocumented immigrants. according to the Minister of Integration and Migration, Elma Saez, who announced the decree at a press conference. It allows migrants to work from the day they submit their asylum application and provides legal protection preventing their deportation while their cases are being processed. Can I just point out that in the past, if a nation was being swarmed with invaders and then the leader of that nation said, actually, all of these 500,000 invaders, they're just citizens now. They're just as Spanish as you and me. I have a feeling that the people would not let that leader survive the night. Like that is like the ultimate betrayal of your people. You are not fit to rule. And your people will rise up and will dispose of you in a kingly manner. That is fucking wild to see. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm fucking worry torching over here, buddy. To be eligible for the application, applicants must have a clean criminal record, as if they even fucking check. Let's be serious here. Once accepted, they receive a 1-year temporary residence permit and a work permit, and any existing deportation orders are suspended. They are also granted the right to register with Social Security. Minors receive a 5-year residence permit that includes educational, health, and social rights. According to estimates from the Spanish Ministry of Immigration, approximately 500,000 people could benefit from the regularization decree. But civil society organizations put this number at over 700,000 potential beneficiaries. They estimate the number of undocumented migrants in the country to be around 840,000 by the end of 2025. This reality reflects the regularization is not just about a small group of people, but rather represents a political, social, and its cutoff. If you are a citizen in a Western country, whether you are natural born to that country or whether you legally immigrated decades ago or your parents legally immigrated even more decades ago and you're born as a second generation citizen, you exist to work for the benefit of these invaders. The illegals have more right to your soil than you do. They have more right to the American dream in my country than I do. Our politicians have ensured that we do not get to have anything nice any longer. We exist solely for the economic benefit of people who wish to see us killed. It's fucking wild, man. Like, what are you even supposed to say without fucking glowing about this shit? Data Republican says, the most likely resolution is that Spain will punt on confrontation altogether by simply sending more ferries and hauling them all to the mainland. And then update, and I think this is what the quote retweet was too. All 5 Ceuta border crossing coordination Facebook groups have been closed. These groups contained 230,000 plus members collectively. You know, that's really funny. These groups contained 230,000 plus members collectively. This makes me think of how it was a small group of Zoomers coordinating via Discord to overthrow the Nepalese government of communists. This is like a look at what they need to mimic a fraction of power, you know? They don't need plans. They don't need to plan anything if they just overwhelm with numbers. The Howie Carr quote is evergreen. Don't treat me like an American. Just treat me like an illegal alien. It's fucking just insanity. And here's that video that a couple people have brought up. Let this sequence be burned into your mind forever. This is what white liberal women will be doing en masse if the left ever wins power in America again in our lifetime. They will gleefully wave in the migrant swarm who will rape and behead them just to spite you. The term suicidal empathy doesn't sum this up in quite a satisfying enough way. Something like a treasonous harlot or Judas whore, maybe. I like Judas whore. That's a good one. And I think a big issue that people have taken umbrage with is that some people do not differentiate between the Judas whores and the white women who are genuinely like, what the fuck are you doing, you fucking retard? Stop it. This is BS. You live in Australia and you don't recognize your country anymore. I like Judas whore. That's a good one. The lamentable lady of the night. We're going to need to come up with a new and creative punitive measure for this type of person, and it will need to be harsh enough to act as a deterrent. Hard fucking agree. Hard fucking agree. This is insane. Like, again, I've been watching all of this footage coming out of Suda, and it's like, this is horrifying. This is a terrifying invasion scene to witness. I could not imagine being someone having to live in this area and having to deal with this. And this woman with zero self-preservation instincts is just waving these invaders in. They didn't even need a Trojan horse this time, man. They're just being welcomed wholly by retards who don't understand what's going to happen. Like, what is wrong with people who do this? How do you get brainwashed to this point? And, like, who do you think is going to take care of them? Like, I know some people are so retarded they think that money spawns out of thin air and that groceries just appear at the grocery store through no labor or efforts of anyone anywhere. But, like, this is just insanity to me. How do you become like this? How do you get like this? How do you not feel shame for being this way? What is wrong with you? They're literally doing the Angry Birds thing. They are. She probably does understand. I don't think she does. She is one of the useful idiots that feminism causes. She doesn't understand the destruction her actions genuinely cause because she doesn't think about them. She's been programmed to not think about them because all she needs to do is pretend to be a good person. Goddamn, man. Goddamn, man. There's a single female invader. Was it wearing a burqa? How do you know it was a female invader and not like a Spanish person also moving? That's the woman. How did I find the woman that fast? Yeah, she's wet, so you're right. We found one female, potentially. Just the average Spanish woman, Kirsche. You've seen and talked to them. Oh my god. Dr. Foss, thank you for the 39 months, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Why use a Trojan horse when you can use Trojan horse? This fucking guy, that's a good one too. The fucking Trojan horse. Hello, fellow white people. Acor, thank you. You're glowing so much, you're gonna need to stand out in the sun to cool off. True. True and fucking real. I want to go swimming, man. What the fuck, Lala, thank you. We should call it Suicide Pact instead of Suicidal Empathy. It gets the point across without playing their BS game. There was a really good terminology instead of Suicidal Empathy, but I genuinely cannot remember what it is because my brain is made of Swiss cheese. You imagine this woman won't change her mind in spite of 3 months from now she'll be posting on Twitter about how she was sexually assaulted? I just keep thinking back to those backpackers in Morocco and being like, I didn't think that Muslims beheaded women, right? Women usually get stoned or otherwise like beaten to death. Typically beheading is reserved for men. And I can't remember the reason behind that, but there's a specific reason that they only behead men and not women. And so I remember being very, very shocked that those backpackers got beheaded. And that's kind of all I can think of when I see women like this. Christian called it oikophobia. I don't remember that term. It was another kind of like catchy thing to say, like suicidal empathy, but it wasn't empathy because we know the empathy isn't real. It's fake. It's simple. The backpackers weren't Muslims, so they were cattle. The beheading is more honorable. Maybe that's why. Maybe that because women are not honorable creatures, as it were. Did I see Silas, fellow Foxu VTubers, working to help me by making more himbos? No, I have no idea who Silas is. I'm sorry. There's a variety of Muslim subcultures, so the sky's the limit, so to speak. Fair. Also fair. Androtaz, thank you. And then for no reason at all. Professor John Wolfman, thank you again. I read that. It's fucking great. Error 404, thank you. The issue is this isn't just some one-off woman. It's the vast majority of Western women across the entire first world, and they'll keep voting for it. Once again, where we thought that like, oh, it's mostly Europeans, fuck all the Europeans, I do not think it's mostly white women. When you look at voting habits of white women and you remove all of the other people, white women overwhelmingly vote Republican in America. White women overwhelmingly marry within their race. I don't think this is something you can say is the vast majority, but yes, there is a large problem with women being one-shot by propaganda and rhetoric. It is not, thank you, I'm so tired of this shit. I'm tired of this shit. Cause it's just like, I understand why there's a ton of hostility, and I understand the problem that feminism presents, but if you're going to throw away all women with the bathwater, you're going to end up with nothing. If you're going to fight for your land and for your people include the women. If you get rid of them, you're not going to have any people any longer. Propaganda, rhetoric, SSRIs, you know? Justin Sider, hey, thank you for the full fucking year, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. The Swede girls that got beheaded with knives, you mean they raped them? They did. I don't remember if they were Swedish or Danish, but yeah, they were some flavor of European women. And much like the 911 calls from the Twin Towers, that video of those Moroccan backpackers is like burned into my brain and is not something I can ever forget because of how horrific it was. Like, don't get me wrong, you like to make the sips coffee women jokes, but it's clearly a much smaller minority than people think. Yeah, absolutely. I make those jokes all the time too, because like, it's fucking the problem that we see constantly, right? Like with all of the judges that keep creating the issues, every single one of those judges ends up being a white woman, so it's very easy to exacerbate the problem. It was on repeat in your mind while watching this invasion. It's horrifying, and this is again why I think people should look at things that are horrifying to understand what will happen if they don't know what's going on. Like, you should keep yourself informed. Don't consume things and then become like some weird jaded lover of violence, right? That's rare, I believe. But you should watch things so you know what's happening. So you know why things are the way they are. An average white guy, thank you. Do Western women even exist? I don't know anymore. I apparently live in a void where I keep the fabric of reality together. Jen Jacko, thank you. Maybe you're naive, but it seems like she's waving them in ironically. Her body language isn't very open. I do not think so. It reminds me very much of the women holding the refugees welcome signs in Germany. Error 404, thank you. Yeah, I read that already. If it becomes the it thing to be a conservative, women will vote more Republican. I mean, also true. You just gotta somehow reverse all of the communist gobbledygook that's been pumped into them. We have another video here. An emergency has now been declared in the Spanish city of Ceuta, which apparently was wrong. Apparently they never declared an emergency situation. After tens of thousands of illegal migrants break in from Morocco, Pedro Sanchez is refusing to deploy the military to defend the borders. This has no volume, so I'll just let it play, which is fucking crazy to look at. And Stephen Miller said, the Democrats did this to America every single day for 4 years under Biden and will do it again instantaneously, but orders of magnitude greater if they're given any form of national power. Democrats will see your home trampled and stolen by invaders, and they will rejoice. And he's completely correct, but what is going to be done about it? You can't just say, this is going to happen if Democrats get into power, so vote for us while we do absolutely nothing about it. You need to offer solutions. You are the ones in the position of offering the solutions. Basic Logic has a video on women voting and why they shouldn't. My mods have linked that to me and I want to watch it. Obviously I can't do that today, but I want to watch it on stream. Solark, thank you. You just looked up the statistics and you'll be damned. Spanish women are more likely to vote right-wing than left-wing. You weren't expecting that, to be honest. That's unexpected white pill for you. It should be. It should be. A lot of people think it's the majority of the women in these nations, like the majority of American women, the majority of Spanish women. It's not. They vote mostly for the conservative side or the right-wing side or whatever the fuck you want to call it in whatever country you're in, right? They vote majority that direction. The problem is, unfortunately, a minority that is loud. Deportations have ramped up to the point where states are losing congressional seats. Not enough, but more. Yeah, fucking keep ramping up the deportations. Love to see it. Love to see it. But while we're ramping up deportations, Democrats have been instituting weird shit like we just read about Maine today. They're doing everything they can to keep people here and get more of these illegals and more criminals to stay here while we are like running on fumes trying to get them out. Only married women vote red, unmarried don't at an overwhelming majority. It's not just married women, but if you break it down simply by racial demographics, white women in America overwhelmingly vote for the right. That was the argument I was talking about. Italy actually voted in a right-wing party. They just completely betrayed and they weren't right-wing at all. Also that, right? Also that. Hammer of subtlety, thank you. We have to be approaching the breaking point soon. You don't see any way this powder keg doesn't blow within 2 to 3 years tops. I'm not entirely sure, man. I, again, genuinely hope our politicians who actually want to fix things, which seem to be few and far fucking between, can do something before this gets to a boiling point.
What confuses me is why the minority of liberal communist women disproportionately gain positions of power.
Affirmative action, DEI, women being pushed into positions that they don't belong in because if you don't hire specific people for quotas, then your company is going to be called racist and get sued. I guess it would be sexist in the case of women, but there's been like a giant conglomerate of pressure for companies to hire unqualified people for decades, going back decades. And it goes back to fucking like freedom of association and the Civil Rights Act, which kind of fucked up everything for everyone. You no longer have freedom of association, and it's like the path to hell is paved with good intentions, right? They wanted to make it so people couldn't discriminate and be mean, essentially, to women or to minorities when it comes to hiring or college admissions or whatever. But the way that it was written into the Civil Rights Act basically made it the exact opposite. It was you should fear not hiring minorities or women because if you don't hire them, then you're a bad person and you open yourself up to legal repercussions. You don't want to blame all women, but it seems that all women in power are the bane of civilization at this point. Well, women don't belong in those positions, man. Again, as we can see, which is why I don't blame people when they extrapolate it as, well, it's seemingly all white women, because those are the ones who tend to fuck shit up when they become judges, when they become lawyers, when they become leaders of countries, when they have to handle, like, security for the country. It's like, they're not built for that. I'm not built for that. Right? Like, I told you guys, I can't even fucking release my woman brain when it comes to, like, punishing people in, like, a Discord server. That's why my mods are dudes. They can do that. They don't have, like, that woman kindergarten, let's treat everyone fairly, let's all be happy, getting in the way. They're built for breeding. Women are built for more than breeding, but there's just certain things that women are not excelling at. And it's a good thing that we don't excel at those things, right? Because women, being the fairer sex, are able to kind of, for lack of a better word, tame the man and, like, not necessarily domesticate him, but kind of, like, get rid of his violent urges normally, right? It's like, what's that fucking phrase? Like, behind every strong man is a fucking good woman or whatever. I can't remember the phrase. But it's like, you're supposed to work in tandem. Men can do things that women cannot very efficiently and very well, and vice versa. We're very suited to certain things because of the way that our brains are. $1 million question is how we talk about remedying the damage DEI already caused and what needs to be done. That is a great question. Have I seen Basic Logic? We talked about that a second ago. I want to watch that video on stream, but I cannot do that today. I think the word is soften? Maybe. I'm not very good at phrasing things sometimes. Martha Washington was vital to the founding of this country. Many such cases. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Groom your boyfriend. Groom your girlfriend. Sociopaths are significantly more inclined to positions of power and then abuse that power for their own ends or monetary gain, or are easier to blackmail. That's also very true. It's just like the amount of videos coming out showing the amount of people coming into Spain like this is, like I've said it so many times already, but it's insane. Like there's no other word to describe this. Some of the worst things imaginable were done with the best of intentions. Yeah. And it's like, it's fine. It's fine if you did something with good intention. But if it turned out to be bad, you're not supposed to double down and say, well, let's just keep doing it and see how it goes. You're supposed to fucking stop. This is, reports indicate that illegal aliens in Ceuta, Spain are now attempting to break into homes as midnight approaches. And Millennial Woes, a guy of Evergreen Tweet, says, they're so impulsive, aggressive, and stupid. They don't even have the sense to act peaceful for a short time to lull the locals into a false sense of security. It's like when night falls, it's time to rob, right? But they at least were passing by this lady. You know, they at least knew, let's not attack this woman. You know, we got to pass her by so we can get to the good stuff. There's only a 3-second clip, man. That's short as fuck. Oh, he's actually like breaking through the window. God damn. God damn. Acor, thank you. You love women, but for the love of God, can we please just not have women vote or be in any position of power for a few years? Like just a few years for a test run to see how it goes. Mostly joking. I think that maybe a net taxpayer kind of voting system would make the most sense now. We can't go back to a landowner one because like land ownership rights have been completely fucked in all of our countries with like NGOs and other corporations buying up land, foreign entities buying up properties, tons of investment companies buying up shit. Like it's just, you can't do that. But something needs to give. The meme of two paths, total society collapse versus being slightly rude to women. You just have to say no sometimes, even when the women cry. And this is, there are 73,000 active members of the Spanish Armed Forces. Yesterday, in the span of just 24 hours, 49,000 men from Morocco invaded Ceuta, a Spanish city. The invasion has not slowed down. If you keep up the same pace for the next few days, by the end of the day, you'll have more Moroccan migrants in 24 hours than active members of the Spanish military. How is this going on in our faces? And then some retard here says, hey, look, this is a Spanish territory in Africa, and there's a big ocean here separating them from Spain. Hey, remember how we read earlier that Spain is just going to give blanket amnesty to all of these people, 840,000 people potentially, if not more at this point, and how they were taking ferries to get to mainland Spain? That big ocean doesn't fucking matter, bro. That big ocean doesn't fucking matter. And even if we're not talking about the big fucking ocean, what about the people in Ceuta? What, you're just like, it's okay to like, you know, kill and get rid of everyone there. But it's mainland Spain will be fine. Don't worry about it. Big ocean, it's just 7 miles. That's even crazier. What a fucking retard. What a fucking retard. Ocean, and it's a literal fucking strait. I mean, I have no idea the distance there. I've never been to Spain or Morocco. So the problem with the net taxpayer model is if the government adds so much taxpayer funded BS that almost no one is a net taxpayer and only the rich can vote. That is a good point. That is also a good point. I don't know what a good system might be. Maybe somebody who has more brain cells than I do could figure out a different system of voting. Let's see here. This has a community note. This is some Jewish guy, I guess, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations. Spain, which never misses an opportunity to lecture Israel, has declared a state of emergency in Ceuta following the crisis over its immigration policy. Maybe before it continues lecturing us, it's time it explained to the world why it still maintains colonial enclaves in Africa. Maybe you should fuck off. Maybe that. Maybe that. Readers propose context. Spain's central government has not declared a state of emergency, as I said earlier, in Ceuta over migration, though local authorities have requested it. Ceuta is an autonomous city and an integral part of Spain, not a colonial enclave. Man. Wrong conclusion, Danny. Always is. This is a long tweet. I don't know who Keith Woods is, but I found this. Bricks News said just in law enforcement seen opening gates allowing thousands of illegal immigrants into Spain. And Sneeko said the rest of Europe next, inshallah. So this Keith Woods guy said, Sneeko is a good example of a common phenomenon. The racial alien who grows up enjoying a great standard of living in the West has no reason to feel anything for whites but gratitude and should be an ideal case of integration, yet still ends up making resentment of their hosts the core of their worldview. Sneeko grew up to a middle-class family in Connecticut and attended a private school paid for by his immigrant parents. Yet, he LARPs as a black New Yorker. He adopted Malcolm X and Andrew Tate as his idols because they were more self-assured mulatto men who seemed to assert an identity outside of white cultural norms, and even converted to Islam to imitate them. He has since made his entire justification for his religion that it is the most universal and anti-racist creed, because he is absolutely obsessed with white supremacy. He gradually went from red pill slop content to brown clown leftism because the one constant incentive he couldn't resist was the racial justice angle, which, like most Muslim immigrants in the West, trumps any of the other social values his religion might prescribe. But like many brown clowns who adopt the language of leftism to articulate their hatred, the mask always eventually comes off and it becomes clear the driving force is his resentment of white civilization and cope for his feelings of inferiority and deracination. Interestingly, if you look at the profile of Islamic terrorists in the West, many are second-generation immigrants who come from middle-class families and lived pretty liberal, degenerate lifestyles before a sudden dramatic conversion. And they're typically driven by the same resentment. And I was like, that is a crazy analytical write-up. Sleeper cells. I don't even know if it's so, like, you're right about the like second generation terrorist that he was bringing up, but I don't know about Sneeko being a sleeper cell. Sneeko just seems like somebody who just gloms on to any kind of rhetoric that he will feel makes him powerful. Keith Woods is a moron. He spent years promoting Sneeko. Both are just loser grifters. I mean, maybe he thought Sneeko was a genuine person. It happens, right? Where you spend time with someone and you think they're genuine, and then you spend even more time with them and you realize, holy fuck, this person is not what I thought they were. What the hell? You know? Maybe he's just as fake and gay. Maybe. But I thought this was an interesting write-up on Sneeko and the kind of shit that Sneeko says. Isn't this guy a Fuentes dick sucker? I don't know anything about him. I have no idea who Keith Woods is. Sneeko would definitely be thrown off the roof. I should react to the Meat Canyon Sneeko cartoon. He shits on him. Oh, fuck. Jen Jacko, thank you. You like the net taxpayer idea? Just gotta be careful of corpos not weaseling in. Apple gets no say. Corpos are not people. Liam Sexton, thank you. You saw an article that the UK is going to let children be recruited for puberty blocker trials. Yeah, we read about that, like, I think a week or two ago. I can't remember exactly when, but it's like, yeah, it's fucked up. Probalicious, thank you for the... It's not just women, though. Australia has mandatory voting, and the amount of people who voted based on bad information is shocking. It is. It isn't just women. And I try to remind people of this all the time when it gets brought up as well, but it's like... Feminism would not have been able to gain the foothold that it did if it were not for the weak men allowing them to do it. The weak men were the ones who allowed feminism to flourish. If feminism was just the women picketing, it would not have gone anywhere. Weak men are also responsible. Desert Ghost, thank you. Sneeko was a fan of the movie Cuties. Enough said. I do remember that. It's fucking weird. Fucking weird. Awesomely numb, thank you. You drive Uber. White women are a lot more base than the internet will lead to believe. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is like, once again, a feminist wedge trying to drive men and women away from each other. Are there a fuck ton of retarded women who are dangerous? Yes. That does not mean all of them. Much like it's not all men who are rapists. Weak men are mostly to blame. You're shamed that men like this exist. It's very shameful. It's very shameful that there's tons of people. And I know some people are probably going to be like, Kirsche just said the feminist talking point. But it's like, no. Feminists will yell until the moon is full that yes, all men are rapists, need to be taught not to rape, saying the yes, all women is just as insane as when the feminists say that. That is the point I was trying to make. The wealthier and more educated a woman is, the more she desires a man who out-earns her. This is why so many girl bosses turn into cat ladies. Yeah, I've talked about that before, where it's just like, if you turn yourself into a girl boss and you make this crazy high salary, you're gonna be in like your 30s or 40s, and you can't cling to that, well, I want a man to be a provider and so he needs to make more than me. Like, you're insane if you think that's gonna happen. It's just not. You could get lucky, for sure, but it's like, that's just not how life is gonna work, buddy boy. And it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Because it's like, that's how relationships have been structured for ages, right? The man is the provider, the woman is the carer of the home. That is how all of relationships for like all of eternity have basically been. It's a death spiral, a very sad death spiral. Yeah, and I mean, it's like, I've struggled with talking about that on stream before too, because it's just like, well, fuck, I didn't purposely like issue my life to become girl boss career woman who makes decent money, but that's kind of where I've ended up. And I have to be like logical about men that I can date in that position. Because men aren't looking for a provider woman. And if a man is looking for a provider woman, that's kind of a red flag. Right? If a man is like, I want rich girl boss woman to take care of me so I never have to work and never have to do anything, that is a red flag in a man, because that is not a masculine trait. That is like a weak leftist man looking to take advantage of someone. Kirsche is the trad wife who careered too close to the sun. True and fucking real. True and fucking real. That's a gay man. True no effort man. And so it's like when I'm like looking for a guy, it's going to be a struggle for the both of us, right? Because I want the more traditional dude, but finding a guy who's going to be making like an insane amount of money, not feasible. And so he's probably going to struggle with the like, I'm not the provider. What am I providing in this relationship? And I'm going to struggle with the like, I'm the provider and I need him to pick up more stuff around the house. We've like traded roles essentially. But it's like, I don't think that's like necessarily going to be something that you can't do, but it's definitely something that you have to mentally wrestle with for sure. You can provide in other ways besides financially. 100%. 100% I agree with you. And I would be so incredibly appreciative to a guy who's like taking all of this stress off my shoulders that I have, right? But it's like, that's still something like I have to wrestle with the like, fuck, I'm the career woman girl boss. I didn't mean to, whoops. I have to wrestle with that mentally. A man who wants to be a provider and who wants to have like that traditional lifestyle and who matches up with things I believe is going to have to wrestle mentally with that. I want to be the financial provider, but I'm not. That is just something that's going to happen in his brain, right? Because again, if it wasn't something he's going to wrestle with, it would be that red flag of, I'm specifically looking for a mommy to take care of me. This is what I want, right? I'm not explaining this exactly correctly, but I hope people are understanding at least the gist of what I'm trying to explain. Could make the money, he handles the money, aka the taxes and paperwork and stressful stuff. No. Unless I started dating a literal tax professional, there is no way that anyone I date can do my taxes. Hope my himbo hoes out and hunts for food. Does that make him a provider? He just comes home like wearing animal skin and carrying a dead deer. A man that holds the grill and does the physical chores and does the dirty jobs around the house. That's what you want to be? Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to get your money stole. So hopefully I'm explaining this at least halfway decently, because I feel like I'm rambling. Acor, thank you. So himbo ice agent. What about if the man doesn't do your taxes, but he's the one who talks to the CPA? Oh God, yes, please. Oh my God, it would make it so much easier. It sounds like he's going to be a father and focus on the education of the children as well. And I think that especially the position that I'm in, again, thankfully to you guys, my honorable chatters, that I'm even in this position, both my husband and I in the future will be able to spend an inordinate amount of time with our kids. Like that is amazing. That is amazing for the development of our children and keeping them away from the communist poison that's supposed to be in schools everywhere, or still going to be. Sorry, it's past 8 p.m. and I'm worse at speaking. If you weren't approaching 40, you'd throw your hat in the ring. You'd love to do vacuuming, cleaning, all the fixing. Oh my God, Victorian house falls apart, man. Honey, let me talk to the tax lizards. You just give me the forms, God, please. Oh God, what if he becomes the tax man? He could become the tax man. Cops and firemen probably make less money, but you will still call them masculine. Yeah, 100,000%. I agree, right? It's just like you have to kind of fight that programming in your brain and be like, you know, I've been taught that it should be this way. It's not this way, but we're not doing it in a bad way. We're still working as like a whole unit, you know? In the modern era, most women are out-earning men. You used to believe men and women are equal, but we're not. Women hate men and they out-earn. Women hate men they out-earn, and men know this. I think it's just like, again, the evolutionary aspect of women searching for a provider, but then once woman makes more money than the providers can realistically get because of the way our society is now structured, what do you do with that part of your brain that still seeks the provider, right? Basically, women want the engineer from TF2. Pneumonia. Thinking about it, yeah, it would be weird to not be the provider. Yeah, I think it's a very interesting, like, mental exercise. People forget society has been built on blocks, 1 + 1 + kids. Hell! Why the hell do all the most important jobs to society make the least amount of money? That's a great fucking question. That's a great question. He was so weird, and then the crud around Carmelo happened, and the mask came off? What? Whomst? That's a real pickle. We're in a pickle. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 more Spain tabs. So I obviously don't have time for those tonight. So we will have to continue the fall of Spain tomorrow, and then we will cure our pain with happy little Digimons. So many damn tabs. Oh, is that all? Yeah, I have a fuck ton of Spain tabs, so we will have to get back into the tabs, and I will do that first thing tomorrow, and then maybe a couple of extra tabs, because I have a bunch of other stuff that I brought up outside of Maine and Spain today. But I thought the Maine and Spain tag team would be very, very interesting together. Very interesting together. I have to pee. I am so bladder full at the moment. Sorry for being piss poor at explaining things at the end of stream here, chat. I try my best, and I always feel bad when I feel like I can't get my point across. I don't like I don't like jumble mumbling my words, because then it's like people are gonna take me out of context and people are not gonna understand what I'm saying, and then it's just like I feel sad. I'm sorry. I try best. I'm sorry. I try best. I see a donut man. I'm gonna go raid the donut man. I like the donut man. So we're gonna go raid into him. We're gonna go raid into him. Who would make out of context clips of Kirsche? Oh no, not like this. Arigato Hyro, thank you. You think I should reconcile it as salaried husband provides a stable bedrock and offers volatile internet job Foxu security and the option to pull back when necessary? I mean, like, I don't even think I would mind if, like, my dude, right? Because how do I explain this? Like, when you have a provider husband, sometimes women get bored. Sometimes housewife is like, honey, I want to start my own business. And the husband knows that business is probably not going to go anywhere. But the husband lets her do it anyway. The husband pays for it because he loves his wife and he wants her to be able to do what she wants to do. Now, in the reverse situation, if I had a guy who was just like, I would like to do something that's not this career because I'm not exactly fond of this career. I've had a lot of time to think about this, chat. I think I'd be okay with it, not only because I would love him and want him to do what he feels fulfilling, but also a guy is probably gonna have a lot better of a shot setting up his own business than a housewife is. Sorry. Sorry. There's just something in, like, men that have an autistic drive to accomplish and to do things that a lot of women seem to lack. So I would be like, yeah, sure, set up a fucking beekeeping business where you sell fresh honey from your bees. And I feel like he would be able to actually do that. And so it's kind of like the reverse of the husband being the main provider and the housewife having a job that loses like $30,000 a year, where it's like he might only bring in like $5,000 a year after cost from his honey business, but it's tertiary income, right? It's something. Husband also has a better chance of letting the household go while he sets up his business. Unfortunately, it cuts both ways. It's possible. You'd probably just have to remind him, like, hey, please fix this thing I've been waiting for. You know, it's like, it's been 2 weeks, please fix it. Save the towel, go piss. I'm thinking, I'm using brain cells. Kira's just stress testing. I'm stress testing. But yeah, no, I understand what you mean, Arigato Hyro. Thank you. Joventino Villa, thank you. Find yourself a disabled vet, no taxes. I would want like a real disabled vet though, not one that's like defrauding the system and goes on Caleb Hammer. Start the raid, Foxu! I'm thanking people! I always feel bad when I miss Supas. I know I can't read all of them, but I try my best still, because again, it's because of you guys that I can even do this and even have these crazy thoughts about what my relationship could be like in the future, you know? You guys allow me to do this, and I want to make sure everyone knows how grateful I am all of the time. So even if I miss your Supa, I don't hate you, I'm sorry. We're raiding the Donut Man! Go give Donut Man hello highs and lots of love for his donut. Thank you guys. I hope you have a great rest of your night. I will see you tomorrow for more Spain, both with and without the S. And Digimon, yay! Greek Billy, thank you! Thank you for the 10 gift subs, thank you! Thank you, thank you! Have a great rest of your night! Bye-bye! Bye-bye!